How does a kid with literally no powers go from this
Do you think I can be a hero too?
to this?
I see you, and you're nothing but a sad, lonely man!
All because he ate a gross strand of hair. That's right. Today, we're talking about My Hero Academia. The #1 superhero anime out there right now that doesn't feature a bald protagonist. Yeah, this series has just finally wrapped up after 8 seasons. So what better time is there to go back through the story from the very beginning? Get ready for a lot of insane powers, so many names to remember, and all of these iconic moments. Go beyond! Episode 1. Izuku Midoriya Origin. On a fateful day in China, a child was born who radiated glowing light. After that, more and more babies were born with unique abilities called quirks. Generations have gone by since then, and approximately 80% of the population now has a quirk of their own. Nobody knows where quirks came from or why, but it is now an age of heroes and an age of villains. We're now in Japan at some point in the near future. Meet Izuku Midoriya, a cheerful and proud member of the quirkless 20%. Well, maybe not proud exactly, but he definitely wishes he had a quirk. He's not going to let his lack of power stop him from being a hero though. The series opens with Midoriya as a young boy, defending another child from the bullying of Katsuki Bakugo. The cruel and arrogant Bakugo uses his explosion quirk to beat up Midoriya and taunts him for being so weak. We then jump ahead to a 14-year-old Midoriya running to school, when he stops to watch some heroes take down a bad guy. Midoriya is a giant hero fanboy, and he keeps a notebook filled with everything there is to know about professional heroes and their quirks. A giant, rampaging criminal is fighting with the hero Kamui Woods, a badass who can shoot trees out of his arms. But all the credit gets stolen by Mount Lady, a hero who can make herself really, really big. I guess this baddie was taken down by a baddie! At school, Midoriya's teacher says it's time for everyone to decide what they want to do after junior high. Pretty much everyone wants to be a hero, and the best school in the nation for that is UA High. Bakugo is as cocky as ever and thinks he's a shoo-in for UA High. Midoriya gets laughed at by the whole class for even thinking he has a chance of getting in without a quirk. Mean, but you know, they've kinda got a point. Bakugo blows up Midoriya's notebook and straight up tells him he should go jump off the school's roof. Jesus! Kids can be so mean sometimes. On his way home from school, Midoriya passes through a tunnel when he is suddenly attacked by a nasty sludge villain. He is powerless to resist as this icky blob tries to enter Midoriya's mouth and take over his whole body. But he is thankfully saved in the blink of an eye by Japan's #1 hero, the symbol of peace himself, All Might. All Might is a paragon of justice with incredible speed and strength, and always has a smile on his face no matter how bad things get. He also named all his moves after places in America for some reason. All Might beats the villain with a single punch, puts the sludge into a soda bottle, and is about to fly away. But Midoriya isn't missing this opportunity to meet the man he idolizes more than anyone else. He grabs onto All Might's leg and goes for a little ride with him through the sky. A pretty embarrassing way to meet your hero, all things considered. All Might lands on a rooftop and tries to ditch this fanboy, but Midoriya calls out after him, asking if it's possible for someone without a quirk to become a hero. Episode 2, What It Takes to Be a Hero. While All Might and Midoriya are talking, elsewhere, Bakugo is being attacked by the same sludge villain that All Might just let escape. Hey, even the #1 hero makes mistakes sometimes. On the rooftop, Midoriya is explaining his ambitions when All Might suddenly transforms from the big beefy guy he is into a skinny, lanky form. Not quite what the symbol of peace should look like. All Might explains that he received devastating injuries 5 years ago and can now only maintain his more powerful form for short periods of time. Nobody knows that All Might is weakened, and he has to keep it a secret so that villains don't become emboldened. All Might says that a hero must always be ready to risk their life, and it would be irresponsible for him to tell a quirkless boy that he could be a hero. Then, All Might realizes that, oops, the sludge villain escaped the soda bottle a while ago. He and Midoriya see some nearby explosions and both run towards them. The sludge villain, who genuinely never gets a name besides sludge villain, has gotten even bigger and taken Bakugo as a hostage. Other pro-heroes are struggling to beat him, and Bakugo's explosions are powerless against the sludge. To make things worse, All Might has reached his limit and can no longer use his hero form. When Midoriya sees that Bakugo is in trouble, he recklessly charges forward and tries to free Bakugo with his bare hands.
No, you idiot!
See, even though Bakugo is a horrible bully, Midoriya still views him as a childhood friend and always refers to him as the affectionate Ka-chan. In return, Bakugo calls him Deku, a nickname that essentially means useless. Midoriya doesn't have a hateful bone in his body. All Might recovers enough strength to step in and save both boys with his signature punch, a Detroit Smash. Afterwards, all the other pro-heroes scold Midoriya for being so reckless, and Bakugo belittles him for thinking that he could do anything to help. Damn! This is the thanks he gets for risking his life? Fortunately, one person actually recognized the bravery that Midoriya showed. All Might follows after Midoriya and tells him that there is a way he can become a hero. Episode 3, Roaring Muscles. All Might explains to Midoriya that his quirk, called One for All, is totally unique in the case that it can actually be passed down to other people. After seeing Midoriya's heroic spirit, All Might has decided that this boy is a worthy successor and offers to give him this powerful quirk. Midoriya accepts immediately. After years of coming to terms with having no quirk, he's about to get the best one there is. It won't be easy though, as One for All apparently places a tremendous amount of stress on the user's body. Midoriya will have to train relentlessly for the next 10 months until he is finally ready to accept the quirk. 10 months also just happens to be how long they have until the entrance exams for UA High. Midoriya gives 110% to his training, cleaning up an entire filthy beach by himself and even going beyond the insane regimen that All Might set for him. 10 months go by until the day of the exams has finally arrived. All Might tells Midoriya that his body is now strong enough to be a suitable vessel for One for All. It's now time for the legendary ritual to pass on All Might's quirk, which is actually just Midoriya eating a piece of All Might's hair. Ew.
Eat this!
Pretty anticlimactic after all this training. Midoriya gobbles down that golden lock, and All Might warns him to keep this whole quirk inheriting thing a secret. With that, Midoriya heads to UA. He trips as soon as he gets there, but is caught by Ochako Uraraka. a kind-hearted girl with an anti-gravity quirk. The school's loud, boisterous teacher, Present Mike, explains how the exams will work. Students will first go through a practical exam where they try to defeat robots inside a fake city, followed by a written exam. Despite having absolutely zero practice with his new powers, Midoriya is determined to pass this test with flying colors. Episode 4. Start Line. The practical exam starts, and Midoriya frantically starts looking for robots he can smash to rack up some points. Unfortunately, he doesn't really even know how to smash. All Might warned him that he can only use a fraction of One For All's true power, or risk destroying his own body. The other applicants are taking out the weaker robots super fast too. Uraraka uses her anti-gravity to lift the robots up and smash them on the ground. The straight-laced teacher's pet speedster Tenya Ida destroys them with his mighty kicks using the engines in his leg. And all Midoriya can do is watch. Before long, the test is almost over, and Midoriya is still sitting at 0 points. Suddenly, a giant skyscraper-sized robot appears. This robot is designed to teach the kids to run away from fights they can't possibly win, so it isn't even worth any points. Then, Midoriya sees Uraraka knocked down and about to be stepped on by this giant robot. Midoriya channels One For All into just his legs to launch himself into the air, then into his right arm to blow away this robot with a single punch.
Wow!
Show who you are. Embody what it means to be a hero.
His hero moment doesn't last too long, as Midoriya realizes using this power absolutely obliterated both his legs and his right arm. Uraraka catches him at the last second, but the test ends with 0 points for Midoriya and he passes out cold. His terrible injuries are quickly fixed thanks to the healing quirk of UA's sweet old nurse, Recovery Girl. A week later, the exam results arrive at Midoriya's house. Miraculously, despite earning no points in the practical exam and almost dying after a single punch, he passed due to the heroism he showed in saving Uraraka. And it certainly doesn't hurt that his new mentor All Might is also UA's newest teacher. Hooray for favoritism! Episode 5. What I Can Do For Now. That night, Midoriya meets up with All Might, who congratulates him on getting into UA. All Might gives young Midoriya advice on how to better control One For All so that he doesn't keep destroying his limbs every time he uses it. A few months later, Midoriya arrives for his first day at UA High. Stepping through the door into Class 1A, Midoriya sees some familiar faces. Uraraka, Ida, and of course, the exam's top scorer, Bakugo. Bakugo is naturally pretty confused as to how a damn quirkless nerd ended up in the same class as him, and the students are all interrupted by the appearance of their exhausted-looking, no-nonsense teacher, Shota Aizawa. He wastes no time and brings the students out to the field so they can each show off the limits of their quirks. Just for fun, he adds that whoever performs the worst on this little quirk test will be immediately expelled. You ain't in junior high anymore, kiddos. Now, there are a lot of characters in Class 1A, so I'll try to space out the introductions as to not overwhelm you. We've got Tsuyu Asui, a strange but kind girl with frog powers. Yuga Aoyama, a fancy French boy with a belly-button laser, and Mezzo Shoji, the strong silent type who can grow extra arms. Man, trying to remember all these names makes me feel like I'm really back in high school. While the other students show off what they can do, Midoriya can't really do anything since he doesn't want to break his arms again. Not wanting to be expelled, He tries using One For All to throw a baseball as far as he can, but nothing happens. Mr. Aizawa reveals that his quirk Erasure allows him to disable other people's quirks just by looking at them. He could tell that Midoriya was about to hurt himself again and disabled One For All.
Wait, you did what to my... Those goggles! I know you!
Aizawa tells his student that there's no place at UA for someone who can't control their quirk. Midoriya thinks back on all of All Might's advice, focuses on channeling just a small amount of power into his fingertips, and throws the ball over 700 meters while only breaking one finger. Okay, hey, it's a start. Episode 6, Rage You Damn Nerd. Bakugo is super pissed when he sees this, assuming that Midoriya has been hiding a super powerful quirk their entire lives. Bakugo attacks Midoriya, but is immediately stopped by Mr. Aizawa's badass capture weapon scarf. This all-time teacher warns his students not to make him use his erasure quirk too much, since it stops working when he blinks, and that really dries out his eyes. A small but annoying weakness. Mr. Aizawa then announces the test results, and despite one great throw, Midoriya is dead last. Fortunately, the whole expulsion thing was a lie to make the students try harder. A classic Aizawa gotcha. The next day, Class 1A gets their first legit hero training class with All Might.
I am here! Coming through the door like a hero!
They all put on their hero costumes provided by UA and head to the same training ground where they took the entrance exam. Midoriya decides to wear a homemade costume his single mother made for him because he's just a mama's boy at heart. All Might tells the class that they'll be splitting into teams for some 2-on-2 training exercises, with half the class playing the role of villains. The villain team will have to guard a nuclear weapon, while the heroes try to thwart their plans. For the first match, Midoriya and Uraraka will be the heroes against Bakugo and Ida. The second match starts. Bakugo rushes towards Midoriya to blow up this damn nerd, but what Midoriya lacks in control, he makes up for in analyzing and predicting his opponent's moves. He's been watching Bakugo fight for years and knows exactly how to counter, flipping him over and slamming him into the ground. Midoriya shouts that he is no longer a defenseless victim, and is reclaiming the Deku nickname Deku as his hero name. Bakugo screams at Midoriya that he hates him. Not exactly hero behavior there, Kacchan. But I suppose you're playing the role of villain, so I'll allow it this once. Episode 7, Deku vs. Kacchan. The next episode starts with a flashback showing us the source of Bakugo's hatred. See, when they were little kids, Bakugo always saw himself as superior to Midoriya, especially after his quirk manifested, which usually happens around 4 years of age. One day, Bakugo fell down into a river, and Midoriya offered a helping hand. Bakugo took this as an insult, declared that he never needs pity or help from Midoriya, and has hated him ever since. Seriously? That's your villain origin? A little boy was nice to you once. Ugh, I can already feel a majorly unearned redemption arc coming. Dang it! Back in the present, Midoriya is able to hold his own against Bakugo, even without using One For All. Armed with just his knowledge and some capture tape, similar to Aizawa's scarf, he dodges every single one of Bakugo's moves. While those two are busy, Uraraka reaches the weapon that Ida is guarding. Midoriya plans to capture Bakugo and make it a 2-on-1 fight, but it ain't gonna be easy. Bakugo shows off his new grenade gauntlets that store up his explosive sweat and starts dominating Midoriya in explosive close quarters combat. He tries to goad Midoriya into using his new quirk, but when Midoriya refuses, Bakugo launches a massive charged-up blast. The two boys charge at each other, and Midoriya is finally ready to use One for All. He launches a Detroit Smash, not at Bakugo, but at the ceiling. This creates debris that Uraraka can touch to make it float, and then send flying at Ida as a weapon. This risky move allows the hero team to reach the nuclear weapon and claim victory, but it leaves Midoriya wide open to Bakugo's attack.
The hero team wins!
Once again, Deku has won at the cost of severe injury to himself. Episode 8. Bakugo. Bakugo is distraught at this turn of events. Not because he almost just killed a classmate, of course, but because he somehow lost to Deku. Midoriya goes to the nurse's office, and All Might basically just tells Bakugo to move on. Good advice! In the next match, Mashirao Ojiri, a stoic martial artist with a big tail, is teamed up with Toru Hagakure, a cheerful girl who can literally never turn off her invisibility and is usually naked to maximize her quirk's abilities. Don't think about it too much. They're up against the hero team, multi-armed Shoji and Shoto Todoroki, a brooding badass with ice powers and half of his body covered up. Mysterious. Shoji can create more than just arms, it turns out, and uses some extra eyes and ears to quickly locate their opponents. Then, Todoroki launches a giant ice attack that covers the whole building, freezes the villains to the ground, and secures the heroes a super quick victory. I'm thinking this guy is one to keep an eye on. Later, after all the matches have been concluded, Midoriya has fully recovered and returns to class just as they're all heading home. The others all congratulate Midoriya on his victory and quick thinking, but Bakugo is nowhere to be seen. Midoriya runs ahead and finds Bakugo to tell him that he just recently acquired this quirk and wasn't hiding it. Bakugo doesn't want to hear it, and pitifully, he actually starts to cry. After losing his match and witnessing Todoroki's incredible power, Bakugo has just started to realize that he still has a lot to learn, and vows to never lose to Deku again. Elsewhere, a mysterious figure covered in disembodied hands reads a newspaper article about All Might becoming a teacher at UA. He wonders aloud what would happen if the symbol of peace were to be snuffed out by villains for good. Episode 9. Yeah, just do your best, Ida. Now it's time for Class 1A to choose their class representative. It's kinda sad how obviously Ida wants to be chosen, and even sadder when he gets 0 votes. Midoriya gets the most votes, with the intelligent and professional Momo Yaoyorozu as his deputy. While we're introducing her, Yaoyorozu's quirk allows her to produce almost any object she wants from her own body. The perfect quirk for a tactician like Momo. At lunch, Ida reveals that he comes from a whole family of famous speedster heroes. His older brother is the famous hero Ingenium, which is why Ida has such high expectations for himself. Suddenly, an alarm goes off. UA's campus has been breached by reporters looking to get some pictures of All Might. The students panic and create a stampede, but Ida quickly takes control of the situation and organizes all of the students in an orderly fashion.
What are you doing?
After seeing this, Midoriya decides to resign as class rep and give the job to Ida. He's the best man for the job, and let's be honest, he kinda needs this. Later, the class takes a field trip to participate in a rescue exercise. On the way there, Midoriya talks to Eijiro Kirishima, a hard-headed boy whose quirk literally gives him a super hard head, and Mina Ashido, an easygoing, alien-looking girl with acidic powers. There's also Denki Kaminari, who's not the brightest in the class but has some sweet electricity powers, and Minoru Mineta, the class pervert and by far the most hated character in all of MHA. I promise, we're like almost halfway through introducing this class. As soon as they reach their destination, a massive arena, the students are greeted by the astronaut-looking rescue hero 13. All Might is supposed to be here too, but he's running late because he couldn't help saving some people and needs time to recharge his hero form. Before Aizawa can explain the rescue exercise, a portal appears in the middle of the arena. A whole horde of villains and monsters step out, and Aizawa tells his students, this is not an exercise. Episode 10, Encounter with the Unknown. The bad guys are led by Tomura Shigaraki, aka the dude covered in hands, as well as a weird crow-looking monster and a dark void villain who created the portal they just used. They introduce themselves as the League of Villains, and realize their main target All Might is missing, but they might as well kill some students while they're here. Aizawa takes charge, telling 13 to evacuate the students and contact their teachers. 13 tries, but finds that communications have all been jammed. Mr. Aizawa then shows just what the pro-hero Eraserhead can do, and takes out a bunch of the villains with his capture scarf. The students try to escape, but the portal villain Kurogiri separates them and warps them all to different areas of the arena. The villains think that this fight is gonna be like taking candy from a baby and then beating up the baby. But everyone in Class 1A is determined to hold their own, go beyond their limits, plus ultra, yada yada yada, you get it. Midoriya has been warped onto a boat with Mineta and Asui, and they're being circled by aquatic villains. Midoriya just uses 2 fingers to flick the water with immense power and create a whirlpool. Mineta cries and whines a lot, but eventually fills the whirlpool with sticky balls that he can generate from his head. Yeah, I'm not sure how he passed the entrance exam either. The villains get trapped in the sticky vortex, and Asui leaps away carrying Midoriya with her frog tongue. Damn! These powers are actually kinda coming in clutch! Episode 11, Game Over. After escaping the shipwreck zone, Mineta and Asui both want to find the exit as soon as possible. But Midoriya convinces them that they should all go help Mr. Aizawa in the center of the arena. Meanwhile, Todoroki is effortlessly freezing villains in their tracks while trying to gather information about their plan. Yeah, he's just chill like that. I'm so sorry. Yaoyarozu and Kaminari have been teleported along with Kyoka Jiro, a rocker chick with wires coming out of her ears that can create sonic blasts. Villains begin to swarm them, and Kaminari tells the others he really can't control his electricity and would risk shocking them if he used it. Yaoyorozu creates an insulated sheet out of her own body and covers herself and Jiro. Kaminari is able to go all out and electrocutes every villain around them.
Now I don't have to worry about hurting my friends! You guys are free!
At the same time, Eraserhead is fighting Shigaraki, whose simple quirk Decay allows him to disintegrate anything he touches. Aizawa is able to hold his own, but his elbow is damaged by Shigaraki, who steps back to let the giant crow monster finish the job. And this grotesque thing is the perfect counter to Eraserhead, because it's super powerful even without using a quirk. Midoriya and the others arrive at the center of the arena just in time to see their teacher utterly defeated by this bioengineered monster called a Nomu. Elsewhere, thanks to the help of Rikido Sato, a straightforward brawler who gets stronger when he eats candy, and Hanta Sero, a Spider-Man ripoff who can shoot tape from his elbows, Ida is able to escape the arena to go inform the other teachers. With hero backup on the way, Kurogiri decides it is too risky for the villains to stay here, and tells Shigaraki that they must retreat. Shiggy, as the internet affectionately refers to him, wants to kill at least a few students before going home. He moves to attack Midoriya's group, but is frozen by the sudden appearance of All Might. Episode 12, All Might. All Might rips off his tie and shouts his iconic catchphrase.
Have no fear, students. Because I am here.
Well, one of them. I think he has like 4 or 5 at this point. Anyway, the symbol of peace takes out all the remaining fodder villains in an instant. Midoriya tries to warn All Might that the Nomu might be as strong as he is. But All Might just says, "Thanks, kid. I've got it from here." Midoriya and the other students evacuate with the injured Mr. Aizawa, while All Might stays with Shiggy and the Nomu, which is, coincidentally, the name of my favorite ska band. Everybody is confident that All Might can handle this, except for Midoriya, who knows that All Might isn't as strong as he once was. Thanks to some portal shenanigans from Kurogiri, the Nomu manages to grab All Might right in his injured spot. Midoriya runs to help, but both Bakugo and Todoroki want the glory of saving All Might for themselves. Well, Bakugo does. Todoroki is just that guy. Working together, they are able to break off some of the Nomu's limbs. But in addition to everything else, this beast has a healing quirk that lets him regenerate parts of his body. Way too OP. Shiggy starts monologuing about how heroes are the real bad guys in society, which is pretty hollow coming from a guy trying to kill kids. All Might tells him to shut up and starts an insane fistfight with the Nomu, where he pushes well past his limits. All Might overwhelms and defeats the Nomu with 300 hits. Although he says in his prime, he could have done it in 5. Shigaraki seethes in anger as his plans fall apart before his eyes. Episode 13, In Each of Our Hearts. In the season finale, Shigaraki starts to panic, but Kurogiri tells him that All Might must be at his limit, and this is the perfect opportunity to kill him. They both attack, and Midoriya breaks both of his legs by launching forward to intercept. Shiggy is about to grab and disintegrate Midoriya's face when he is suddenly shot in the arm. Ida has arrived with the pro hero Snipe, plus a ton of other heroes. Kurogiri can barely teleport himself and Shigaraki away before getting captured. All in all, I think we can call this first round against the League of Villains a draw. Exhausted, All Might reverts to his weak form. The cement hero Cementos uses his powers to prevent any of the students from seeing the scrawny All Might. Cementos can be trusted with this secret. He's rock solid. All the injured are brought to the infirmary, and everyone survives with just some bumps and bruises, and 2 broken legs, of course. Shiggy and the Void return to their hideout, an empty bar, where they communicate with their mysterious overlord. Shigaraki is pissed because he was promised by this shadowy master that All Might would be weaker than Nomu, but the voice just tells him to continue gathering elite villains and have patience. Later, Midoriya is in recovery and thanks All Might for saving them. All Might responds that it's the young heroes in training who deserve all the thanks.
I don't think there's ever been a group of first years who experienced a real fight like this so early in their training.
Midoriya is released from the infirmary and walks home with his new friends Uraraka and Ida. From the rooftops, another completely different mysterious figure watches them depart. And you know what? Before this first season comes to a close, let's finish up the Class 1A introductions. This is Koji Koda, a gentle, timid boy who can talk to animals. And this is Fumikage Tokoyaki, a falcon-headed badass with a powerful shadow that gets stronger in the darkness. Whew! Alright, that is all of them. Until we get to Class 1B. Crap! Season 2, Episode 1. That's the idea, Ochako. The second season starts, and news has spread that UA students were attacked by the League of Villains. All Might writes a letter to his former teacher recapping the events of the last season, and signs it with his civilian name Toshinori Yagi. Then, the UA faculty hold a meeting to discuss the attack, led by the adorable Principal Netsu. The police haven't been able to learn anything about Shigaraki or Kurogiri, and they're pretty much stuck waiting until the League makes another move. Thanks, police. Back in Class 1A, everyone is wondering who will fill in for Aizawa while he's in the hospital, when Aizawa shows up covered in bandages. Nothing can keep this man from doing his job, I swear.
Whoa, what a pro! Mr. Aizawa, I'm glad you're okay!
You call that okay?
He tells his students to forget about the League of Villains for now, because there is something much more important coming up. A tournament arc. No, I mean the UA Sports Festival. The Sports Festival is an annual event that has pretty much taken the place of the Olympics in this world. See, only licensed heroes are allowed to use their quirks in public, so this festival is one of the only opportunities to see proper fights between quirk users. And the better a student does in the festival, the more likely they are to be scouted by top hero agencies after graduating. Uraraka is super pumped to win, and tells Midoriya that she only wants to be a hero to make money for her family's struggling construction business. That's so nice! Then, All Might meets with Midoriya and tells him that after fighting the Nomu, he can now only maintain his hero form for about 50 minutes a day. He then tells Midoriya that he'll have to start training harder than ever to win the sports festival and become the new symbol of peace. But hey, no pressure. Episode 2, Roaring Sports Festival. As they're heading home one day, our heroes in training are stopped by a swarm of students from other classes. They're basically all just jealous because Class 1A are obviously all the main characters. See, in addition to the hero track, UA also offers support, management, and general education courses. A lot of these students were ones who wanted to be heroes but didn't quite make the cut. If they do well enough at the festival though, they might just be able to get transferred into the hero track. A villainous-looking boy with purple hair declares war on 1A and swears that he will take one of their places. Then, a boy from Hero Class 1B next door named Tetsutetsu enters. Yes, that is his real name. He wanted to get a look at the class that took on the real villains and survived. Bakugo is such a jerk to everyone that it doesn't take long before pretty much the whole school is revved up to take Class 1A down. Very diplomatic of you, Kachan. For 2 weeks, the students all train super hard, and the sports festival finally arrives.
Days passed.
In the locker room, Todoroki says that he noticed All Might taking a special interest in Midoriya, but he plans to beat him into the dirt anyways. Of course, this only motivates Midoriya even more. The first round of the festival is a classic obstacle course race for every first-year student in the school, and the obstacles in question are the giant robots from the entrance exam. I'm starting to see why this festival is so dang popular. I would definitely watch the Olympics more if they added giant robots. Todoroki freezes everyone in their tracks and takes the lead, leaving Midoriya wondering how he can pull ahead without snapping his legs again. Episode 3, In Their Own Quirky Ways. Kirishima notices that Tetsutetsu's quirk, which turns his body to steel, is pretty much the exact same as Kirishima's hardening quirk, but shinier. Every member of Class 1A cleverly uses their quirks to get around the giant robots, while Midoriya just runs and uses pieces of scrap metal to defend himself. Pretty soon, they reach the next obstacle, a giant chasm that can only be crossed by tightrope. Or, flying. Class 1A is dominating this race, but genius support student Mei Hatsume wants to show off as well. She uses hover boots and a grappling hook to cross without even using a quirk. Well, why doesn't Midoriya just do that? Todoroki is still way in the lead, and one of the spectators points out that he is the son of the famous Endeavor, a fire-based hero who is ranked number 2 in Japan, right behind All Might. Nepo baby alert! By the time they reach the final obstacle, a minefield, Bakugo has caught up to Todoroki. Not to be outdone, Midoriya uses a mine to blast himself forward and casually gets first place without ever using One for All. Todoroki comes in second, and Bakugo furiously comes in third, and the rest of 1A do well enough to move on. For the next round, the students will form teams of 4 and carry each other around, trying to earn points by stealing headbands from the other team. How much each headband is worth is based on how well students performed in the last round. This means that Midoriya's headband is worth 10 million points. Oh, and only the top 4 teams will move on. Is it heavy, Midoriya? The enormous target on your back? Episode 4. Strategy, strategy, strategy. Nobody wants to be on Midoriya's team since everyone will be coming after him. Even class rep Ida ditches him to join Todoroki's team. Midoriya gets approached by Uraraka since she's got a major crush on him, and Hatsume, who wants the attention to show off her inventions. They are also able to recruit Tokoyami because nobody realizes just how sick his quirk is yet. And as soon as the match starts, they use anti-gravity plus a jetpack from Hatsume to shoot their whole group way up above the other teams. With Tokoyami's Dark Shadow providing defense, Midoriya's team is able to protect their headband. The rest of Class 1A is not doing as well. Naito Monoma, a smug jerk from Class 1B, reveals that Class 1B did poorly in the first round on purpose, just so that they could hang back and gather intel on Class 1A's quirks, which is actually pretty clever.
Before we take down Deku, we're gonna kill every last one of these B-list idiots!
Just then, Midoriya's team comes face to face with Todoroki's team of Ida, Kaminari, and Yaoyorozu. Todoroki declares that he'll be taking those 10 million points for himself. Episode 5. Cavalry Battle Finale. Midoriya's team tries to keep a good distance between them and Todoroki, and to stay on his left side. See, Todoroki's right side has ice powers, but his left has fire powers. He has some major daddy issues though, and refuses to use fire like his famous father. Meanwhile, Monoma from 1B has stolen Bakugo's headband. When Bakugo tries to get it back, Monoma hardens his skin just like Kirishima, and uses an explosion of his own. Monoma reveals that his quirk allows him to copy someone's quirk for 5 minutes after touching them. Time is running out, so Ida unleashes his special move, Recipro Burst. His leg engines go into overdrive, and his team shoots across the arena in an instant, snagging Midoriya's headband. Using this move leaves Ida unable to move for a while, so Midoriya's team rushes to get their headband back. Midoriya finally uses One for All to create a blast of wind that knocks Todoroki off balance. Todoroki instinctively uses his fire to protect himself, but extinguishes it immediately. Midoriya grabs a headband, but it's the wrong one, worth only a measly 70 points.
This will be fine. I'm not actually going to hit him. I'm just slicing through the air to take out my opponent's defenses.
Not enough to get them into the top 4. Bakugo's team is at 0 points and refuses to give up. He launches himself at Monoma over and over until they are able to drag themselves up to 2nd place. The match ends with Todoroki's team at the top of the leaderboard. 3rd place goes to a team led by Hitoshi Shinszo, the purple-haired kid from the general education course. Midoriya thinks that they lost, but Tokoyami reveals his dark shadow snagged a headband at the last second, and they reached 4th place. Everyone celebrates their victories, except for Todoroki, who is furious with himself for using fire. Like I said, major daddy issues. Episode 6. The Boy Born with Everything. The 16 remaining students are organized into a bracket of one-on-one matches. They'll fight until one student is knocked out of the arena or admits defeat. Before they start, Todoroki pulls Midoriya aside and asks why his quirk is so similar to All Might's. He assumes that Midoriya is All Might's illegitimate son, which would explain why he's so eager to beat Midoriya. He's jealous that he actually has a cool hero dad. Elsewhere in the stadium, All Might and Endeavor are having a conversation. All Might tries to be a friendly guy, but Endeavor just replies that one day All Might will be replaced as the #1 hero. It's not a contest, man! I mean, it is, because they put rankings on it, but we're just trying to save people!
Do you really think I'd tell you anything I've taught the boy? You're all flash and no brains as usual. Out of my way.
Now that we've actually met the jerk, Todoroki explains to Midoriya why he hates his dad. When Endeavor was younger, he used his wealth to pay a woman with ice powers to marry him. He was only interested in creating a successor who had both fire and ice powers, and basically used his own family the same way a dog breeder would. Todoroki grew up with a mother who was deeply depressed, and at one point even poured boiling water on Todoroki's left side. Man, I can't believe the #2 hero is such a scumbag. I am sure that he won't get an unearned redemption arc. Right? And Midoriya calls after to say, hey, sorry about your crappy dad, but I'm still gonna beat you in the tournament. And Bakugo has secretly been listening to this whole thing. Anyway, the first matchup is Midoriya against the evil-looking Shinszo. Shinszo taunts Midoriya, but the second he tries to respond, he's frozen in place. Yeah, Shinszo's dastardly quirk allows him to literally mind control people, just by having them verbally respond to him. Episode 7. Victory or Defeat. With Midoriya under his control, Shinszo monologues about how everyone else is so lucky to have been born with heroic quirks. Since Shinszo was born with a shady power like mind control, people have judged him and assumed he was evil his whole life. Your look is not doing you any favors there, bud. He orders Midoriya to walk right out of the ring. He gets closer and closer, but right before crossing the line, Midoriya sees 8 silhouettes and One for All activates on its own. His fingers break themselves to create a wind blast and disrupt the mind control. Midoriya deduces that the figures he saw must have been the previous users of One for All. See, as the quirk is passed down, it gets stronger and stronger, and retains a little bit of each person who used it. With the mind control broken, Midoriya is able to just push Shinszo over and claim victory. Midoriya can't help but feel sympathy, since Shinszo is also just someone who wants to be a hero despite everyone telling them they can't. In the infirmary, Midoriya asks All Might about the figures he saw, but the big guy kinda dodges the question and says it was Midoriya's passion that let him break the mind control. Then, Todoroki is walking to the arena for his match when he runs into his dad. Endeavor tells his son that he is his greatest masterpiece and must surpass All Might one day. Todoroki just tells the bastard to get out of his way. Unfortunately, all the rage Todoroki is feeling is about to be unleashed on his opponent Sero.
Holy crap.
Tape Boy was not ready for that smoke, but the whole crowd chants nice try for him. Aww. Episode 8. Battle on, challengers. Now it's time for the lightning round. Kaminari is up against Ibara Shiozaki from 1B, a religious-coded girl who can control plants and vines. Sparky thinks this'll be a cakewalk and asks Shiozaki on a date, but she uses vines to insulate herself and toss Kaminari right out of the ring. Then it's Ida versus Hatsume, but she tricks Ida into showing off some of her inventions to potential investors, and then surrenders to give Ida the win. Ashiro beats Aoyama after he gets a tummy ache from using his belly laser too much. Then, Tokoyami destroys Yaoyoruzu by simply overwhelming her with attacks before she can create any objects. Next up is Kirishima versus Tetsu. But since they're pretty much the same person, the match drags on for hours until they knock each other out simultaneously, ending in a draw. In the waiting room, Midoriya and Ida try to help Uraraka strategize for her next match against Bakugo, but she rejects their help and says she wants to do this on her own. Do what? Lose?
This might be the most disturbing matchup.
I know. I almost don't want to watch it.
Episode 9. Bakugo vs. Uraraka. The final match of this round begins, and Bakugo lets Uraraka know immediately that he is not just gonna hold back. He launches forward and tries to blast her, but she takes off her jacket and uses it to fake him out. Even with that little trick, this match is seeming pretty one-sided. The crowd even starts booing Bakugo for being so rough on a girl, which Aizawa points out is pretty insulting to Uraraka. And sure enough, she's had a plan all along. All of the debris created by the explosions is now floating above the ring, and Uraraka sends it raining down onto Bakugo. But all the tricks in the world aren't gonna work against someone as insane and unrelenting as Bakugo. He just creates bigger and bigger explosions until Uraraka is knocked unconscious and Bakugo claims victory.
I'll win and be just like Deku!
In the infirmary, Uraraka beats herself up over the loss and is then cheered up by a phone call from her super supportive dad. Although, if he was really that supportive, wouldn't he be here right now? Everyone is buzzing with anticipation over the next match of Midoriya versus Todoroki. Even Shigaraki is watching at his hideout, with his master telling him these two boys may be a threat in the future. Midoriya encounters Endeavor in the hallway, and the number 2 hero tries to get in his head, but Midoriya brushes him off. Knowing Midoriya, he's not just gonna try to win, but also to help Todoroki process his trauma. I cannot wait to see. Episode 10. Shoto Todoroki Origin. The match kicks off with another massive ice blast from Todoroki, but Midoriya counters it with a Delaware flick. This pattern continues, but every time Midoriya blocks, he's breaking a finger, and he only has so many of those. Soon, Midoriya has broken every finger on his right hand, and then destroys his entire left arm to break some ice that was immobilizing him. Todoroki thinks this match is over and sends another ice blast, but Midoriya flicks it away using a broken finger, damaging it even further. Bro must be in agonizing pain. But he's not giving up. In fact, he lets Todoroki know he's pissed off that while everyone is out here giving their all, Todoroki is only using half his power just to spite his dad. Todoroki charges, but he's worn down from using all of these giant attacks, and the boys are actually pretty evenly matched. The pro heroes watching comment that if Midoriya goes much further, he could cause irreversible damage to his body. But Deku don't care. The fight drags on, but eventually, Todoroki recalls one good memory of his mother that he had forgotten. Before she threw boiling water on him and was sent to a psychiatric hospital, she told Todoroki to make his power his own. Todoroki's mental block is broken, and he decides to use his flame side for himself. Todoroki thanks his opponent for helping him overcome his daddy issues. Midoriya has achieved his goal of playing therapist, so both boys charge up one final attack to end the match. Cementos, fearing that these boys are literally gonna kill each other, creates a cement wall between them, but their attacks still obliterate the ring. When the dust settles, Midoriya is unconscious and out of bounds, leaving Todoroki victorious. Episode 11. Fight on, Ida. After the match, Endeavor congratulates his son and offers him a job as the number 2 hero's sidekick. Todoroki tells his old man to stuff it, and says that using his flame powers doesn't mean he's forgiven Endeavor in the slightest. Midoriya's arm is so messed up that even Recovery Girl can't fully heal it. He's gonna require surgery, and it still won't be able to repair all the damage. And he didn't even win! Was it really worth it? Midoriya tells All Might that he should find a different successor whose body isn't so breakable. All Might reveals that he also used to be quirkless, and Midoriya reminds him a lot of his younger self, so he's sticking with his choice. It's one of those super quick surgeries, so Midoriya returns to the stand only missing 2 matches. Ida beat Vine Girl with a single Recipro burst, and Tokoyami beat Ashido super quick as well. Then, Ida tries to call his older brother Ingenium to let him know how the festival is going, but Big Bro is busy tracking down an infamous hero killer known as Stain. And I'm sure that won't be super relevant later. Bakugo is now up against Kirishima, who won an arm wrestling match with Tetsu to break their tie. Bakugo overwhelms Hardhead with a barrage of explosions and eventually knocks him out cold. We're now down to the final 4. A match starts between Ida and Todoroki, and Ida tries to use his speed to kick Todoroki out of bounds before he can use any ice. But Todoroki just freezes Ida's engines and takes the W. And in the last semi-final between Bakugo and Tokoyami, Bakugo uses a special stun grenade blast to exploit Dark Shadow's weakness to light.
Did you know of my weakness before?
I figured it out by attacking over and over again.
Ida goes to join his classmates for the final match between Bakugo and Todoroki when he gets a call from his mother. She tells him that Ingenium is in critical condition after an encounter with Stain. Elsewhere, we see Stain, a bloodthirsty swordsman who truly lives up to his name, looking out over the city. He declares that All Might is the only true hero, and all others are pretenders that must die. Jesus! Even murderous psychopaths love All Might. Then, Kurogiri appears before Stain and says that he has an offer that Stain might be interested in. Episode 12. Todoroki vs. Bakugo. The final match once again begins with a massive ice blast, but Bakugo just tunnels straight through it using his blasts. At first, Todoroki is a little bit unsure about using his flames, but when he hears Midoriya cheering for him, he ignites his left side. Bakugo charges up his special move, Howitzer Impact, where he basically turns himself into a human missile. But at the last second, Todoroki has a memory of his parents and decides not to use his fire, and as a result, he gets blasted straight out of the ring. I guess some traumas can't be healed in a day. Bakugo has won, but he is furious that Todoroki didn't use his full strength. So furious that he literally has to be chained for the reward ceremony. Ida and Tokoyami share third place, but Ida is missing since he had to go visit his brother in the hospital. All Might presents the boys with their medals, but tells them to keep training in order to overcome their weaknesses. Bakugo tries to reject the gold medal, but All Might shoves it right into his mouth. Fitting. After this intense festival, Aizawa tells Class 1A that they'll get the next 2 days off of school. So, a weekend. Ida visits his injured brother in the hospital and promises to avenge him. Todoroki visits his mother in the psychiatric hospital to begin repairing their relationship. Everyone else goes home to their relatively normal families. And 2 days later, class is back in session. Episode 13. Time to pick some names. Back at UA, Ida lets everyone know that his brother is going to be out of a commission for a while, but he should pull through. Then, Aizawa enters without any bandages and tells his class it's time to pick their hero names so they can start working in the field with real pros. See, after the festival, Todoroki and Bakugo both got thousands of offers from pro heroes wanting to recruit them, and most of 1A got a good number of offers as well. Midoriya, on the other hand, he got 0 offers, since nobody wants to work with the kid who breaks a bone every time he attacks. Fortunately, even those who got no offers will still get assigned to a pro hero for a week-long internship. Then, the R-rated hero Midnight, who probably shouldn't even be allowed in a high school with the way she dresses, shows up and says she'll have final approval over hero names.
What you pick today could be your code name for life. You better be careful, or you'll be stuck with something utterly indecent.
Aoyama goes first and chooses the terrible name of Can't Stop Twinklin'. Awful. Then, Asui chooses the much better fitting Froppy. Kirishima is Red Riot, Uraraka takes Uravity, while some like Ojiro and Sato take boring old Tailman and Sugarman. Ida's brother wants him to take the name Ingenium for himself, but Ida doesn't think he's ready yet, so both him and Todoroki choose to stick with their real names for now. Bakugo tries Lord Explosion Murder and King Explosion Murder, but they're both rejected, and he doesn't even end up getting a name. We already know that Midoriya has decided to reclaim the name that was once used to bully him, Deku. And the rest? I'm sure we'll get to them sooner or later. Now, everyone needs to choose the hero agency they'll intern with. Midoriya gets an offer from All Might's old teacher, Gran Torino. But even All Might seems terrified of this old guy. When Midoriya reaches Gran Torino's house, he finds him dead on the ground. Episode 14. Bizarre. Gran Torino appears. Nah, this old guy was just kidding around. He's completely fine.
Whoa, he's dead!
I'm alive.
Ah, he's alive!
Senile as hell, but otherwise fine. After Gran Torino repeatedly forgets his new student's name, Midoriya tries to call All Might to let him know his old teacher may need to be put in a home. But Gran Torino suddenly gets serious and tells Midoriya to hit him with a full-powered smash. Midoriya doesn't want to hurt a senior citizen, but Torino starts using his jet quirk to bounce around the room at insane speeds. He's proving that Midoriya couldn't hurt him even if he tried. He starts striking Midoriya from behind and easily pins him to the ground, telling the boy he still has much to learn. Oh, and the whole senility thing was just an act. I love this little guy. Meanwhile, Ida is interning with a boring water-based hero. It's not a great gig, but he took it because it was in Hosu City, the place Stain attacked his brother. Despite the fact that Stain has killed plenty of professional heroes already, Ida thinks he can get some revenge of his own. For someone who cares so much about the rules, He's incredibly reckless. At that moment, Stain is meeting with the League of Villains. When he finds out Shigaraki's motivation is pretty much to destroy people he doesn't like, he tells him he's out. Stain may be a killer, but he actually has values. Professionals have standards, I guess. Every member of 1A starts training with their respective hero agencies. Bakugo is working with the glamorous number 4 hero Best Jeanist. Asui is working with the Marines, and Todoroki, for some reason, is working with his dear old dad. In their training, Gran Torino compares One for All to food heating up in a microwave. I guess that's exactly what Midoriya needed to hear, because he almost immediately learns how to spread his power evenly throughout his whole body instead of focusing it in one part. He calls this new style Full Cowl. Torino is impressed by his quick learning and challenges his new student to a rematch. Episode 15, Midoriya and Shigaraki. Torino gives Midoriya 3 minutes to land a hit in his new Full Cowl mode. The old man is crazy fast, but with One for All enhancing his entire body, Midoriya is much more agile as well. He's almost able to land a hit, but Grandpa Torino keeps slipping out of reach just in time. Time's up, and Midoriya didn't land a single hit. I guess he's got his next goal. Back at UA, All Might gets a small update from the police on what they've learned about the Nomu. Apparently, it used to be human, but was bioengineered into some kind of being that holds multiple quirks. The detective says this would only be possible if there was someone with the power to transfer quirks freely. The second he hears this, All Might gets super serious and states that he might be back. Don't worry, we will meet he soon enough. And over with the League of Villains, Stain has started to get a little hostile. Shiggy tells Kurogiri to warp him away, but Stain's quirk has somehow allowed him to freeze Kurogiri in place. But then they realize how much they have in common, like hating society and stop fighting.
If you don't turn out well, I'll take care of you later. You think you could get rid of me?
I'm free.
Stain heads back to Hosu City to kill more heroes, but Shigaraki has decided he can't trust Stain and sends 3 Nomu to go kill him. Coincidentally, Gran Torino and Midoriya happen to be in Hosu City too on a patrol. It's about to go down in Hosu Town. That night, chaos erupts as the Nomu start rampaging through the city. At the same time, Ida spots Stain about to kill a hero and draws his attention. Stain warns Ida to leave. He doesn't want to kill children, but he will if he has to. Ida announces that he is here for revenge, and Stain tells him to prepare for his certain death. Episode 16, Hero Killer Stain vs. UA Students. Midoriya and Gran Torino split up to look for the Nomu, and the old guy is the first to find one. Torino is able to dodge all the Nomu's attacks, but that just makes the thing get angry and decide to attack civilians instead. Endeavor shows up and scorches the Nomu before it can hurt anyone. He may be a terrible father, but he is the number 2 hero for a reason. Meanwhile, Ida is way out of his depth. Stain knocks him to the ground and stabs him in the shoulder. Then he licks Ida's blood off the blade, and Ida is unable to move. So that's how his quirk works. Stain tells Ida that by seeking personal revenge, Ida has proven himself unfit to be a hero like All Might. Right as he's about to finish Ida off, Midoriya shows up in full cowl and delivers a righteous smash to Stain's face. Ida begs Midoriya not to get involved, but you know Deku can't back down now. Midoriya starts the fight strong, but Stain only needs to get one tiny hit in, and now Midoriya is frozen. Thanks for the heads up, Ida! This time, it's Todoroki's turn to save his classmates. He shows up and blasts Stain with a stream of fire. Thankfully, Midoriya was smart enough to send out his location before starting the fight. Todoroki tells Midoriya that he's done a lot of soul searching since the sports festival, and he's ready to move forward in life using his fire side. Midoriya breaks free from Stain's power and starts working with Todoroki to fight Stain. It's not going well though, and Ida is forced to watch his two classmates struggle to clean up his own mess. Episode 17. Climax. Ida realizes that he hasn't been acting very heroic lately, but he starts making up for it by shattering Stain's sword with a recipro burst kick. He then asks Todoroki to cool down his overheating legs so he can use another kick called a recipro extend. Damn! He's got 2 special moves and most of 1A is still at 0. Catch up, you guys! Meanwhile, Endeavor and Gran Torino are still battling the Nomu. It's not only able to withstand Endeavor's Hellfire quirk, but to absorb it and send it right back. They realize that this one must not be as strong as the one All Might fought, and Gran Torino is able to defeat it by slamming it into the ground. Not to be undone, Endeavor flies over and incinerates a second Nomu's head. These gray Nomus are nothing! Over in the alley, Stain is struggling against these 3 kids. Through teamwork and determination, they bring the hero killer down. But before they can celebrate, the last Nomu swoops down and snatches Midoriya. Before it gets too far away, Stain licks some blood from the wounded Nomu and freezes it in mid-air. It seems that these students have really impressed Stain, and he now believes that they have earned the right to call themselves heroes. You know, this is really All Might's fault for setting the bar so damn high. As soon as Endeavor shows up though, Stain is raring for a fight again. The bandages fall from his face, and he lets out an intensely evil aura that makes even Endeavor step back.
Hero! I will reclaim that word!
And then Stain passes out from exhaustion. He may have lost to a couple high schoolers, but this guy is still seriously scary. Episode 18. The Aftermath of Hero Killer Stain. Shigaraki looks out over Hosu City, pissed that his Nomus weren't able to kill even a single hero. But he's not too worried, because he has something even more exciting planned for tomorrow. Midoriya, Todoroki, and Ida are all brought to the hospital, where they are reprimanded for going off and using their quirks without permission. How about a thank you for taking down the hero killer? As a compromise, they decide that the boys won't get in any trouble, but they also won't get any recognition for taking down Stain. All the credit will go straight to Endeavor. Hey, how can he ever reach number 1 if he doesn't steal glory from children now and then? Gran Torino calls All Might and fills him in on everything. They've both figured out that the one creating the Nomus must be All Might's old nemesis, All for One. Get it? The opposite of One for All? This won't be confusing at all, I swear. All for One is the same villain that gave All Might his crippling injury, and he killed the hero who used One for All before passing it down to All Might. Across the city, villains see the news of Stain's arrest and are inspired to be just like him.
Individual criminals are seeking out the organization that the hero killer Stain was connected to.
The League of Villains is about to get some new recruits. And let's be honest, they needed it. You can't have a league with just 2 guys. Episode 19. Everyone's Internships. While Midoriya continues resting in the hospital, we get a chance to see how the rest of 1A's internships are going. Bakugo is not enjoying himself, because Best Jeanist seems to be more interested in publicity and glamour than beating up bad guys. Uraraka is learning self-defense from the hero Gunhead, who ironically has a quirk that gives him guns in his arms. Gun arms doesn't sound as good though. Asui is working with the Navy and the SEAL hero Selkie. Look, not all quirks are created equal. Sometimes you get badass powers, sometimes you're just born a SEAL. Froppy gets to have a pretty fun sea adventure this episode and even beats up some pirates. Way cooler than any internship I ever had. Episode 20. Listen Up, A Tale from the Past. The week-long internships come to an end, and it's time for Midoriya to say goodbye to Grandpa Torino. After all of their training, Midoriya is now able to use 5% of One For All's true power without hurting himself. It may not sound like much, but it's a start. The kids all return to UA and share their experiences with each other. Midoriya and his boys are forced to lie and say they had nothing to do with Stain's arrest. Lame. Then, All Might shows up and tells the class that today they'll be doing a rescue training race through an industrial area. First up is Midoriya, Ida, Ashido, Sero, and Ojiro. They all start racing toward a distress signal, and Sero uses his tape to zip around and get an early lead. Then, Midoriya activates Full Cowl, and with just that 5%, he leaves all his classmates in the dust. He ends up losing his footing, injuring himself, and coming in last, but it was really impressive for a second there. Then, class ends, and we get some dumb shenanigans where pervy Mineta tries to peep on the girls' locker room. Nice job, Jiro, aka Earphone Jack. You really stuck it to grape juice.
That's Jiro's earphone, Jack!
Yeah, Mineta's hero name is just as lame as he is. Anyways, All Might is finally ready to tell Midoriya about the origin of One For All. It goes all the way back to when quirks first started appearing. It was naturally a pretty chaotic time in society, and eventually there came an evil man with the ability to steal and transfer quirks at will. This man, known as All For One, used his ability to take over all of Japan from the shadows. All For One also had a weak, quirkless younger brother, and out of pity, All For One gave him a quirk that would let him grow stronger over time. Well, it turned out that little bro wasn't quirkless at all, but actually had the unique ability to pass on his quirk to other people. And with that, One For All was born. Talk about a killer combo! All For One continued his evil reign, and even stole a quirk that allowed him to stop aging. His younger brother was never able to stop him, but eventually, after passing One For All down for generations and increasing its strength, All For One was finally defeated by All Might. But somehow, All For One returned. Now, it is Midoriya's destiny to one day face this man, and he must get as strong as possible before that moment. Then, we finally get our first look at All For One, and it seems he's carrying his own scars from his battle with All Might. He's hooked up to a bunch of machines and has no face. Now that's how you set up a final boss. Episode 21. Gear up for final exams. With 1 week until final exams, everyone in 1A is stressed the F out. Man, this semester flew by. Itsuka Kendo, the class rep and only member of Class 1B who actually seems chill so far, gives 1A a tip that she heard the exam will involve fighting robots again. Honestly, I could have predicted that. The school loves using robots. After 3 days of written exams, it's now time for the practical test. 1A thinks they know what to expect, but Principal Netsu tells them that they decided to change the test at the last minute. With the recent surge of villain activity, they want the students' training to be as realistic as possible. So instead of fighting robots, they'll be pairing up to fight their teachers. Man, I wish my school let us do that.
Originally, we used them to avoid complaints about people getting injured in the entrance exams, but they're just not challenging enough.
The exam will take place inside a giant warehouse, and students have 30 minutes to either escape the building or handcuff their teacher. First up is Kirishima and Sato versus Cementos. These two brawler students try to use brute force, but Cementos is able to just send an endless wave of cement walls at them. Without any kind of strategy, these two fail the test. These teachers are not going easy on them. Episode 22, Yaoyorozu Rising. Next up is Asui and Tokoyami, whose hero name is Tsukuyomi, after the Japanese moon god. They're against Ectoplasm, a bionic hero who can create clones of himself. Asui uses her tongue to launch Tokoyami and glide towards the exit, but it is blocked by a giant ectoplasm. Dark Shadow isn't strong enough to beat him, but he is crafty enough to slap on some handcuffs that Asui had swallowed earlier. Gross, but crafty. They pass. Next, Ida throws Ojiro on his back, and their fusion is enough to escape past the hero Power Loader, who's just a guy who's really good at digging holes. Then, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, hero named Creati, are facing Aizawa. How do you beat a guy who can turn off your quirk just by looking at you? Eraserhead captures Todoroki with his scarf almost instantly.
He's coming!
I'm sorry!
If you know I'm here, then you should be acting. I would suggest that you prioritize evasion.
Leaving Yaoyorozu by herself. She's lost all confidence in herself after losing the sports festival, and can't stop second-guessing every decision. Todoroki encourages her by saying there is nobody in 1A he would rather be paired with than her. Determined to prove herself, Yaoyorozu creates a flash grenade to blind Aizawa and free Todoroki. Then, she creates robes that will hopefully protect them from the erasure quirk. Aizawa captures them easily, but those were actually just mannequins acting as decoys. They use a catapult to launch their own capture weapon at Aizawa and tie him up nicely. Momo's got her groove back. Episode 23, Stripping the Varnish. Things are not going so well for Uraraka and Aoyama in their match. They're being sucked up by 13's black hole quirk. Twinkletoes decides that it's the perfect time to ask Uraraka if she has a crush on Midoriya. This embarrasses her so much that she lets go of the railing she's holding on to. 13 shuts off the black hole so Uraraka doesn't get killed, which leaves 13 wide open to get pinned down by Uraraka. I don't think they planned that, but a win is a win.
Is it because you like him?
Next up, Kaminari and Ashido are facing off with Principal Netsu, whose quirk simply gives him an insanely high IQ. Principal Fuzzy uses a crane to perfectly demolish every escape route. They fail, and honestly, the two dumbest students of 1A never stood a chance. Then, Jiro and Kora, aka Anima, go up against the super loud Present Mic. Jiro and Present Mic both use sound attacks and are evenly matched, but Kora overcomes his fear of bugs and orders a bunch of ants to attack his teacher. Shoji and Hagakure are able to handcuff Snipe, while Mineta and Sero are able to escape from Midnight. All that's left is Midoriya and Bakugo versus All Might. How is that fair? Episode 24, Katsuki Bakugo Origin. Midoriya wants to create a clever strategy to escape, but of course, Bakugo isn't listening and rushes forward to try and handcuff All Might by himself. Poor Midoriya. We've all been in a group project with someone like Bakugo. All Might has them completely outclassed, and Bakugo's explosions can't even scratch the big guy. Bakugo says he would rather lose than work together with a damn nerd. Then, Midoriya points out he'll never become the #1 hero if he can't pass a simple test. And Bakugo reluctantly agrees to try using teamwork. Midoriya takes one of Bakugo's grenade gauntlets to surprise All Might from behind. All Might is completely unfazed though. He breaks both gauntlets and blasts the boys away with a New Hampshire smash that almost breaks Midoriya's back. We're still on the same side, right, All Might?
New Hampshire!
Bakugo overcomes his limits to create even stronger explosions that can actually push All Might back and launches Midoriya towards the exit gate. Bakugo severely injures himself in the process, and All Might pins him down to prevent him from hurting himself further. Midoriya refuses to escape on his own and hits All Might with a 5% smash. All Might has reached his limit, and Midoriya is able to escape carrying an unconscious Bakugo. In the infirmary later, Recovery Girl yells at All Might for beating up his students so badly, but he knew they would be able to handle it. Meanwhile, at the League of Villains HQ, a couple evil new recruits have just arrived. Episode 25, Encounter. These new villains are Dabi, a rude teen covered in burn scars, and Himiko Toga, an insane young serial killer who is always fangirling out over villains. Shigaraki thinks the League can do much better than these two brats and almost attacks them, then just storms out. What a drama queen! Back at UA, the students who failed the exam are worried they won't get to go to a super cool summer training camp. But this school is really pretty soft, and Aizawa tells them that everyone will get to go regardless of their exam scores. The whole class goes shopping together to prepare for this week-long camp, and are immediately recognized from their performances at the sports festival. Midoriya and Uraraka get separated from the group, and this girl is still so embarrassed about her crush that she runs away from him. Midoriya is then approached by someone he thinks is a fan, but it is actually none other than Tomura Shigaraki. Uh-oh. Shigi puts his hands on Midoriya's neck and threatens to cause a massacre if Midoriya makes any moves. Apparently, he needs Midoriya's help to figure out why he hates both Midoriya and Stain so much. And after a quick conversation, he realizes it's because they both worship All Might. Uraraka decides to turn back and apologize for being weird, and tells Shigaraki to get away from Midoriya. Shigi isn't looking for a big fight here, so he just walks away, stating that his new goal is to crush All Might.
Now I know what I'm working toward. To create a world without All Might.
I'll be honest, I thought that was his goal already. Midoriya tells All Might about this encounter. They resolve to take down the League of Villains, and the second season comes to an end in a pretty underwhelming way. Good thing there's still 6 more! Season 3, Episode 1, Game Start. The third season kicks off with a full episode, basically just recapping everything that's happened so far. Hey, that's my job! The whole class goes to the pool together, talk about how determined they are to become heroes, and there's some more pervy shenanigans from Mineta. By the end, Class 1A is ready for their training camp to begin.
I'm gonna annihilate you, Deku. And you too, Icy Hot! You bastard!
And Shigaraki implies that he's planning to crash their party. Come on, it's summer break! Let him relax a bit! Episode 2, Wild Wild Pussycats. Class 1A and Aizawa arrive at their mountaintop camp where they will be trained by the famous pro-hero team, the Wild Pussycats. These fierce, cat-themed heroes are led by the tough Mandalay. There's also the adorable Ragdoll and Pixie Bob, plus the hulking Tiger. Mandalay wastes no time and tells 1A they'll have to reach their lodge at the base of the mountain on foot by noon if they want to eat lunch. To make it even harder, Pixie Bob uses her quirk to create monsters out of dirt for them to fight. They don't reach the lodge until well into the evening, dirty, exhausted, and starving. Woohoo! Summer break! At the lodge, Midoriya meets Kota, a little boy that Mandalay introduces as her nephew. Midoriya tries to be friendly, but Kota punches him in the nuts, causing Bakugo to become an immediate fan of Kota.
That brat's got spunk.
He's like a mini version of you.
What are you talking about? You can just shut your mouth before I blast you all the way to hell!
The class enjoys a huge feast for dinner, then goes to relax in the hot springs where, you guessed it, Mineta tries to peep on the girls. Really? This crap is every episode now? Later, Midoriya asks Mandalay why Kota seems to dislike heroes so much, and she tells him that Kota's parents were pro-heroes who died in the line of duty. Maybe they should have tried being better heroes. Episode 3. Kota. On day 2 of the training camp, Class 1B shows up to join the fun. Late as usual. 1B's homeroom teacher Vlad King tells his students that they'll have to work twice as hard to catch up. These two classes spend all day strengthening their quirks, each student training with the pussycat best suited to them.
This increases the attack's range and lets him use it even with tummy issues.
At dinner time, Midoriya notices Kota is missing, and Mandalay says he's probably at his hideout up on a cliff. Midoriya brings him some curry and tries to cheer the kid up about his dead parents, but it doesn't work. Meanwhile, you already know the League of Villains is nearby overlooking the camp. They've really gotta stop going on field trips. The League has sent all its newest recruits and calls them the Vanguard Action Squad. Not the most villainous name, but cool! We've got Dabi and Toga, but there's also the gas mask wearing Mustard, the chill Magne, and a spooky guy in a straitjacket named Moonfish. Also a ninja turtle named Spinner, and a super muscular guy named, well, Muscular. And that's not even all of them. As Dabi says, they're waiting for 3 more before attacking. They roll deep! These students keep training, and Midoriya keeps thinking about ways he could convince Kota that heroes are cool actually. He asks Mr. Aizawa what to do, and Sensei says that actions always speak louder than words. He also says that it's none of Midoriya's business, and he probably shouldn't get involved. All good advice, really. At night, the students enter a dark forest and split up to play a training game. What could go wrong? Everything. Before long, the forest fills up with poison gas that knocks out some of the members of 1B. At the same time, Dabi starts massive fires with his blue flames. The attack has begun. Midoriya rushes to check on Kota at his hideout, but Muscular has already found the little guy. Episode 4. My Hero. While all this is going on, Aizawa is back at the cabin with all the students who failed final exams. Suddenly, Mandalay uses her telepathy quirk to tell everyone that villains are attacking. Mr. Aizawa runs outside and is immediately hit with a blast of blue fire, which is even hotter than red fire. Look it up. Over in the forest, Tetsu is handing out gas masks created by Yaoyorozu. He gives one to Kendo, who suggests they retreat, but Tetsu doesn't care. It's 1B's turn to have their lives endangered at school. Guys, you're not gonna believe this coincidence, but Muscular is the same villain that killed Kota's parents. Yeah, and once he sees Kota, he's decided that it's the perfect opportunity to end the bloodline for good. Midoriya swoops in and grabs Kota right as Muscular is about to smash him. Muscular tells Midoriya that their orders are to kill him and capture Bakugo. Midoriya asks what the League wants with Bakugo, but is distracted and gets punched hard. He responds with a 5% smash, but it is completely ineffective against this dude's bulging quirk-enhanced muscles. Poor Deku is completely outmatched here, and no backup is coming. This Muscular guy is a real a-hole too, as he keeps taunting Kota about his parents. Midoriya isn't about to let another hero die in front of this poor little kid. He charges One For All up to 100%. Damage to his body be damned. He lands a smash that breaks his right arm, but it still isn't enough. Muscular gets right back up after having absorbed the impact. Even with his injury, Midoriya holds his ground and refuses to let Muscular pass, determined to show Kota the importance of heroes. But it's just not enough, and Midoriya is about to be crushed when Kota uses his own quirk to splash Muscular with water. Who's the hero now? Midoriya uses this distraction to combine 2 of his special moves and create the 1,000,000% Delaware-Detroit smash. Don't worry, I checked. The math is good.
One for all! 1,000,000%! Delaware!
This insanely powerful hit bursts the villain's bulging muscles and knocks him out cold. Episode 5. Drive it home, Iron Fist. Midoriya's arm is seriously messed up, but he's still determined to go check on his other classmates. He throws Kota on his back and runs back to camp. Meanwhile, Aizawa is able to easily defeat Dabi, but it turns out to be just a clone of him created by the masked villain Twice. Twice can create weaker copies of people that still have their quirks intact. As if the League didn't have enough people already! Midoriya delivers Kota to safety, then reaches Mandalay so she can transmit a telepathic message. She warns everyone that the League is here for Bakugo and possibly other students. Everyone Midoriya sees tries to convince him that he should probably go rest, but he pushes on into the forest. Nearby, Tetsu and Kendo try to find the villains spreading poison gas. They go to where the gas is thickest and find Mustard, who pulls a gun on them and shoots off Tetsu's gas mask. Ah, the most powerful quirk of all. A gun! Kendo uses her quirk that enlarges her hands and waves away the gas enough for Tetsu to land a knockout punch on Mustard. Okay! So 1B isn't completely useless.
Because when everyone else is ready to give up...
Midoriya then bumps into Shoji, who is missing an arm. They are both warned to run away by Tokoyami. See, in complete darkness like this, Tokoyami's dark shadow grows extra powerful, but now he's lost all control. He's basically a were-raven. Episode 6. Roaring Upheaval. Apparently, Dark Shadow went fully berserk after Shoji's arm was chopped off by Moonfish, even though he can just grow it back. Shoji asks Midoriya for help in pacifying Dark Shadow and tells him to choose between helping Tokoyami and looking for Bakugo. Midoriya chooses both. They lead Dark Shadow straight to where Bakugo and Todoroki are battling Moonfish, a psycho who can shoot his teeth out like blades. The powered-up Dark Shadow pins Moonfish with one arm, breaks his teeth, and sends him flying. Yeah, Birdbrain might actually have one of the strongest quirks in 1A. Then, Bakugo and Todoroki create light with their quirks that brings Dark Shadow back under control. Meanwhile, Uraraka and Asui are fighting the very talkative Toga. This little maniac doesn't even show off her quirk in this fight. She's just really good with a knife and loves collecting blood. Toga sniffs Uraraka at one point and can tell it's the smell of someone in love. She taunts Uraraka about having a crush. No, her biggest weakness. And Toga starts draining her blood. Midoriya and the others show up just in time, causing Toga to quickly retreat. Midoriya asks the girls to help protect Bakugo, but oops! Both Bakugo and Tokoyami have mysteriously disappeared. The theatrical Mr. Compress appears in the trees and says he turned them both into tiny marbles. It's just one thing after another tonight! With Bakugo captured, all the villains begin to retreat. Mr. Compress is too fast to catch on foot, so Midoriya combines Uraraka's anti-gravity with a tongue catapult from Asui to launch his group forward. Toga meets up with Dabi and Twice, telling them that she was only able to collect one student's blood. Out of nowhere, Midoriya, Todoroki, and Shoji all slam into the ground with Mr. Compress underneath them. Oh, and Twice is freaking out because he has multiple personalities. They're not the sanest bunch of bananas. Episode 7. What a twist! Getting right into the action, Mr. Compress turns himself into a marble so that Dabi can blast the whole group with a fireball. From there, it turns into a 3-on-3 brawl. Shoji thinks that he grabbed the marbles of Bakugo and Tokoyami at one point, but they were just decoy marbles. The real ones were in Mr. Compress's mouth the whole time. Ew. Aoyama, who has been hiding out of cowardice this whole time, finally decides to help and shoots a belly laser at Mr. Compress, knocking the marbles out of his mouth. Shoji manages to get Tokoyami's marble, but Dabi grabs Bakugo and all three villains escape through a portal. Bakugo is turned back into a human, and Midoriya watches as his friend is dragged away before his eyes. Nobody died, and police were able to arrest Muscular, Moonfish, and Mustard, but tonight was still a huge loss. The next day at UA, hordes of reporters show up to ask how they could let a student get kidnapped from a field trip. Netsu claims that the media is slandering UA and that this is exactly what the villains want, but I feel like they're right to ask these questions. This school gets attacked every other day. Then, All Might gets a call from the police telling him they've located the League's hideout. Apparently, as the villains were retreating, Yaoyorozu managed to slap a tracking device onto one of them. Over at the hideout, the villains tie up Bakugo and enjoy all the publicity they're getting. Midoriya and his friends are told to stand down and rest while the adults take care of this. If you think that's gonna happen, you don't know Deku. Episode 8. From Ida to Midoriya. Class 1A is split on whether they should try and help or just leave it to the pros. But let's not forget that Midoriya was seriously injured fighting Muscular. The doctor tells him that he has greatly degraded the structure of his bones, and if he sustains another injury like this, he may paralyze his arms for good. Undeterred by this, Midoriya, Todoroki, Kirishima, and Yaoyorozu plan to rescue Bakugo by themselves. Ida tries to stop them, saying they're committing the same mistake he made with Stain. Midoriya says this is different because it isn't about revenge, but Ida straight up punches him in the face. You think that'll stop him? This guy will break his own arms just for kicks. Midoriya promises that they'll at least try to avoid fighting and will rescue Bakugo covertly. Ida apologizes for the punch and decides to go with them. It's a class rep's job to keep an eye on his fellow scholar after all. Over at the League hideout, apparently the whole reason they wanted Bakugo was because they saw what a jerk he was at the sports festival and thought he could be easily converted to evil. They think by recruiting a UA student, the public will turn on UA, and by extension, All Might. But while Bakugo may be an insufferable bully, he's not evil. The second that they loosen his restraints, Bakugo blasts that stupid hand right off Shigaraki's face and says he will never join them. Episode 9. All for One. Shigi is unfazed by this, and says if Bakugo won't listen to reason, they'll just have to change his mind a different way. Then, Shigaraki asks his master One for All to lend him his power. Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu uses the tracker she placed to lead the students to the League hideout. Unfortunately, none of them have stealth quirks, and they really didn't think this far ahead. They sneak around the back of the building and see that this is the factory where they've been creating the Nomu. Back at UA, All Might is putting together a rescue team that includes all the teachers, Endeavor, Best Jeanist, and the Wild Pussycats. And their plan is foolproof. The League of Villains gets a knock at the door by someone claiming to be delivering pizza, and then All Might smashes through the wall. It's genius, right? Gran Torino, Kamui Woods, and the ninja-like Edge Shot all rush in to subdue the villains immediately.
I got a pizza delivery here.
Meanwhile, Mount Lady smashes up the Nomu factory, and Best Jeanist uses his super strong denim fibers to tie up the remaining Nomu. It turns out that with a little prep time, these pro heroes are actually pretty dang good at their jobs. Gran Torino asks Shigaraki where All for One is, when suddenly, Nomus start getting teleported in. But Kurogiri is restrained, so this is someone else's doing. Then, there's a massive explosion at the factory, and everyone there comes face to face with All for One himself. Episode 10, Symbol of Peace. All for One using his own teleporting quirk to bring every villain plus Bakugo over to the factory. Everyone from 1A is frozen in fear and watches as All for One effortlessly punches a hole through Best Jeanist. This guy has gathered so many quirks over the years that he's got like pretty much a bit of everything. Flight, super strength, you name it, he's got it. But have no fear because All Might is here. All for One is confident he can win this because while All Might has been growing weaker, All for One has only been getting stronger. On top of that, All Might is holding back because he doesn't want to risk hurting Bakugo with the shockwaves. So Midoriya knows they've gotta get Bakugo out of there. Todoroki creates an ice ramp for the others to launch off of. Kirishima, the one person Bakugo might actually consider a friend, calls out to his bro. Bakugo blasts himself towards them and is brought to safety. All Might declares he will not let All for One escape again and destroys his protective mask. Unfortunately, All for One is unhurt, and All Might starts to revert to his weaker form. All for One says that All Might sounds exactly like the previous holder of One for All, Nana Shimura. Introducing a dead character at the end of an episode? I think that means it's flashback time! Episode 11, One for All. When All Might was younger, he was a quirkless wannabe hero just like Midoriya. Nana Shimura helped put him on the right path just like he's doing for Midoriya now. Aww. In the present, All for One taunts All Might, telling him he is weak just like Shimura was. Gran Torino tells All Might to focus up, and reminds him that these taunts were how All for One was able to injure him last time they fought. Around the world, people watch a live broadcast of the fight, knowing that if All Might loses, there will be nobody to stop All for One. Everybody sees All Might's weaker form for the first time and starts to lose hope. All Might remains steadfast and says that his body may be weak, he will always be the symbol of peace. That's why he's number one. To distract him even further, All for One reveals that Shigaraki is actually Shimura's grandson. Yeah, the grandkid of All Might's teacher is now the disciple of the man that killed her. All Might starts to break down, but everyone cheers him on and shouts that he is their last hope. All for One creates a giant arm to smash All Might, but the number one hero summons up every ounce of strength he has left and meets the punch mid-air. Every trace of One for All left in All Might is concentrated into one attack: the United States of Smash. All for One lays on the ground, defeated. All Might raises his fist in victory, but everyone knows this was the symbol of peace's last fight. He smiles, he points right at the camera, and says, "You're next." Most people think that this is a warning to other villains, but Midoriya knows this message was for him. The torch has officially been passed. Episode 12, End of the Beginning, Beginning of the End. All for One is taken into custody, but every other villain from the League manages to escape. Hey, it's still a win. In the hospital, All Might confirms that he'll never be able to use his hero form again. He asks Gran Torino how Shigaraki could be Shimura's grandson. Apparently, when Shimura was the wielder of One for All, she gave up her only son in order to protect him from the dangerous life of a hero. No judgment, but maybe if she spent just a little more time with her family, we wouldn't even be in this mess. Just saying. Eventually, all the students return home, and things are really heating up at the Todoroki household. Now that All Might is retired, Endeavor is officially the number one hero. But this isn't how he wanted to claim that title. Todoroki watches his dad stomp around and light the house on fire, refusing to accept a position he didn't earn. based on this behavior, I'd agree. This petty bastard definitely doesn't deserve the #1 spot. Then, All Might and Aizawa travel to each student's home and tell their parents about a new plan. Since villains keep attacking UA students, they think it would be best if the students just came to live on campus. Some families are harder to convince than others. We get some interesting insight into Bakugo's home life when his mom hits him and tells him it's his fault he got kidnapped because he's so weak. Now we know where he gets it.
You kidding? Hell yeah, get this kid in a dorm room!
You hack! Hit me again and I'll kill you!
Midoriya's mother wants to pull him out of UA entirely. After all, he's been severely injured like a dozen times already. But Midoriya shows his mom a letter from Kota, thanking Midoriya for saving his life and reigniting Kota's love for heroes. All Might promises to look after Midoriya, and Mrs. Midoriya finally gives in. Then, we see All for One being transferred to the special villain prison Tartarus. He just smiles and says he has faith that Shigaraki will be able to continue All for One's evil goals. Episode 13. Moving into dorms. UA High quickly builds some new dormitories, which is easy when you have a teacher who can summon concrete at will. Natsu says this won't just let them keep a closer eye on the students, but will also allow them to investigate whether there's a student leaking information to the villains. My money's on the quiet kid who can talk to bugs. While everyone is moving in, Aizawa yells at his students for trying to rescue Bakugo on their own. He tells them they would all be expelled if the world didn't need heroes so badly right now. The rest of the episode is just tours of everyone's dorm room. Midoriya's is full of All Might merch. Shoji's room is just completely empty, and nobody even wants to see whatever sick crap Mineta is hiding in his room. I can't wait to see what other mischief they get into at the new UA boarding school. Episode 14. Create those ultimate moves. The next step for the students of 1A is to get their provisional hero licenses, so that they can actually try to help people without getting yelled at. Aizawa warns them that the license exam is famously difficult, with only a 50% passing rate. To prepare, they're gonna need to spend some time developing ultimate moves. Midoriya struggles to come up with an ultimate move that doesn't involve exploding his arm bones. All Might tells him that he is trying too hard to imitate the symbol of peace, and needs to develop his own fighting style. If only there was something that was like arms, but lower. Then, Midoriya, Uraraka, and Ida go pay a visit to Hatsume to ask about getting upgrades to their costumes. Hatsume gives Ida some engines to put on his arms that send him flying right into the ceiling. This gives Midoriya the brilliant idea that if he can't use his arms as much, he'll just have to start kicking a lot. 4 days later, he's got a new suit and a new ultimate move. First, we see Bakugo's AP shot, a focused blast that punches a hole through thick concrete. Tokoyami has developed Black Abyss, where he basically wears dark shadow-like armor. A piece of debris starts falling onto All Might during the training, and Midoriya smashes it with a kick. This is his new full cowl shoot style. To me, it just looked like a kick, but cool name! Episode 15. The Test. On the morning of the licensing exam, Class 1A travels to a giant arena. This test isn't just for UA students, as it will include hero schools from all around the country. Here we go again with introductions. They meet Inasa Yorashi, a wildly enthusiastic first year from the number 2 hero school, Shiketsu High. Apparently, Yorashi was accepted to UA but turned it down for reasons.
I wanted to say it just once, plus ultra! See, I really love UA High School!
Mr. Aizawa starts getting hit on by Ms. Joke, a teacher from Ketsubutsu High who can make people laugh uncontrollably. One of her students, Shinszo, cheerfully greets Class 1A and encourages them all to do their best. why does it feel like he knows something Class 1A doesn't? Then, Mr. Mera, an exhausted-looking employee of the Hero Public Safety Commission, explains how the exam will work. There are over 1,500 students here, but only 100 will pass the first stage. Sounds like a lot less than 50% to me. Each student will be given 6 red balls and 3 targets they must attach to their own bodies. If all 3 of your targets are hit, you're out, and whoever hit the 3rd target gets a point. The first 100 to get 2 knockouts while protecting their own targets will move on. Midoriya suggests that Class 1A all work together, but Bakugo, Todoroki, and Kirishima all go off on their own. The second exam starts. Everyone targets Class 1A since their quirks are widely known. Mr. Aizawa watches from the stands and tells Ms. Joke that he isn't worried. His students may be the center of attention, but that's just because they're on a whole different level from most of the Jokers here. Everyone from the other schools start hurling their balls at 1A, but they use their new ultimate moves to defend themselves. Ashido, aka Pinky, uses her acid veil technique to create a sticky defensive wall and protect her classmates. Then, Shindo from Ketsubutsu uses his vibration quirk to cause a massive earthquake. Then, Yorashi from Shiketsu uses his powerful whirlwind quirk to shoot dozens of balls with a gust of wind, and he eliminates 120 competitors at once.
I'm so looking forward to it!
All this chaos forces 1A to split up, and Midoriya has one of his targets hit by the sneaky, skin suit-wearing Kami. She keeps disappearing right in front of Midoriya, then pins him down and sexily asks why he wants to be a hero.
Hey! This is part of the test! Oh, no? Okay.
Then, Midoriya sees Uraraka about to be eliminated by other students and rushes to save her. They hide behind some rubble, but as soon as Midoriya's back is turned, Uraraka tries to eliminate him. He stops her and says he already figured out that this isn't the real Uraraka, because the real one wouldn't have needed to be saved. Kami's disguise melts away, and she attacks Midoriya in the nude.
Is this part of the test? Please!
The real Uraraka arrives with Sero, and Kami makes a naked retreat. Meanwhile, Todoroki is in trouble facing off with a group of ninjas from a ninja school. I'm not sure what the point of the ninja thing is when you all have superpowers, but they look cool and they have some quirks ideal for taking down Todoroki. Too bad this is the only appearance they'll ever make in this show. Episode 17, Class 1A. Todoroki is being forced back by water quirks, but then realizes the industrial area he's in is a perfect environment for him. He creates the ninja's greatest weakness, a huge explosion. He uses his fire to blow up a giant tanker and eliminates the incapacitated ninjas. Bye, ninjas! See ya never! Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu is in a battle of wits against an opponent with an IQ-bursting quirk named Psycho Intelli. She gets locked inside a room with Asui, Jiro, and Shoji, and freezing air starts blasting in. Intelli expects Yaoyorozu to spend all her energy creating blankets to block the vents, but instead, she goes on the offensive. She creates a giant amp to boost Jiro's sonic blast and knocks out everyone working with Intelli.
Struggling in vain!
Elsewhere, Bakugo, Kirishima, and Kaminari are fighting a second year from Shiketsu named Seiji Shishikura. Shishikura attacks Bakugo, but Kirishima jumps in the way and gets turned into a weird lump of flesh. Ugh. Out of all the quirks we've seen, that's maybe the last one I would want to have used on me. Bakugo uses his new rapid-fire special move to blast away a bunch of flesh balls, but Shishikura is undaunted. Has Bakugo met his match in Meatball Man? Episode 18, Rush. Shishikura tells Bakugo that he doesn't even care about passing this test. He just wants to eliminate as many UA worms as he can. He flanks Bakugo from the side and turns him into a meatball as well. It's up to Kaminari, aka Charge Bolt, to save the day. And fortunately, he's got an ultimate move up his sleeve as well. With his new lightning rod discs, Kaminari can shoot a powerful and accurate bolt instead of just discharging wildly. Pause. He shocks Shishikura, causing Bakugo and Kirishima to revert back to normal. Then, they hit Shishikura with a combined attack. The boys eliminate other students that had been turned into meatballs, and all 3 of them pass. The rest of 1A that hasn't passed yet is running out of time. Aoyama tries to help out his classmates by shooting a laser into the sky and drawing all the competitors right into him. This beacon allows the rest of 1A to find each other and use teamwork to eliminate these pesky NPCs. Pretty soon, the 100 spots are filled, with every member of 1A moving on. These are some formidable freshmen. Meta informs the group that the second and final phase of the test will involve rescuing civilians. So, I think we can go ahead and safely fail Bakugo right now. Episode 19. Rescue Exercises. A group of professional actors will pretend to be people trapped in a disaster zone, and they'll grade students on both efficiency and personality. Yeah, okay, see you later, Bakugo. While preparing for this phase, Mineta learns that Midoriya got to fight a naked chick and freaks out! Uraraka isn't too happy about it either. Also, Inasa the Airbender tells Todoroki that he hates both him and Endeavor. What is this guy's problem? The exam starts, and 1A gets off to a rough start. They have no experience in actually comforting people, and half of them have terrible social skills to begin with. So, the second-year students stand out way more.
That points off your score! The first thing you should do is see how bad my injuries are and if I can walk.
1A decides to split up and work with other schools to speed up the rescue efforts. Then, the second part of this test begins. The killer whale hero, Gang Orca, appears with swarms of goons, acting as the terrorists behind this disaster. The students will have to continue saving people while battling a whaleman and his thugs. Just another Wednesday. Episode 20. Save the World with Love. The next episode is a completely unrelated filler episode that ties in with the first MHA movie. At some point in the past, 1A participated in a special training exercise where they had to rescue people being held hostage in a jewelry store. But when they enter the store, they find the bad guy pretending to be dead, and it basically turns into a murder mystery. Midoriya ends up solving the case by figuring out that the villain had unalived himself to prevent his relationship with Ms. Midnight being exposed, and everyone learns an important lesson about love. Yeah, they teach some weirdly specific things at school.
You were the only one who came into the jewelry store after the villain was already here.
Don't be hasty, Midoriya.
Then, All Might learns about a special hero expo happening soon, which is the setting for the movie My Hero Academia 2 Heroes. It's a good movie and all, but right now, we've got a test to get back to. Episode 21. What's the big idea? While Midoriya and the others try to evacuate the civilians, both Todoroki and Inasa appear to block Gang Orca, another hero who uses Sonic Blast attacks. Todoroki tries to work together with Inasa, but the guy is stubborn as hell, and their wind-fire attacks just keep canceling each other out. Then, Inasa reveals why he hates the Todoroki family so much. When he was a kid, Inasa asked Endeavor for an autograph, but was fully ignored. Then, at the UA entrance exam, the younger Todoroki was rude to him as well. That was enough to get Inasa to turn down his acceptance to UA and harbor a lifelong resentment. I think we have a new candidate for the Most Petty Backstory Award.
Because when I said hello,
You're in the way.
your eyes were the same as his.
Once again, these two use their quirks chaotically at the same time and miss the bad guys. But this time, they almost hit another student. Midoriya saves them just in time and asks Todoroki what the hell he's doing. Todoroki realizes that he was kinda a jerk to Inasa at the entrance exam, and that he's more like his father than he'd care to admit. He apologizes to Inasa, and then the two use their powers together to trap Gang Orca in a whirling inferno. They're able to hold him long enough for other students to rescue the remaining actors and end the test. Everyone gathers around a screen, excited to see who passed and who failed. Episode 22, A Talk About Your Quirk. All of Class 1B and most of 1A passed, except for, you guessed it, Bakugo. He was so rude and dismissive to the people he was supposed to be saving that he never stood a chance. Todoroki and Inasa both failed as well, so I guess their teamwork at the end wasn't enough to make up for almost burning a kid. Everyone who passed and got their provisional license now has permission to use their quirks in any emergency situation. Those who failed will have to attend a 3-month remedial course. Ugh, not summer school! I'd rather be a meatball. Class 1A says goodbye to their new friends and enemies from other schools and heads back to UA. We then see that Kami was not Kami at all, but was actually Himiko Toga the whole time. Her quirk allows her to transform into anyone whose blood she consumes, and she can even use their quirk in some cases. The whole thing was a ruse to get Midoriya's blood, which Toga achieved. That's not good.
Tomura's gonna be so happy! I managed to get some of Izuku's yummy blood.
Next, All Might pays a visit to All for One in Tartarus, and they have a classic argument about which is better, good or evil. My money's on good. That night, Bakugo tells Midoriya to meet him outside. See, Bakugo isn't as dumb as he acts, and he's already figured out the connection between All Might and Midoriya. Midoriya doesn't even deny it, and admits that he's now using All Might's quirk and will be his successor. Bakugo is pissed, since he wanted to be the next symbol of peace. Yeah, right. And the only solution Bakugo can think of is for the two of them to duke it out right here and now. Aw, man. What fun is a schoolyard fight without a cheering crowd? Episode 23, Deku vs. Kacchan, Part 2. Midoriya tries to calm things down and point out that they could get in trouble for this, but Bakugo just lunges at him with an explosion. They're immediately caught by security cameras, but All Might tells Mr. Aizawa that he'll deal with it himself, which I guess involves just letting them fight for a while. Midoriya refuses to fight back at first, but Bakugo keeps coming at him over and over until Deku has no choice but to knock Kacchan to the ground. It turns out this is really mostly about Bakugo's own feelings of guilt, since it was his kidnapping that led to All Might's retirement. Midoriya realizes that the only thing he can do to help his friend is to not hold back and genuinely try to kick Bakugo's ass. They start fighting without holding anything back, including their feelings.
In order to meet the expectations that All Might has for me!
They're both always pushing themselves so hard just to outdo the other. Just kiss already! Bakugo has his rival pinned to the ground when All Might arrives to break it up. All Might tells Bakugo that it's not his fault the #1 hero had to retire, and the boys seem to reach a new level in their relationship. Not quite friendship, but a begrudging respect. And you know what? We'll take it. They're still both placed on house arrest, though. Episode 24, A Season for Encounters. The next episode starts with an introduction to Jin Bubaigawara, the real identity of the villain, Twice. Dude is bonkers and has an insane origin story to match. A while back, Twice created a bunch of clones for himself to act as servants, but the clones got pissed and started to revolt. Pretty soon, every clone started claiming that they were the original, and a bloodbath ensued. 9 days later, there was only one left standing, but he's still not sure if he's the original twice or not. Yeah, I'd probably have multiple personalities after that too. Anyway, the League of Villains is trying to recruit more members, but it's not going great. Dabi encounters a group of bad guys in an alley, but he decides they're too weak to join and roasts them all alive. Job interviews are brutal. Back at UA, Midoriya and Bakugo are still grounded in their dorms. While cleaning one day, Midoriya has a conversation with a face that comes out of the wall. Weird.
Falling behind. I can't slow down now.
3 days later, the troublemakers return to class where Aizawa tells them it's time for the next round of hero internships. He then introduces Class 1A to the Big Three, the top 3 hero students at UA, and one of them is the guy Midoriya talked to in the wall. Okay. Episode 25, Unrivaled. The cheery wall guy is Mirio Togata, along with the bubbly Nejire Hado and the timid Tamaki Amajiki. Amajiki has too much stage fright to even introduce himself, so Hado takes over and just starts rambling on and on and on. Togata tries to salvage things with a bad joke, and everyone wonders how they got to be the Big Three when they're all such weirdos.
Minetta, are those balls your hair or what? I don't get it. I don't get a haircut. Balls? Oh, Asui, you're a tree frog, not a gross toad, right?
Well, Togata will show them by taking on every member of Class 1A at once. Is it just me, or does this guy look too similar to All Might? Secret love child confirmed? The students all surround Togata, and they get a big surprise when all of his clothes fall off. Jeez! Why does Midoriya have to keep fighting naked people? Togata leaves himself wide open, but every attack goes right through him. Literally. He easily takes out half of 1A because they absolutely cannot hit him. Togata phases right through Midoriya and knocks him down with a move called Blinder Touch Eyeball Crush. Don't worry, it's not as brutal as it sounds. After his flawless victory, Togata explains that his quirk Permeation lets him pass through solid matter. It's not as OP as it sounds though, because while it's active, he even phases through air and light, meaning Togata can't use any of his senses or even breathe. It's only super powerful because Togata has trained his butt off. You gotta give props to a guy who will just fearlessly beat up his upperclassmen while naked. Class 1A is amazed and even more pumped to start working with real pro heroes. Meanwhile, over in the shadows, the League of Villains has just made contact with a formidable villain known as Overhaul. Season 4, Episode 1, The Scoop on UA Class 1A. The 4th season kicks off, not with a bang, but with a filler episode. Great. This one follows a nosy reporter trying to figure out who All Might's successor will be. The reporter determines that Midoriya took All Might's quirk, but out of respect for the #1 hero, he decides not to run the story. Not all heroes wear capes, I guess. Episode 2, Overhaul. Anyways, as I was saying, the League of Villains is meeting with Overhaul in an abandoned factory. Overhaul is the head of the Yakuza faction called the Shie Hasakai. In this age of heroes, organized crime is at an all-time low. But now that All for One is in jail, Overhaul sees an opportunity to take over the underworld. Basically, he's offering to be the League of Villains' new boss. Shigaraki and his squad don't enjoy getting ordered around, so Magne attacks. Overhaul merely swipes his finger across Magne's arm, and she explodes in a pool of blood. Shigaraki lunges at Overhaul, but one of the gangsters jumps in to die for his boss. Now that's loyalty. Overhaul points out that now both sides have lost one person, so they should call it even. He hands over a business card and asks the League to reconsider his offer, but I don't think Shigaraki is really the reconsidering type. Meanwhile at UA, Midoriya has to choose which hero he wants to work with for a work-study program. Togata recommends the agency that he is currently working with under Sir Night-Eye, a strict hero who used to be All Might's sidekick. Midoriya asks All Might for an introduction, but apparently they're not on good terms, so All Might asks Togata to do it. Togata warns Midoriya on the way there that Sir Night-Eye values humor above all else, and Midoriya must make him laugh by the end of the day. Unfortunately for everyone here, Midoriya is not funny.
No. He's not funny.
Episode 3. Boy Meets. Midoriya tried to mimic All Might's face, but that's not funny to the ultimate All Might fanboy that is Sir Night-Eye. This buttoned-up guy asks Midoriya to leave, but once he realizes this kid is almost as big an All Might fan as he is, Sir Night-Eye offers him one chance. If Midoriya can take a stamp from Sir Night-Eye's hand within 3 minutes, he'll sign a work-study contract. For the first minute, Sir Night-Eye easily dodges every one of Midoriya's moves. He explains his quirk Foresight allows him to see every action a person will take in the next hour, simply by touching them and making eye contact. Essentially, there's nothing Midoriya can do that Night-Eye hasn't already seen. Midoriya channels Gran Torino and starts bouncing around the room even faster, but it's pointless.
I can see what you'll do, wherever you go.
Once 3 minutes are up, Sir Night-Eye realizes that in all his bouncing around, Midoriya didn't disturb a single piece of All Might merch, so he decides to take him in anyways. However, he states that he won't be training Midoriya, but rather trying to prove that he is not worthy for One for All. Sir Night-Eye believes that All Might should have given his quirk to Togata instead. Well, he certainly does look a lot more like him. On his first day of work study, Midoriya is patrolling around with Togata when he bumps into a frightened little girl with a horn named Eri. He looks up to find that she was running away from none other than Overhaul. Man, Midoriya has the worst luck in public spaces. Episode 4. Fighting Fate. Overhaul claims that Eri is his daughter, but the Night-Eye agency has already been investigating the Hasaikai gang, and Overhaul's mask just screams evil. Togata knows it would jeopardize the investigation if they fought Overhaul now, so he practically drags Midoriya away from this terrified, obviously kidnapped child. Togato's hero name is Lemillion because he wants to save 1,000,000 people. I mean, I guess Eri isn't one of them. The boys meet back up with Sir Night-Eye, who tells Midoriya not to rush things. Meanwhile, Overhaul is performing some kind of experiments on Eri and gets a call from Shigaraki. I don't know. This seems like a situation it'd be kinda good to get a handle on early. They still have to go to class at UA while doing these work studies, but Midoriya can't focus. He goes to talk with All Might and asks what his beef with Sir Night-Eye is. Apparently, after All Might was injured, Night-Eye used his prediction quirk on All Might and learned that the #1 hero was going to be killed by a villain within a couple of years.
You knew what I was walking into. Night-Eye understands how One for All works.
Foresight has never been wrong before, so Night-Eye begged All Might to pass on One for All to the most capable hero before that happens. All Might instead gave his quirk to a little shrimp with no experience, upsetting Sir Night-Eye. Midoriya is shocked to learn that his hero is allegedly going to die soon, but he vows that if everyone works together, they can even overcome fate. Gee, I sure hope so. Episode 5. Let's Go Gutsy Red Riot. Next, we get to see how some of the other work studies are going. Asui and Uraraka are working with another Big 3 student, Hado, under the number 9 hero, Ryukyu. Hado can convert her own life force into energy blasts through her hands, and Ryukyu can turn into a giant dragon. These 4 ladies work together to take down 2 giant villains, and Ryukyu tells them that if they keep up the good work, they might be allowed to assist on the overhaul investigation. At that moment, Shigaraki is having another meeting with Overhaul. Shigi agrees to work with the Yakuza as long as they reveal their plan and treat the League of Villains as equal partners. Overhaul accepts and explains to Shigaraki that his plan revolves around a special kind of bullet that they recently acquired. A bullet containing a drug with the ability to temporarily cancel quirks. What? How'd they get Aizawa in a bullet? He's way bigger than that. We then see these bullets in action as we go hang out with Kirishima for a bit. He's working under the obese hero Fat Gum, along with the last Big 3 student, Amajiki, aka Sun Eater. Fat Gum uses his immense body mass to bounce the baddies, while Amajiki has the ability to manifest attributes from anything he eats. For example, after eating some squid, he can shoot tentacles out of his fingers. He heard "you are what you eat" and took that shit literally. The 3 of them are trying to stop some thieves when they are shot at by these quirk-canceling bullets. The bullets bounce off of Kirishima's hard skin, so it's all up to him now. But not only do these guys have quirk-stopping drugs, they have a quirk-boosting drug called Trigger. Hey! That's cheating! Ref, do something! Kirishima fights an enhanced blade user and barely emerges victorious after using 3 different special moves.
This is my quirk at its maximum! Red Riot, unbreakable!
He may have a simple quirk, but Red Riot is really proving himself here. Episode 6, An Unpleasant Talk. The next day, multiple hero agencies meet together to discuss the investigation into Overhaul. Everyone working with Sir Night-Eye, Ryukyu, and Fat Gum is there, even Aizawa and Gran Torino. Aizawa explains that they've tested the drug found in the bullets, and unlike the erasure quirk, this drug has the potential to cause long-lasting damage to a quirk. They also learned that the drug contains traces of human tissue, and Midoriya deduces that they must be using Eri somehow to make the drugs. Instead of launching an immediate assault, Sir Night-Eye's plan is to continue investigating and building a solid case against the Hasaikai. The students from 1A feel terrible knowing what Eri is going through, but this time, they actually trust that the pros know what they're doing. Okay, but I still think someone should rescue that poor child. Episode 7. Go! Back at UA, Midoriya is working harder than ever, but clearly struggling. It's pretty understandable considering that he was helpless to save Eri, and he just learned All Might could die soon. Ida sees his pal being all gloomy and shares some of his food to cheer him up. Oh, thanks, Ida. You've got my vote for class rep next year as well. A few days later, Night-Eye announces that they have found the Hasaikai's main base and are ready to strike. The next morning, heroes gather for the rescue operation and receive maps of the complex underground facility underneath a mansion. Overhaul gets word that they're about to get raided, but he doesn't seem too worried. Instead, he goes to talk to an old man in a coma that he calls Pops, and apologizes to the old guy that things are about to get noisy. It doesn't look like he'll be too bothered by the noise, though. You know, cause of the coma. The operation commences, and the heroes knock on the door to serve their warrant. Hey, this is a pro operation. You gotta do things by the book here. A giant, roided-out villain who looks like Bane bursts through the door to stop the heroes. but he gets pinned down by Ryukyu in her dragon form.
Rest of you, go!
Let's support Ryukyu! Right!
The rest of the heroes and students storm the mansion. Overhaul and his right-hand man Chrono plan to escape with Eri while the heroes are held off by the Hasaigai's elite assassins, the 8 Bullets. Episode 8, Sun Eater of the Big Three. The heroes advance into the underground labyrinth, but their path is blocked by a bunch of steel walls created by Overhaul. We haven't seen too much of his quirk in action, but it's clear he has some OP power that allows him to manipulate matter. Midoriya and Kirishima smash through these walls, but they soon encounter one of the 8 Bullets, Mimic, who shoots up some trigger to boost his quirk. Mimic merges with the walls and starts twisting the entire facility around. Amajiki starts freaking out, but his best friend Togata inspires him by continuing to run ahead without fear. Easy enough for the guy who can literally run through walls, but okay. Everyone besides Togata suddenly gets dropped into a room containing another 3 assassins. Amajiki asks Fat Gum for permission to take all 3 on by himself. He restrains all of them with some tentacles and tells everyone else to go on ahead. Fat Gum has enough faith in his intern to let him handle his tangle with 3 elite assassins, and everyone continues ahead. Let's hope they don't regret that. Immediately after they leave, Amajiki starts getting pummeled. One of these guys can turn his body into crystals, and one can instantly steal anything his opponent is holding. These 2 dogpile on Amajiki while the third lays unconscious. After a couple of flashbacks remembering how cool his friend Togata is, Amajiki works up the courage to use his ultimate move, Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken. He summons every animal trait in his arsenal to create a giant attack.
Chimera Kraken!
Unfortunately, this is exactly when the third assassin wakes up. See, his quirk allows him to eat things. And right in front of him is an all-you-can-eat seafood buffet. This creepy scarecrow-looking bastard starts chomping through tentacles, and Amajiki gets pinned down. These 3 guys explain why they love Overhaul so much, as he gives purpose to people outcast by society. But then, Amajiki reveals that he ate one of the big dude's crystals and can now use them himself. He slams all 3 of them together with a crystal-reinforced chicken foot, and Sun Eater wins the day. Episode 9, Red Riot. The other heroes continue deep into the facility. Mimic, still merged with the walls, tries to separate Eraserhead from the group, but ends up getting Fat Gum and Kirishima instead. These 2 find themselves facing Spear and Shield of the Hasaikai, a guy who's really good at punching and a guy who can create magical barriers. Oh no! We've never seen a villain who can punch before!
Muscular! Nomu!
Anyway, the spear rains down powerful punches on Fat Gum, and doesn't even consider Kirishima to be worth his time. Then, Kirishima has a flashback to middle school, when he used to be a coward with a bad haircut. On multiple occasions, he froze up instead of helping people, and his classmate Ashido would save them instead. Then, he saw a video of his favorite hero, Crimson Riot, and decided to stop living his life in fear and get a new haircut. A truly inspiring origin story. In the present, Red Riot acts as an unbreakable shield for his mentor. Fat Gum has been storing up all the energy from the punches he received, and Kirishima buys him enough time to charge up his final attack. Fat Gum's punch shatters the magic barrier and slams both villains into the wall. Look, if I've said it once, I'll say it again. Fat and hard is the ultimate combo. Wait, No, that's not what it sounds like! Episode 10, Temp Squad. Overhaul and Chrono are still trying to escape with Eri, but the boss is still not worried because they've also got backup from the League of Villains. Yeah, Toga and Twice are both here as well. So then, wait, shouldn't it be 10 bullets? Sir Night-Eye's group is still on the move, but Mimic is still making the walls move. So the badass hero Rocklock uses his rock locking ability to lock all the rocks. Why didn't you lock the rocks earlier, Rocklock? Even with his rocks locked, Mimic is still able to split up the remaining heroes.
Lock hero Rocklock! His quirk, Lockdown! He can make non-living things freeze in place with a touch of his hand!
Toga sneaks up on Rocklock, knocking him out and stealing his blood. Toga then tries to attack Midoriya and Aizawa while disguised as Rocklock, but the disguise melts away as soon as Eraserhead looks at her and she escapes. Midoriya realizes that it was Toga he fought back during the license exam. Meanwhile, Sir Night-Eye is fighting Twice and a clone of the Spear Guy. Even without a combat quirk, Night-Eye destroys the clone by throwing tiny high-density weights. Twice freaks out and runs away, almost cloning himself, which he vowed to never do again. Toga calms him down and reveals that they were never planning on working with the Yakuza. Shigaraki only sent them there to try and take down the Hasaikai from the inside and see if they could kill some heroes while they're at it. Mimic overhears this and becomes enraged, shifting the walls and dragging everyone even deeper into the facility. Episode 11, Lemillion. Toga continues taunting Mimic intentionally, causing him to scream in anger, which gives away the location of his real body. Midoriya smashes through the wall where the shout came from and neutralizes Mimic. Midoriya and Toga make a good team, when she's not fighting him all naked. Meanwhile, Togata has caught up to Overhaul by himself. Overhaul throws his last two assassins at Lemillion, an alcoholic who can make his enemies feel drunk, and a guy with a gun. His quirk forces people to tell the truth, so he makes Togata reveal the details of his quirk. But knowing you're about to be punched in the face doesn't necessarily mean you can prevent it. Togata uses his ultimate move, Phantom Menace, which is basically just jumping out of a wall and clotheslining them to take out both assassins. Lemillion, proving exactly why he's the top student at UA, phases straight through Overhaul and Chrono to grab Eri. Togata asks Overhaul how he could be so cruel to his own daughter, and Overhaul is like, wait, you really believed me when I said that? Of course she's not my daughter. Yeah, I thought that was pretty obvious too.
Chisaki!
Overhaul takes the gloves off and uses his quirk to reshape the ground into stone spikes. But Togata is the GOAT at dodging every attack, but it's hard to do while protecting a little girl. Even so, he manages to get the upper hand against these jokers. Overhaul then remembers how he was taken in by the Hasaikai's former boss. They used to be close, but had a falling out once the old boss decided Overhaul was too heartless. Even for the Yakuza. When even your gangster dad doesn't support you, you really gotta look in the mirror. The villains load a gun with a quirk-canceling bullet, but they know it would just go right through Togata. Instead, they shoot it at Eri, and Togata intentionally gets hit by it to save her. Oh, crap. Despite now being quirkless and technically still drunk, Lemillion refuses to give up and gives Overhaul a pretty good beating. An absolute, textbook definition, capital H, hero. In the end though, Togata is cornered when Midoriya suddenly bursts through the wall. Let's go! It's Deku's turn! Episode 12, Unforeseen Hope. It's not just Midoriya either, as Sir Night-Eye and Aizawa follow him in. Overhaul's quirk is erased, and it seems like this fight is pretty much over. But then, Chrono activates his quirk. He can shoot out his hair, and if it hits someone, they slow down significantly. He hits Aizawa, and his Overhaul's quirk is reactivated. Overhaul fills the room with spikes and straight up absorbs the Truth Serum guy to transform himself into some kind of beast. In his new monstrous form, Overhaul taunts his opponents and claims that Togata's quirk has been permanently deleted. Meanwhile, Chrono is sneaking off with Aizawa so they can use him to create even stronger quirk-erasing drugs. These guys are always looking for new revenue streams, and you gotta respect that. Sir Night-Eye tells Midoriya to get Eri and Togata to safety while he fights Overhaul. Unfortunately, Togata has been seriously injured and is in no condition to move. Night-Eye manages to dodge attacks with his foresight for a while, but he eventually reaches a point where the only future he can see is death for him and his students. Midoriya looks back and sees Sir Night-Eye impaled by Overhaul's spikes.
Let me see it. A future in which the boys escape.
Midoriya cranks full cowl up to 20%, way higher than he's ever gone before. His body feels like it's tearing apart, but he's determined to beat fate. He launches a Manchester Smash axe kick, but it narrowly misses Overhaul. This bastard really loves messing with people's heads, and he gets Eri to admit that all this violence is her fault and that she doesn't believe Midoriya can win. What a jerk! Midoriya refuses to accept this and stands firm. And then, a dragon crashes through the roof. Didn't see that coming, did ya, Sir Fraud Eye? Episode 13. Infinite 100%. Apparently, that dollar store Bane took some quirk-enhancing drugs and has been fighting Ryukyu's team this entire time. Toga disguises herself as Midoriya and tells them exactly where to crash through the ground to interrupt Overhaul. I know she's a serial killer, but Toga is coming in clutch this arc. In all this chaos, Eri realizes how hard everyone is working to save her and finally decides to pitch in a little. It's about damn time, freeloader. Her horn begins to glow and her quirk rewind awakens. Eri has the ability to return things to an earlier state of being, like turning Overhaul back to his normal form before absorbing a dude. Eri hops onto Midoriya's back for some beautiful quirk synergy. Overhaul warns that Midoriya touching Eri for too long will cause him to rewind back into a single sperm. But that just means Deku will have to destroy his body as fast as Eri can reverse the damage. This allows Midoriya to enter a state of infinite 100%. One for all usage. Oh, you are in trouble now, Overfraud. Midoriya sends the gangster flying into the air with a single kick. Deku overwhelms his opponent with a flurry of blows and sends him crashing back down to Earth. The other heroes emerge from the rubble and see Midoriya standing victorious. For the first time ever, one of Sir Night-Eye's predictions was rejected and twisted into something beautiful. Episode 14, Bright Future. Down in the facility ruins, Chrono realizes the plan is falling apart and is about to kill Eraserhead when Amajiki busts in to save the day. Togata is still injured, probably annoyed that Eri didn't heal him, but he's still hanging on. On the surface, Eri's quirk starts accelerating out of control. Overhaul, seemingly unconscious, gets to his feet again, but Eri rewinds him to a normal form once more. Uraraka flips him over and arrests him, but Rewind is still active, and everyone is worried that Midoriya is about to become a white puddle on the ground. Ew. But Aizawa shows up just in time and shuts off Eri's quirk. Hooray! While every member of the Hasaikai is arrested and placed into a prison transport, the League of Villains stays winning. Toga and Twice escape while the rest of the League attacks the prison transport so they can have a chat with Overhaul. The sand-based hero Snatch valiantly tries to defend the transport, but he's no match for Dabi, Compress, and Shiggy all at once. Snatch gets compressed into a marble along with a fire blast and dies. Damn, I think that's the first time we've actually seen a hero perish. Rest in power, Snatch. Overhaul asks if they're here to kill him, but nah, they wouldn't be so petty. They're just here to steal his bullets and chop his arms off. They really took the high road there. The tragedy doesn't end here though, as one hero was injured beyond repair during the mission. Sir Night-Eye says his goodbyes to everyone in the hospital, and All Might finally reunites with his former sidekick in the saddest way possible. Night-Eye uses his quirk one last time to look into Togata's future, and tells him he will become an incredible hero. Togata cries over his mentor, but Sir Night-Eye tells him to smile, because without hope and humor, society can't have a bright future.
You'll be okay. You're going to become the finest hero the world's ever seen.
Sir Night-Eye then flatlines. Episode 15, Smoldering Flames. Wow, things are starting to get real heavy here. Which, of course, means it's time for a classic UA training exercise. Just what the doctor ordered. First, we see Gran Torino working to track down members of the League. He manages to capture Kurogiri out in a forest, but that's exactly when the League of Villains' biggest fan, Gigantomachia, shows up. This dude is as big as a mountain and loves All for One. They still manage to bring in Kurogiri, but they can literally do nothing about this big fella.
Everything is for the glory of my master.
In the hospital, Midoriya visits Togata, who is acting super cheerful despite losing both his mentor and his quirk. Midoriya actually offers to pass on One for All to Togata right then and there, but Togata turns him down. That power belongs to Midoriya, and besides, once Eri trains with her power, she might be able to return Togata's quirk to him. Midoriya and the others return to UA and share their experience with their classmates. The next day, Bakugo and Todoroki head off on their own special course to make up for failing the license exam. Todoroki is upset when they arrive and see both Inasa and Endeavor there. They also see the meatball guy, Shishikura, and the real Cammy, since she never actually even took the exam. Gang Orca and Mr. Mera look out at the students and announce this will be their toughest trial yet. Episode 16, Win Those Kids' Hearts. Inasa actually makes an effort to be friendly with Todoroki, but Icy Hot tells him not to push it. Gang Orca introduces today's exercise, and it truly is the most challenging yet, by far. I don't envy these students one bit, since they mostly all failed the exam for having terrible people skills. They're gonna have to win over an entire class of rowdy, screaming children. You can imagine how Bakugo feels about this. Inasa tries to befriend the children, but he's too soft for them. Bakugo asks which kid is strongest so he can fight them, but that's insane and illegal. They're so hopeless. Meanwhile, Endeavor is in the bleachers asking All Might for advice on how to be a better #1 hero. I don't know, have you tried not being so thirsty for it? But I suppose you are made of fire. Kinda. You should be thirsty. All Might just tells him that Endeavor can't force himself to be the symbol of peace and must figure out what kind of #1 hero he is. The kind that drove his wife to absolute insanity? Anyway, Cammy suggests they try to win the kids over by showing off their quirks. But the kids aren't impressed because they have quirks of their own.
Our mommies and daddies, and everyone on TV, they're all wondering if the age of heroes is over.
In fact, These little snots are so confident in their own quirks, they think they can beat these high schoolers easily. Maybe Bakugo had the right idea after all. Episode 17, Relief for Licensed Trainees. The students defend themselves from an onslaught of little quirks.
Go Tog Tank!
Time for a new strategy. Shoto makes an awesome ice slide. Inasa uses the wind to carry the kids to the top, and Cammy uses her illusion quirk to create the northern lights. The kids have a blast and are quickly won over. The ringleader of these squirts tries to resist the slide, but Bakugo tells him that if he looks down on people, he'll never recognize his own weakness. Say that to the damn mirror, Bakugo! The students pass this makeup exam and receive their provisional licenses. On the way out, Endeavor tells his son that he's gonna try to be a better hero and a better father, but Todoroki says he'll believe it when he sees it. Time goes by, and soon all the work-study students attend Sir Night-Eye's funeral. I'd almost forgotten in all the hijinks. We lost a real one. Back in class one day, Aoyama pops out of nowhere and puts a little piece of cheese in Midoriya's mouth. For our French viewers, I know I don't have to tell you what this means.
I'm starving!
Please have some fromage.
That night, Midoriya looks out from his balcony and sees that Aoyama has written the words, "I know," in cheese on the lawn. Normal French behavior. It turns out, all Aoyama meant was that he knows Midoriya's body isn't very well suited to his quirk. In the same way, Aoyama gets a tummy ache when he fires his laser too long. Midoriya thanks Aoyama for being supportive in his own super weird way, and the two became closer friends. Oh no, I thought about Sir Night-Eye again! Episode 18, School Festival. You know what'll cheer me up? A school festival arc. Ashido shows off her sick breakdancing skills to her classmates one day, and pretty soon they're all begging for lessons. Everyone discusses how it's important to have hobbies in addition to all the hero stuff, and to that end, UA is holding a school festival.
Make sure you're staying loose.
Sure. Think I got it!
Class 1A needs to decide what they're gonna do for it. Kaminari suggests something musical since Jiro is super talented, but she says it's just a dumb hobby. Everyone encourages her, and she agrees to help direct a big musical number. Later, Midoriya and Togata go visit Eri in the hospital. She may be safe now, but the poor girl suffered serious trauma and can't smile no matter what the boys try. Midoriya asks Mr. Aizawa if Eri could come to the school festival, and he promises to discuss it with Principal Netsu. Meanwhile, the police are dealing with a mysterious new gentlemanly villain who's been uploading videos to the internet of himself doing crime. This gentle criminal calls himself Gentle Criminal and was able to rob a convenience store and take out multiple pros without revealing his quirk in the video. On a rooftop, he tells his loyal assistant La Brava that they must find an even more magnificent crime to get more views. Not as intimidating as some of the threats we've seen in the past, but who cares? School Festival arc! Episode 19. Prepping for the school festival is the funnest part. Gentle Criminal continues uploading videos and trying to sell himself as some kind of Robin Hood. He doesn't commit crimes at random. In fact, the convenience store he robbed was selling pudding past its expiration date. La Brava is upset because they've been making these videos for 6 years, but the public only cares about villains like Stain or the League. Gentle assures her that their next crime will be the biggest yet. He's gonna sneak into UA during their festival, which is technically trespassing, and that is a crime. But I'm not seeing the vision here, Gentle. Over at UA, Class 1A is putting the band together. It turns out Bakugo is actually a great drummer, but he refuses to put on a show for a bunch of damn nerds. Some of the other students at UA blame Class 1A for all the villain attacks, which is kind of like blaming Batman for everything the Joker has ever done. But whatever. Bakugo is ultimately convinced to do the show, but he says they're only doing it for themselves and not for any of the losers at UA. Yaoyorozu is on keyboard, Kaminari and Tokoyami are on guitar, while Jiro will take bass and lead vocals.
But music, it really is just a hobby. Sorry.
Everyone else will just dance, except Aoyama, who's gonna be their disco ball. At least he can't put cheese in anyone's mouth from up there. After this, Midoriya meets up with All Might, who starts training him in using ranged air blast attacks. In other words, he's back to only using his power in his fingers again, but stronger this time. So, shoot style refers to Midoriya using kicks. Should this new move be called kick style? I mean, it totally should, right? Right? Episode 20, Gold Tips Imperial. While 1A is rehearsing for their big performance, Togata brings Eri to visit them. He plans a surprise where he pops his butt out from a bush, but everyone ignores him. Crushing. He just lost his mentor.
Eri!
Midoriya and Togata give Eri a tour of the school and bump into Monoma from 1B, who brags about how cool his class play's going to be. Then they visit Hado, who is trying on dresses for the festival's beauty pageant. It's a sexy enough situation to even temporarily turn Midoriya into the class perv. They then visit Hatsume, who's building a giant mech that explodes. What a lively school, and all totally inappropriate for a child. Regardless, Eri is getting pretty excited for the festival. They talk to Principal Netsu, who says they only decided to hold the festival on the condition that they would cancel it the second someone snuck in or set off an alarm. Speaking of, Gentle Criminal's big plan involves rubbing himself with dirt to hide his scent and having La Brava hack into UA's security system. The two weirdo villains proclaim their love for each other and hug. La Brava is the only fan Gentle has ever had and tracked him down after seeing one of his videos. And while they might look like a child and an old man, don't worry, they're canonically 21 and 32.
Does his quirk just make him look old as hell? No.
What the heck? Episode 21, Deku vs. Gentle Criminal. On the morning of the festival, Midoriya gets up early to train with All Might and gets some cool new gloves from Hatsume to help with his air blasts. Then, he leaves UA to buy some last-minute supplies for the big show. He bumps into Gentle and La Brava and recognizes the dude from his online videos. Yeah, this is why most criminals aren't always trying to go viral. Deku really doesn't want anything to threaten the school festival, so he politely asks Gentle not to do anything. But this dude is already committed to doing it for the Vine. He tells La Brava to start recording and challenges Midoriya to a fight. Gentle's quirk allows him to make anything he touches all elastic and rubbery, including the air itself. Gentle just bounces Midoriya away and tries to make his escape. Midoriya gets the chance to show off what he's been working on, and hits Gentle with a ranged Delaware Smash Air Force, knocking him into a construction site. Gentle's all like, "Hey man, please just let me sneak into your school, it'll be so awesome." But Midoriya isn't having it.
It's a win-win situation, my boy.
That's a win for you, but a disaster for us!
Fair enough.
A rhetorical defeat!
Gentle then turns the whole construction zone into rubber and starts bouncing around like crazy, eventually dropping a steel beam on an old man and forcing Midoriya to catch it. So much for an innocent prank. Gentle slingshots himself and La Brava towards UA, leaving behind Midoriya, who knows the fate of the school festival is in his hands. Episode 22, School Festival Start. Gentle and La Brava land near UA, but Midoriya has launched himself right behind them at full speed. He's figured out that all he has to do is remember the locations of Gentle's invisible air trampolines and avoid them. Soon, he has apprehended both criminals. La Brava has a flashback to middle school when she wrote a love letter to a boy but was mocked for it and called creepy. After that, she became depressed and reclusive, until one day she saw Gentle's videos where he talked about trying to change the world. She was super inspired and quickly fell in love with him. I would normally say it's pretty unhealthy to fall in love with YouTubers, but hey, that's actually kinda sweet. And super conveniently for them, La Brava's quirk allows her to make someone stronger depending on how much she loves them. Gentle powers up and throws Midoriya right off of him. The two keep fighting, and Midoriya keeps begging Gentle to leave UA alone, but Gentle has his own reasons for needing to reach his dream. Gentle was once a hero wannabe just like Deku, but he failed the license exams so many times that his school encouraged him to drop out. Then, one day, he tried using his power to save someone falling from a building, but his trampoline just got in the way of a pro hero and the dude hit the ground hard. This screw-up got Gentle expelled and put his family deep into debt. Gentle decided if society couldn't accept him as a hero, he would make a name for himself as a villain. Why not just open a trampoline park or something, weirdo? Midoriya keeps using his air blasts and shoot style to overcome Gentle's trampolines, and eventually defeats him. He tells Gentle that this was the toughest battle he's fought yet, but I think he was just being nice. Gentle uses the last of his energy to bounce Midoriya towards UA so he can join the festival, and surrenders to UA's security. Well, that was a big waste of time. Episode 23. Let It Flow. School Festival. Midoriya is simply just too kind. He actually comes back to ask security to let Gentle go. He tells them it was all just a harmless prank, and the festival can proceed as planned. Damn! He out-gentlemaned Gentle. Midoriya returns to 1A just in time for their performance, and it is a hit. Eri finally smiles again, and everyone else at UA forgets their beef with 1A. Not to mention, the song genuinely slaps. The only weird part is that this is happening at 10 a.m., and that's too early for rock and roll. Afterwards, Class 1B puts on their play, which is just a weird mashup of Shakespeare, Harry Potter, and Lord of the Rings. Then, Hado manages to win the beauty pageant by dancing around gracefully with her quirk. Eventually, it's time for Eddie to go back to the hospital. But these students genuinely managed to heal her broken heart, at least a little bit. Over at the police station, Gentle and La Brava are offered the chance to turn their lives around and work for the good guys. It's a happy ending for everyone. Episode 24. Japanese Hero Billboard Charts. In the next episode, they decide to let Eri come live at UA for good. Oh, nice! Then, 1A gets a visit from the Wild Pussycats and Kota. They're in town for the Hero Billboard Chart Japan show, the show that announces the official rankings of heroes in Japan every year. Since this is the first year since All Might's retirement, everyone is watching. And now for the top 5 heroes. Coming in at number 5 is Mirko, the rabbit hero. She's pretty popular in the fandom for obvious reasons. Number 4 is the ninja hero Edgeshot, and number 3 is Best Jeanist. The number 2 hero in Japan is pretty boy winged hero Hawks, Tokoyami's mentor. And number 1, surprising no one, is Endeavor. While these heroes are all giving speeches on how they want to live up to All Might's legacy, Hawks interrupts them and says that the public doesn't care about speeches from lower-ranked heroes. He hands the mic to Endeavor, who says, "Just watch me," and nobody claps except Hawks. Great show, guys! After the show, Hawks asks Endeavor to team up to deal with rumors of Nomu activity.
So instead, just watch what I do.
They meet at a fancy restaurant to discuss it, but Endeavor is annoyed at how friendly and approachable Hawks is to his fans, while most people are scared of Endeavor. Also, there's a guy who strips naked because his quirk gives him more power when he feels shame, but Hawks takes him out without even realizing it. If I had a nickel for every time someone got naked to fight better in this show, I'd have 4 nickels. Enough to buy a night with Minetta's mom. While they're having dinner, a powerful high-end Nomu bursts into the restaurant and challenges the top 2 heroes. Episode 25. His Start. We then see Todoroki's siblings, Natsuo and Fuyumi, visiting their mother Rei in the hospital. She seems to be doing a lot better, but everyone is a little uncomfortable that the man who made their life hell is now officially Japan's #1 hero. Natsuo says that all this time, Endeavor has never once apologized to his wife for what he put her through. But Rei says this isn't true, and that Endeavor has actually visited her a bunch. Despite everything, she still believes in the man that she married. Meanwhile, Endeavor is trying to burn this powerful new model of Nomu, but the high end just regenerates immediately. It also has the ability to speak, indicating a much higher intelligence. Their intense fight starts to destroy the skyscraper they were in, but Hawks is able to manipulate each of his feathers individually to catch people who are falling. Endeavor cuts the monster into pieces, but it can still regenerate just from its head. Weaker Nomu are released into the city, and Endeavor starts to overheat. This is Endeavor's major weakness, and the whole reason he wanted to give his children an ice quirk as well. Across Japan, everyone is horrified to see the #1 hero losing to a single Nomu. Coughing up blood, Endeavor refuses to give up. He propels himself and the Nomu up into the stratosphere where he can use his ultimate move, Plus Ultra Prominence Burn, to incinerate every atom of the high-end Nomu.
I'll go Plus Ultra Prominence!
Everyone cheers for Endeavor, and he has taken his first step towards proving himself as the new #1. Episode 1. All Hands on Deck, Class 1A. As is tradition, the first episode of Season 5 is essentially filler designed to refamiliarize us with all the heroes of 1A. A perfect time to introduce our final 3 hero names. Shoji is also known as Tentacle. Sero could have gone much better but went with Cellophane. And Hagakure is straight up Invisible Girl. I've actually been talking about Hagakure a lot this video. You just couldn't hear it because she's invisible. Let's go with that. Anyway, in this episode, 1A talks about Endeavor's victory over the Nomu, and then do an emergency drill with the help of the Big 3.
Please change into your hero costumes and report as soon as possible.
Togata is playing a helpless civilian, while Hado and Amajiki play villains. Every student gets a chance to show off their quirk and show just how far they've come. Except for Bakugo, who tries to just blow up Amajiki even after the drill has officially ended. So much for learning a lesson from those kids. The episode ends with a twist though. In a shady warehouse, Dabi meets with none other than the #2 hero, Hawks. No, why is it always the pretty ones? Episode 2, Vestiges. The next episode opens with a flashback showing us that immediately after defeating the High End, Endeavor and Hawks were confronted by Dabi. Endeavor recognizes him as the one who killed Snatch. But Dabi doesn't even remember who that is, and I can't really blame him. Dabi says he's just here to pick up the Nomu's body, but the rabbit hero Mirko shows up and destroys the ground with a powerful kick. Dabi gets teleported out of there because apparently the League just replaced Kurogiri with another portal-making villain. Great. Back in the present, Hawks and Dabi meet up and it's revealed that Hawks has been in cahoots with the League for a while now. He was fully in on the plan to release the high-end Nomu in order to test its abilities and to make Hawks look good. Dabi still doesn't trust Hawks since he worked so hard to save all the civilians, but Hawks says that was just to keep up his public image. Don't get too pissed at him though, because it's immediately double revealed that Hawks is only trying to infiltrate the League on behalf of the Public Safety Commission. Is this a spy thriller now? What the heck is happening? Then, we see Endeavor return home, and things with his family are tense.
But to me, you're still the maniac bastard who ruined our family! You look like you're different, but you don't act that way!
The man is trying, but he still has a lot of mistakes to make up for with his children. Next, Midoriya has a dream where he's standing next to all the previous users of One For All. He sees a memory from the first user, All For One's brother. The first user begged his older brother to stop his evil ways, but All For One refused. He pretty much thinks that since he has control over quirks, he must be the rightful ruler of a quirk-filled society. All For One then gave his younger brother a quirk against his will, which would turn out to be his greatest mistake. The first user tells Midoriya directly that there's more he wants to show him, but Midoriya isn't strong enough to see it yet. He warns Midoriya that they are past the singularity point. Midoriya wakes up in a cold sweat and sees that One For All has activated on its own. Episode 3. Clash. Class A versus Class B. The next day, Midoriya asks All Might about the dream. According to All Might, none of the previous users have ever been able to directly interact with the vestiges inside One For All. There's no doubt Midoriya is special, but All Might doesn't have any idea what this means or what the singularity point means. I'm sure it's not important. Later, 1A gathers for a training exercise against Class 1B. This exercise will also serve as a tryout for Shinszo the Mind Controller, who wants to transfer with the Hero Course. The classes will go up against each other in a series of 4-on-4 battles, where the goal is to capture all your opponents and bring them back to your base within 20 minutes. The first team from 1A is Asui, Kaminari, Koda, and Shinszo. The match begins, and before they can even put a plan together, 1A is attacked by Jurota Shishida, a guy who can basically turn himself into King Kong. Now that everyone knows how Shinszo's brainwashing works, they think they'll be safe as long as they don't talk to him. But Shinszo has a device that can mimic others' voices, which he uses to trick Shishida into responding and takes Monkey Boy under his control.
Meet my roaring rage!
Saved by the support student. Episode 4. Make it happen, Shinszo. Shinszo's victory is short-lived, as Kosei Tsuburaba uses his air solidifying quirk to trap Shinszo in a cube and break the mind control. But this gave the others in 1A enough time to regroup, and Asui captures Tsuburaba with her tongue. Unfortunately, the big ape captures both Kirishima and Koda. 1B hasn't been slacking off this whole time. Then, Asui, Kaminari, and Shinszo form a new plan. Asui covers everyone with slime to throw off the Monkey Boy's sense of smell. Nasty. Next, they let Kaminari get captured on purpose just so they could trick Plant Girl Shiozaki into responding to Shinszo. 1B is now so paranoid of responding to anything that their communication breaks down immediately. Monkey Boy just starts rampaging, but Shinszo uses his capture weapon scarf to bring a giant pipe down on his head. Then, Asui throws their last opponent straight at Shishida, knocking them both out.
Come on! Duck! Please!
Class 1A takes the victory for this first round, mostly thanks to a student who isn't even in their class. Oh, poor 1B. Episode 5, Operation New Improv Moves. The next team up is Yaoyorozu, Tokoyami, Hagakure, and Aoyama. They're up against Big Hands Kendo, as well as a shadow guy named Kuroiri, a mushroom girl named Komori, and a literal walking manga panel named Mangi. Yeah, 1B has some strange quirks. Before the match, Kendo tells Yaoyorozu that she really respects her and has always wanted to go up against her. Momo accepts the challenge gladly. Meanwhile, Tokoyami is getting along with Kuroiri since they're both black.
You and I share a destiny. We are brothers in the shadows.
Oh. As soon as the match starts, Tokoyami sends out Dark Shadow to scout out the other team. But when Dark Shadow comes back, he attacks his own team because Kuroiri used his shadow quirk to literally jump inside Dark Shadow and take control. Hagakure's invisibility also allows her to refract light, which she uses to weaken Dark Shadow and let Tokoyami take back control. Kuroiri grabs Aoyama and escapes, proving pretty much impossible to capture since he can just slip into any shadow he wants. Tokoyami uses his new move called Black Fallen Angel that lets him fly around to get Aoyama back. Nobody has been captured, and suddenly, the arena starts getting covered in mushrooms. Episode 6, Foresight. Komori's mushrooms infest everything, even Class 1A's bodies. Oh god, I've seen The Last of Us, I know where this is headed. Hagakure is covered head to toe in shrooms, completely neutralizing her stealth advantage. Manga is able to make sound effects that come to life, so just by yelling bam, bang, and pow, he makes the ground shake and splits up 1A. Kendo then ambushes Yaoyorozu with her giant hands, but Momo creates both a tungsten shield and a giant cannon.
So there's no way you're gonna outmatch me, Yaoyorozu!
Instead of firing at Kendo, she shoots a bag right at Tokoyami containing infrared goggles and antifungal spray. Tokoyami sprays Hagakure so she can be invisible again, and they capture Kuroiri and Komori. Things are looking good, but Komori has another horrifying trick up her sleeve. Before they can bring her back to base, she sprouts a mushroom inside Tokoyami's lungs, making him unable to breathe. Jesus! This mushroom girl is the scariest character we've seen. Momo is exhausted from creating so many things, and Class 1B is now able to capture all their opponents easily. But, in all honesty, what chance did 1A have against body horror mushroom girl? Episode 7, Match 3. Everyone takes a little break while the mushrooms in the arena all wear off. Monoma brags about his class's flawless victory, and Kendo slaps him. Aside from that, the classes are actually getting along pretty well and sharing strategies with one another. All Might pulls Midoriya aside and tells him to be careful going up against Shinszo, since One for All could activate on its own again like it did the sports festival. The next team is Shoji, Ojiro, Ida, and Todoroki. Tokoyami tells Todoroki that he is counting on him to win, since the two of them are disciples of the top two heroes. This causes Todoroki to remember a time when he was being brutally trained by his father. Endeavor told Todoroki that his brother Toya has even more powerful fire than he does, but was too weak to control it. So it's up to Todoroki to become the next #1 hero. We haven't heard about Toya before. Interesting. Tetsu starts the match by destroying random stuff just to draw the attention of Class A. It works, and Todoroki freezes all 4 enemies in a single ice blast. But Juzu Honenuki uses his softening quirk to loosen up the ice, and his team quickly turns the tables on 1A. Right when things are looking bad, Ida reveals the Ingenium family secret. By painfully ripping out his own leg engines, Ida was able to grow new, more powerful engines. Midoriya isn't the only one who can destroy his own limbs.
If you want to improve your quirk, this is the way to do it.
Ida activates Recipro Turbo and announces for the next 10 minutes he's untouchable. Episode 8, Match 3 Conclusion. While Ida uses his new speed to try and capture their opponents, Todoroki is brawling it out with Tetsu. Turns out, Tetsu is a pretty good counter for Icy Hot, because he's strong enough to smash the ice, and Todoroki's fire isn't hot enough to melt steel beams. Tetsu starts pounding on Todoroki with his red-hot fists, causing Todoroki to think back again to his brutal training as a child. His flames get hotter and hotter, but it's still not enough to affect Tetsu.
Endurance contests are my specialty!
Todoroki compresses all the flames into his fist and prepares to strike, but the ground is softened again and he loses his balance. Tetsu then headbutts over a giant tank that knocks out almost every student on both teams. The only ones left standing are Shoji and a girl named Pony, who can control her horns with her mind. It's truly anyone's game. And then time runs out, and it ends in a draw. Oh man. Episode 9, Early Bird. The next team up is Bakugo, Jiro, Sero, and Sato. Everyone is terrified of Bakugo, so 1B decides to strike as early as possible, hoping to overwhelm Class A before Bakugo can murder them. No such luck though. Bakugo blasts on ahead of his team as usual, but this time he actually goes out of his way to protect and support his teammates. He says it's just because he wants a flawless victory, but I think he's softening a little bit. Thanks to his newfound team spirit, Bakugo achieves his perfect victory against 4 students. I'm not even going to introduce them though, because they'll never come up again. Sorry guys.
No, he's headed after Bondo!
Everyone congratulates Bakugo on his big win, while the remaining students prepare for the final round. Midoriya, Uraraka, Ashido, and Mineta are up against the last 4 from 1B, plus Shinszo, who gets to go again. Midoriya lets his team know that his quirk has been acting up a bit lately, but it'll probably be fine. Probably. Episode 10, That Which Is Inherited. Over in Tartarus, All For One starts having visions similar to the one Midoriya had about his younger brother. And that can't be good. The match starts, and Midoriya goes ahead to try and draw out the other team. He's confronted by Monoma, who starts dodging around and taunting Midoriya, trying to get him to respond verbally. Monoma says that Class 1A, specifically Bakugo, was the reason that All Might had to retire and people started losing faith in heroes. Midoriya is enraged and about to shoot an air blast when suddenly, black tendrils start shooting out from his hand. Oh, hell yeah, a new power that he has no control over. Guess we gotta start back at 0%. The tendrils go out of control, destroying everything around Midoriya as he begs Shinszo and Monoma to run away from him. Deku starts to panic when suddenly Uraraka flies right at him and tells him to calm down. All Might tries to stop the match, and Shinszo gets Midoriya to respond to him and activate his mind control. The tendrils go back into Midoriya's body, and he passes out, entering the one-for-all dream world again. One of its previous users, a buff bald guy with goggles, tells Midoriya that the tendrils were his quirk, Black Whip. Not only does One for All get stronger as it's passed down, it also absorbs the quirks of everyone who wields it. This man tells Midoriya that Black Whip is just one of 6 additional quirks that he'll have to master in order to reach One For All's truest form. Are you kidding me? He went from having 0 quirks to having his hero's ultimate quirk to having 7 quirks? Unbelievable.
We're with you, kid. You're the one who will complete One For All!
Midoriya wakes up, and despite how insane this all was, they decide to continue the match. The show must go on. Episode 11, Our Brawl. After seeing just how dangerous Midoriya's quirk can be, Monoma decides he needs to try it for himself and uses his quirk to copy the power. Midoriya is worried that Monoma is literally about to explode in front of him, but nothing happens. Turns out, One For All isn't compatible with the copy quirk. Shinszo uses his capture weapon to throw pipes at Midoriya, but he's already figured out how to control Black Whip and uses it to catch them all. Midoriya's teammates take out the others on Team B, and Deku uses shoot style to pin down Shinszo, giving 1A another flawless victory. And despite losing, Shinszo impressed the teachers enough that they allow him to officially transfer into the hero track next year. These classes are already full. Episode 12, The New Power and All For One. The 100th episode of MHA starts with some not-so-friendly sparring between Midoriya and Bakugo. Kacchan is, of course, super pissed that Deku just unlocked another cool power, and wants to prove that even with a million different quirks, his explosions are just better. But Midoriya has decided that the power is too unstable and has mentally blocked himself off from using it. Later, Midoriya gets called to Eri's room along with Togata, Aizawa, and Monoma. They try to see if Monoma's copy quirk could be used on Eri's rewind, but it fails just like One For All did. Apparently, some quirks, mainly the super powerful ones, are incompatible with copy due to this thing called plot.
How about it? Any luck?
This one is a blank.
Then, we see Todoroki and Bakugo have finally finished their extra classes and gotten their provisional licenses. 30 minutes later, they get the opportunity to use those licenses when they run into a group of water-based villains. These small timers are no match for our 2 heavy hitters, and they return to UA where everyone celebrates the progress they've made to becoming real heroes. Episode 13, Have a Merry Christmas. The special Christmas episode begins with a cheery opening, where we see an entire city crumble to dust before our eyes. Standing at the center of this cataclysm is Shigaraki, laughing maniacally. Looks like he's been practicing his decay quirk quite a bit. Later, Class 1A is watching a news report on this tragedy in Deka City, along with interviews of Bakugo and Todoroki for stopping those villains. Midnight and Mount Lady enter and announce that it's time for some interview training. Looking good is a huge part of being a hero, especially for those two. Todoroki is super stiff, Bakugo is entirely rude, and Midoriya is just a nervous wreck. The big 3 of Class 1A truly have 0 game. There's fun, food, and a super cute appearance by Eri.
Oh my gosh, so cute!
Here, take these eggs I painted.
That's Easter, but thanks.
They all exchange gifts, and Eri gets a Buster Sword from Tokoyami. Jealous! After the festivities start settling down, Todoroki asks Bakugo and Midoriya if they'd like to join him at Endeavor's agency for the next round of work studies. Episode 14, Off to Endeavor's agency. Hawks has a phone call with Dobby, who lets him know that he has one final chance to prove himself to the League of Villains. Hawks must take out a top hero for them, so Hawks pays a visit to Best Jeanist, who has been recovering ever since the fight with All For One. Jeanist says he's expecting to get back to hero work soon, but Hawks tells him he may have to wait a little longer and pulls out a giant feather sword. Hawks will do anything for the greater good, even killing fashion icons apparently. Midoriya is allowed to have a quick, tear-filled visit with his mother before they put him right back to work at the Endeavor Agency. Endeavor says he's only allowing Midoriya and Bakugo to tag along because his son requested it. He has no plans to train them and tells them they'll just need to keep up with him. Suddenly, a glass-controlling villain appears and sucks up all the glass in the area. He raves about receiving a divine message telling him to destroy the city, but Endeavor just smashes his giant glass ball.
You show great skill. Why create such chaos? I'm afraid I can't let you get away with this.
Then, Hawks appears and gives Endeavor a book recommendation. The book is about the Meta Liberation Army, an organization that has recently become more popular. The group's founder was an infamous villain named Destro, and this book is basically his manifesto about how the government should have no control over quirk usage. This book is Hawks' way of covertly getting information to Endeavor, but it's not especially subtle. Endeavor discovers that Hawks has highlighted certain words in order to spell out a message. The Liberation Army is the enemy. They number over 100,000 in 4 months to action. Yeah, you thought the League of Villains was who we had to worry about. Nah, it's these jokers that we've never even heard of. Episode 15, One Thing at a Time. Hawks reports to a shadowy council that includes both the League and leaders from the Meta Liberation Army. He convinces them that he's been spreading the word about the Liberation Army, all while trying to figure out how to stop the attack they have planned in 4 months. The Liberation Army has been planning for this, and have strongholds spread out throughout the entire country. Even some pro-heroes are likely secret plants for the army.
I need solid numbers of how many serve the Liberation Army, locations of their secret bunkers across the country.
Meanwhile, Endeavor has decided to take his students' training seriously to prepare them for the inevitable battle in 4 months. He asks each boy what their goal is and tells them that they should all aim to stop a villain before Endeavor can, just one time. But Endeavor is so fast, he doesn't really need any sidekicks. That's the #1 hero for ya! Episode 16. Long time no see, Selkie. Next up, we get another filler episode that sets up the second MHA movie. This time, a beach episode, where we get to see the girls of UA splashing around in their swimsuits.
No point in putting these girls on edge until they need to be.
Here!
The hell? Did Mineta write this episode? Episode 17. The Hellish Todoroki Family. A week into their work study, none of the boys have been able to stop a single baddie before Endeavor could. Endeavor smells an opportunity to get closer with his own family and invites the boys back to his place for dinner. Bakugo and Midoriya meet Todoroki's Natsuo and Fuyumi and get to see firsthand how uncomfortable things are. Todoroki talks with his sister about how he still can't quite forgive their dad, and Bakugo yells at them for discussing such personal stuff in front of guests. For once, he's kinda right.
If you're gonna invite guests over, don't talk about sensitive subjects! There are dishes that need washing!
No, I'm sorry.
Endeavor goes to pray at his shrine for his eldest son, Toya, and hopes he can one day enjoy a peaceful night with his whole family. Except Toya, since he kinda seems to be dead. Episode 18, The Unforgiven. We next see a creepy villain named Ending gets let out of prison and immediately heads to Endeavor's house to get revenge on the hero who locked him up. I don't want to be prejudiced here, but if a guy looks like that, maybe just keep him in jail. Ending jacks himself up with quirk enhancers, unaware that he picked the one night when 2 incredibly powerful students just happened to be at Endeavor's house. Meanwhile, Todoroki tells his friends about his older brother Toya. He doesn't go into specifics about it, but apparently he died shortly after their mother was hospitalized, and Natsuo blames Endeavor for it. Just when I started to feel bad for this guy. Endeavor drives the boys back to UA when their car is attacked by Ending. His quirk allows him to control white painted lines, which sounds very niche, but on the road he is king. Ending has already snatched Natsuo and announces that his only goal is to get Endeavor to kill him. That's one way to get revenge. Endeavor hesitates when he sees his son, giving his students the chance to beat him to the punch for once. Bakugo charges up an explosion to propel himself and save Natsuo. Midoriya successfully uses Black Whip to catch a bunch of cars, and Todoroki knocks Ending out with a fire punch. Natsuo thanks the boys for saving him, but still isn't ready to forgive his dad. But I think we'll get there. Episode 19. More of a hero than anyone. The next day, Present Mike and Eraserhead take a trip together to Tartarus to visit Kurogiri. After studying him, the authorities have discovered that Kurogiri is essentially a Nomu himself. All for One combined a bunch of different quirk factors to create the ultimate teleporting power, and created a whole new person in the process. At his core, Kurogiri is, or used to be, a former UA student named Obaro Shirakumo. Shirakumo went to school with Aizawa and Present Mike, and the three were close friends who wanted to start an agency together after graduation. Back in those days, Shirakumo was a kind hero who wanted to help people, but during his work study, he was tragically crushed by rubble and killed. Somehow, All for One got a hold of his body and used it as a base to create Kurogiri. Now, they think there's a chance that some of Shirakumo's personality could remain deep inside, and his old friends might just be able to reach him. Aizawa and Present Mike reminisce about their school days and ask their friend to share any info he has about the League's plan. Shirakumo's face emerges from the void just long enough to say hospital before Kurogiri passes out.
Hey!
We then see the hospital in question, where a mysterious doctor is performing a very painful looking procedure on Shigaraki. He says that Shigi is the masterpiece he and All for One have been searching for, one capable of infinite power. Episode 20, My Villain Academia. Are you ready for a whole season worth of expedition dumped into one episode? Good. While Shigaraki undergoes this excruciating operation, he thinks back on what led him to this point. A few months earlier, the League was summoned to a remote location by All for One's personal mad scientist, Dr. Garaki. They met Gigantomachia there, and learned that he is another villain All for One created by combining a bunch of powerful quirks. Dabi's flames do nothing to this big guy, and the only way to calm him down is with a recording of All for One's voice. Then, Dr. Garaki brings the League into his secret underground lab, where he's been creating the high-end Nomu. We learn that Shigaraki has no memories from before meeting All for One as a child. He just remembers that he felt abandoned, and All for One finally gave him a home. All for One told the young Shigaraki that he had killed his own family with his decay quirk, and their hands were the only thing left of them. Now, Shigi wears those hands to both comfort him and fuel his endless rage. Ooh, boy! Are there any heroes with a therapy quirk?
Weakened considerably, ever since we lost All for One.
Dr. Garaki told Shigaraki that he would grant him immense power, but only if he proved himself by taming Gigantomachia. The League then spent 6 weeks fighting Gigantomachia, trying to prove their strength to him. While doing that, they got a call from Redestro. the son of Destro and the new leader of the Meta Liberation Army. Redestro says his goal is to create a world where everyone can use their powers freely, and he has no use for the League. The MLA has kidnapped a friend of the League named Giran. Redestro tells them to either come fight the Liberation Army themselves, or he'll snitch on the League's location to pro-heroes and kill Giran. Shigaraki plans to bring Gigantomachia to the army's location to hopefully destroy the arrogant Redestro and wear out the big guy. I say let him fight! Episode 21, Revival Party. The League is warped to Deka City, a town entirely populated by the Meta Liberation Army. Redestro, aka the Japanese Dr. Doofenshmirtz, is waiting in a tower at the center of town. The League enters the town and are immediately attacked by members of the MLA. Toga gets pulled into a fight with an evil reporter named Curious, who finds Toga fascinating. Toga refuses to answer any questions, but she's completely outmatched. At one point, Toga ingests blood from a couple of guys, only to find out they were suicide bombers with explosive blood. Ow!
By the way, don't even think of transforming and hiding yourself.
Apparently, Toga used to be a normal girl, but after cutting a student and gleefully drinking his blood with a straw, she was forced to run away from home. God forbid a woman gets a hobby! Curious tries to recruit Toga by telling her that in the Liberation Army's perfect world, Toga would be encouraged to drink all the blood she wants. But Toga says she just wants to be close with the people she loves. She then transforms into Uraraka, uses anti-gravity to send Curious and her goons way up into the air, and fatally drops them back down to Earth. Twice finds Toga severely injured and starts to lose it. Watching from above, Redestro tells his army to keep Twice alive since his power is so useful. Meanwhile, Shigaraki has been wasting MLA fools, and his decay keeps getting stronger to the point where it can spread throughout anything he touches. I don't know if Redoofstro thought this plan out too much. Episode 22, Sad Man's Parade. Twice is attacked by puppets that look exactly like him, created by the villain Skeptic. The puppets hold him down while trying to kill the injured Toga, causing Twice to lose it even more. The thing is though, when Twice makes a double, they don't have much durability and will disappear after breaking a single bone. So when Twice gets his arms broken and doesn't disappear, it confirms that he is the original and allows him to overcome his mental block. Twice starts duplicating himself until he literally floods the surrounding area with Twices, calling this special move Sad Man's Parade.
Oh, damn it! A march of grief!
Badass! And pretty depressing. Dabi is fighting a powerful ice user named Geten, who decimates the Sadman army. But with his full power unlocked, Twice is actually unstoppable. He makes doubles of the members of the League to help even the odds, and those doubles are able to make even more doubles. One of the clones of Shigaraki reaches the tower and starts fighting Redestro, who is able to enlarge parts of his body. Redestro reveals that his grandmother was killed by people who were frightened of her quirk, which led to the creation of the MLA. Then, the real Shigaraki decays the entire tower and sends it crashing to the ground. A hulking Redestro emerges from the rubble and prepares to fight the real Shigi. Episode 23, Tenko Shimura Origin. Redestro's quirk lets him transform stress and frustration into raw power. And brother, leading a super-powered insurgent army is a stressful job. Redestro picks up Shigaraki by the arms and starts breaking his fingers, thinking that decay can't activate unless all 5 fingers touch him. But decay continues to evolve, and Shigi can now decay with any part of his body, and can even decay attacks directed at him. Redestro jumps back to get some distance, and suddenly, Shigaraki is flooded with memories from his past. At 5 years old, Tenko Shimura is scolded by his father Kotaro for playing hero. You'll remember that Shigi's grandmother, Nana Shimura, abandoned her family to be a hero, leading Shigaraki's dad to hate all heroes. Kotaro was a terrible father, abusing his son just for even mentioning any hero. His other family members didn't agree with it, but none of them stood up to protect Tenko. One day, after being sent to sleep outside, Tenko's quirk tragically activated, causing him to decay his own dog by accident. Tenko's sister Hana saw this and tried to run away in horror, but Tenko, not realizing what he'd done, grabbed her arm and decayed her too. The same thing happened with his grandparents and his mother, who tried to embrace her son but crumbled to dust.
That it was an attack. And when Hana fell apart,
Kotaro showed up and tried to kill his son with a metal rod, but Tenko started maniacally laughing and gleefully murdered his own father. Tenko finally felt at peace and was officially reborn as Shigaraki. Episode 24, Tomura Shigaraki Origin. After remembering all this, Shigaraki has unlocked Decay's true power. His hair turns to pure white and he destroys all of Deka City around him. Redestro just barely managed to survive by cutting off his own legs to stop the decay from spreading. Damn, sounds stressful. Gigantomachia arrives right then, and seeing how strong Shigaraki has gotten, the big guy finally accepts Shigi as the successor to All for One. Redestro also sees the true, terrifying potential in front of him, and he tells Shigaraki that the Meta Liberation Army is now his to command. Now that's a flawless victory.
destroy it all!
The League of Villains is now living the high life, with 100,000 soldiers and endless money at their disposal. The Meta Liberation Army combines with the League and is rebranded to the Paranormal Liberation Front. They still believe that people should be allowed to use their quirks however they want, but also that society needs to be destroyed, but also that evil people can do whatever they want. The politics have gotten a little confusing. Dr. Garaki tells Shigaraki that he has proven himself, and as promised, will now receive more power than he could ever imagine. Uh-oh. Episode 25, The High, Deep Blue Sky. Hawks arrives at the new headquarters of the Paranormal Liberation Front and delivers a bag to Dabi containing Best Jeanist's dead body. Now, this is a guy committed to his cover. Hawks is worried about how powerful this group is getting and decides he'll need to act soon.
I'm not sold that this is actually him, but you did kill somebody. How heroic.
Before Shigaraki's 4-month-long surgery is complete. Back at UA, the students all show off what they learned during their work studies. Midoriya now has almost complete control over Black Whip, which has gotta be kinda embarrassing for Sero. Being a Spider-Man knockoff was kinda his thing. Then, Midoriya and Bakugo meet with All Might, who has been doing research into all the previous users of One for All. He couldn't uncover anything about the second or third users since they were too old, but he learned that the user of Black Whip was named Banjo. None of the other quirks are too powerful on their own, but combined, they'll make Midoriya a beast. All Might suggests that the next one Midoriya should try to manifest is Nana's quirk, Float, which is exactly what it sounds like. If Midoriya can combine his already immense power with the ability to float, he should theoretically be able to fly. Aw, hell yeah! The boys return to their dorm and have some hot pot and talk with their friends about how their first year at UA is almost over. Elsewhere, Hawks is able to uncover that the word hospital was referring to Jaku General Hospital, the location of Dr. Garaki's secret lab. A short while later, every pro-hero and their work-study students are called together for a massive operation. The war with the Paranormal Liberation Front is about to begin. Season 6, Episode 1, A Quiet Beginning. The PLF's plan, as discovered by Hawks, is to wait until Shigaraki's surgery is complete, and then attack every city in the country at once. Redestro will take over the government, distribute weapons to everyone in the country, and promote a world where everyone uses their powers and fends for themselves. Shigaraki will rule the world as the new All-for-One, which I guess the PLF is down for. Also, during his infiltration, Hawks has actually started to become friends with Twice, and he can't help feel guilty about lying to an unstable man who doesn't have many friends to begin with. As soon as Hawks discovers the location of Garaki's lab, the heroes mobilize for an all-out assault. Endeavor will lead the team at Jaku Hospital, while Edgeshot leads an attack on the PLF's hideout. Some people question the idea of bringing UA students along, including Kaminari, who gets placed at the front lines of Edgeshot's team. Poor Charge Bolt. Dr. Garaki is joyfully whistling, ready for another day of mad science, when a horde of heroes bursts into the hospital. It turns out Garaki has had a secret anti-aging quirk, because the second Aizawa activates Erasure on him, the doctor starts rapidly aging.
Impossible! How? And you will face justice!
Suddenly, Nomu start bursting through the floor, revealing that the captured Garaki was just a double created by Twice. The real Garaki is in his lab about to warp away when Mirko busts in and crushes the Nomu with the warp quirk. Finally, it's Rabbit Girl time! Episode 2, Mirko, the number 5 hero. With her powerful thighs, Mirko destroys years' worth of research and Nomu right in front of a powerless Garaki. And it feels great. Screw that guy! Garaki's Nomu scramble to protect their daddy, and the doctor releases 5 high-ends. He escapes deeper into his lab, while Mirko and the others are swarmed by Nomu. Shigaraki's transformation is only at 71% completion, which by my math means he still needs another month to cook. So I'm feeling good about this. Mirko really proves herself here, destroying 2 high-ends by crushing their heads even after getting a broken arm.
Can't ignore this busted arm if I want to keep doing my job.
That's a Tuesday for Midoriya. Meanwhile, Edgeshot's team begins their attack on the PLF mansion. Cementos completely rips open the front of the building. A villain named Ampivolt jumps out and attacks the heroes with a massive electrical attack, but Kaminari stands firm on the front line and absorbs all the voltage. He declares that in order to keep his friends from worrying about him, he'll wrap this up quickly. Damn! That's a big aura moment for Charge Bolt! Episode 3, One's Justice. Ampivolt tries to overload Kaminari with even more electricity, but the number 4 hero Edgeshot steps in. His quirk allows him to fold his body into any form he wants, including an incredibly thin fiber. He pierces himself through the lungs of a dozen PLF soldiers at once, incapacitating them without killing. Inside the mansion, Hawks spins Twice to the ground with his feathers. Twice is confused why his good friend Hawks is doing this, and Hawks offers Twice a chance to start over as a good guy. But this betrayal is too much for Twice, and he unleashes his sad man's paradise. Elsewhere, Tokoyami is fighting Redestro, who's not much of a threat once his prosthetic legs are broken. Redestro smashes through the floor and reveals an enormous cavern where Gigantomachia is sleeping. Fatgum says they should be fine, as the big guy will only act on All-for-One's direct instructions. At the same time, Hawks solemnly destroys every double of Twice with his razor-sharp feathers. He truly wanted to give Twice a second chance, but his quirk simply poses too much of a threat to the heroes. He's left with no choice but to kill Twice. But just before he can, he gets blasted back by Dabi's flames. Twice tries to escape, but Hawks manages to skewer him in the back with a feather. In his dying moments, Twice sends a double to rescue Toga from getting captured by heroes. He melts in Toga's arms, thanking her for being his friend. In the end, Twice didn't want to be pitied by heroes or given a second chance. He was happy right where he was, surrounded by people just as crazy as him.
I can't make more.
Rest in peace. Rest in peace. Get it? I had to say it twice. Episode 4, Inheritance. Dabi burns up the rest of Hawks' feathers and tells him he can never be a true hero now that he's killed someone. Dabi then reveals his true identity to Hawks, which stuns him into silence. And Dabi prepares to finish off the number 2 hero. Meanwhile, Mirko is still fighting the 3 remaining high ends, but the longer the fight goes on, the stronger they seem to get. She realizes this is a fight she can't win, but she vows to stop Shigaraki before she dies. She reaches a pod with Shigi floating inside, but is stopped from destroying it by a high end. Just then, backup arrives in the form of Endeavor, Eraserhead, and Present Mike. Mirko just barely manages to evade the Nomu and smashes Shigaraki's pod, interrupting his procedure at 75%. Present Mike captures Garaki, and a hero named Xless confirms that Shigaraki has no pulse. That was easier than I expected. Well, not quite. Garaki reveals that as part of this procedure, All For One duplicated his quirk-stealing power and gave the original to Shigaraki. Then, a single spark of electricity hits Shigaraki and jolts him awake. Episode 5, The Thrill of Destruction. Gran Torino arrives and the heroes are able to take down all the high ends. Xless immediately tries to hit Shigi with his laser eyes the second his eyes open, but Shigaraki is too fast, and he decays Xless in an instant. Meanwhile, Tokoyami arrives just in time to save a featherless Hawks from Dabi's flames. He wraps Dark Shadow around his mentor, and Dabi starts monologuing again about how Hawks is a fake hero. Tokoyami realizes all this talking is Dabi just buying time to charge up his flames. Dark Shadow attacks preemptively, and Tokoyami escapes with Hawks. Midoriya is in the rear guard when he suddenly hears a voice in his head. It's the first user of One For All, warning him that Shigaraki has awoken and Midoriya is the only one who can stop him. And he's not the only one learning about this, as Gigantomachia senses his new master and starts to awaken. Shigaraki activates his decay and begins to destroy the entire lab. Gran Torino warns everyone to evacuate, but the number 6 hero Crust isn't fast enough and gets crumbled. We didn't see much of him, but he chooses to turn into dust while smiling and giving everyone a thumbs up. And that is legend material as far as I'm concerned. Endeavor carries the injured Mirko, and everyone else manages to escape. The wave of decay continues expanding, beginning to destroy the town just like in Deika City. Midoriya and Todoroki both try to use their power to stop the destruction, but it's too powerful. Eventually, only a massive crater remains, and an awakened Shigaraki steps out. Episode 6, Encounter Part 2. Elsewhere, the battle between heroes and the PLF keeps raging. Toga is enraged by Twice's death, so she transforms into a random hero and starts slicing up everyone in sight. In Jaku City, Endeavor attacks Shigaraki on sight. but Shigi's body can now regenerate any burns or injuries almost instantly. He possesses all of the quirks stockpiled into All for One. A voice in his head tells him to seek out the one quirk he was never able to possess, One for All. He uses a searching quirk to instantly locate Midoriya and heads straight for him. Midoriya realizes what's happening and tries to lead Shigaraki to an unpopulated area, with Bakugo following right behind. Deku tells Kacchan that he doesn't need to come with him, but Bakugo says he's just using Midoriya as bait to get revenge on Shigaraki. I have a feeling he's about to get humbled. The boys reach Shigaraki and are immediately frozen by a wave of malicious aura. Gran Torino swoops in to save them and tells the boys they need to leave this to the professionals. Ryukyu slams into Shigi with her dragon form, while Aizawa erases all of his quirks. Even with his quirks erased, Shigaraki's base strength is greater than the high-end Nomu.
I will not let you lay a finger on my students.
You're still pretty cool, aren't you, Eraser?
And speaking of, out of the rubble emerges an entire horde of Nomu. Episode 7, Disaster Walker. While the pros take on these Nomu, Gran Torino tells Midoriya to stay away, since Shigaraki stealing One for All would be the absolute worst case scenario. But the second Midoriya sees Shigi targeting his teacher, he can't help throwing himself into the fray. Bakugo, Endeavor, and Midoriya all attack Shigaraki, but even without quirks, he can dodge them all. All for One's voice keeps telling Shigaraki to steal One for All, but he's getting annoyed. Now that he's practically unstoppable, he doesn't need a voice in his head telling him what to do. On the other side of this battle, Gigantomachia has awakened. He throws the remaining members from the League of Villains onto his giant back and starts running towards Shigaraki's location. Mount Lady and other heroes try to stop him, but there's nothing that can stand in his way. Midnight gets too close and is hit by Dabi's blue flames. Injured, she radios Yaoyorozu and tells her the only option is for Momo to create sedatives that 1A can administer to Gigantomachia. She tells her students to be strong, and then gets cut off.
It's up to you. Be strong. What's going on?
Class 1A stands together and prepares for the approaching monster. Episode 8, League of Villains vs. UA Students. Yaoyorozu starts making sedative, but tells her classmates that she'll have to get it into Gigantomachia's mouth somehow. They create a trap with Minetta's sticky balls, while Mount Lady holds onto the beast's leg to slow him down. Gigantomachia trips into their trap, and all the UA students work together to pry his mouth open. They throw the canisters of sedative at him, but he just blows them away with a sneeze, gets back up, and keeps on trucking. You know Momo had a backup plan though. She detonates explosives around his feet. Ashido launches herself off an acid ramp and throws some sedative, just barely missing his mouth. Ashido is about to be crushed when Kirishima pushes her away and takes the hit himself. Red Riot clings to the monster's leg and manages to get a vial of sedative inside its mouth. Let's hope it's fast acting. Meanwhile, Shigaraki is giving his big evil monologue on how he rejects the world that rejected him. Gran Torino tries to kick him from behind, but Shigi grabs him, slams him into the ground, and punches through his chest. Midoriya screams in anger and grabs Shigaraki with Black Whip. Shigi has one more trick up his sleeve though. From the rubble of Garaki's lab, he found a single quirk-deleting bullet. He uses his finger to launch it at Eraserhead and hits him right in the leg. Oh crap. Episode 9, Katsuki Bakugo Rising. With zero hesitation, Aizawa pulls out a knife and instantly severs his own leg before the drug can take effect, without even blinking.
No, I won't hesitate. I'll be rational.
God damn! It is not safe to be an arm or a leg in this show. Shigaraki is annoyed at how dang cool Aizawa is and launches straight at him, but gets blocked by a sudden ice wall from Todoroki. Unfortunately, Eraserhead has hit his limit and finally closes his eyes. Shigaraki regenerates all the damage he's taken so far. Unfair. Things aren't going better elsewhere, as the sedative seems to have been completely ineffective. Gigantomachia continues his rampage towards his master, destroying every town in his path. The UA students are stunned by their failure to help, and realize they are only alive because Gigantomachia didn't consider them a threat. Shigaraki is about to release another massive wave of decay when his body suddenly bursts open. He realizes that he was awakened before his transformation was complete, and his body can't keep up with all the power it's using. He's still able to use decay on the ground, but Midoriya grabs everyone with Black Whip and rises into the air using his new float quirk. It turns out that Midoriya had been practicing it for weeks using Uraraka's anti-gravity, so the second he unlocked float, he would have great control over it. That's a smart Deku! Midoriya starts hitting Shigaraki with a flurry of 100% smashes, not caring what it does to his own body. He keeps Shiggy in the air and hits him with a Wyoming smash, a Detroit smash, a Texas smash, with Shigaraki just tanking each one. Bakugo knows that Midoriya's body can't handle this and tells Endeavor and Todoroki to jump into the fight with him. Endeavor grabs Shigaraki with a bear hug and hits him with a plus ultra prominence burn. Shiggy screams in pain and passes out, allowing for All for One to take over. Spikes shoot out of his body, impaling Endeavor and heading towards Midoriya. Bakugo's body moves on its own, pushes Midoriya out of the way, and gets stabbed through the chest. Oh, damn. That was one episode? Episode 10. The Ones Within Us. Deku snaps and lunges towards Shigaraki. Or is he technically All for One now? Who knows at this point? Midoriya bites through the spikes in his way, but the villain just reaches out to steal One for All, as this is exactly what he wanted. Suddenly, they're both transported to another world within their quirks. Midoriya sees both Shigaraki and All for One, their bodies merging together while Shiggy tells his master to back off. All for One says the body is rightfully his since it's using his power. Midoriya is unable to move, but Shimura appears and tells him that she will handle it.
I didn't think I'd see you after I died. Hello, All for One.
Shimura confronts All for One, and Shigaraki recognizes his grandpa from pictures that he'd seen in his childhood. Shiggy's sheer hatred is enough to start eroding this world as he tries to reject All for One's influence. The first user of One for All appears, and they all have a great big psychic battle. Back in the real world, there's a flash of light, and Midoriya realizes that One for All wasn't stolen. Whew. Gigantomachia keeps charging forward though, but Toga jumps off his back when she spots Uraraka and Asui down below. Toga disguises herself as an old lady and lures Uraraka into a house before pinning her to the ground. Okay, well at least she's not naked this time. Yet? Episode 11. Dabi's Dance. Todoroki catches Bakugo, Midoriya, and his dad, all while Shigaraki and All for One continue wrestling for control. Ida and Hado arrive and warn everyone that Gigantomachia will be there soon, and they should probably all just get out of there. Good advice, class rep. Meanwhile, Uraraka fights Toga, who's just trying to explain how she feels. When she likes someone, she's overcome with the intense desire to drink their blood and become them. What's so hard to understand about that? She tells Uraraka how she used her quirk to kill a bunch of people, much to her horror. Toga's weird crush on Uraraka and Midoriya is overpowered by her hatred for heroes, and she throws a bunch of knives at Uraraka. They get deflected by Asui, and Toga decides to retreat from this 2-on-1 fight. In Jaku City, Gigantomachia reaches Shigaraki and picks his new master. Endeavor has a collapsed lung, but he still gets to his feet and shouts to the League of Villains. Dabi notices him and says that they might know him by a different name. Toya. Okay, I definitely should have seen this coming. At the same time he's revealing himself to his father and brother, television stations across the country are hijacked and replaced with a recording of Dabi revealing his identity. He tells everyone that he, Toya Todoroki, the eldest son of Endeavor, has killed over 30 people due to the #1 hero's crappy fathering. This is a devastating blow to hero society, and Dabi has been waiting for this moment so long, he can't help but start dancing.
I'm starting to have fun! I wondered how I could make you suffer, how I could ruin your life!
To make it even worse, the broadcast includes a clip of Hawks killing twice and a picture of Best Jeanist's body. Dabi is gleeful to be destroying the reputation of so many heroes, and is about to hit his dad with a massive attack. Suddenly, Dabi is wrapped up in tiny fibers from the sky. Best Jeanist has arrived. Shall we say, fashionably late. Episode 12, Threads of Hope. Best Jeanist jumps out of a cargo plane and declares that he will not let the villains control the narrative. He's brought a ton of carbon fiber with him that he uses to bind the entire League and even Gigantomachia. Dabi burns through his restraints and starts fighting Todoroki, excited for the opportunity to kill his younger brother. Suddenly, a bunch of Nomu appear, but they're all taken out by Lemillion, who pops out of the ground. Okay, is that everyone? Apparently, Eri was finally able to use her raw power to restore Togata's quirk, but now it'll be a while before she can rewind anything else. Bakugo is seriously injured, but gets to his feet and helps fight off the Nomu. He proudly declares his new hero name, Great Explosion Murder God Dynamite. Hey, catchy. Midoriya's limbs are busted, but he can't sit on the sidelines while there's heroing to be done. Inspired by Froppy, he uses Float to shoot Black Whips out of his mouth to grab Dabi.
Black Whip! Froppy style! Back off! This fight is none of your business!
Gigantomachia starts to get back up, but then collapses again. It seems the sedative 1A gave him is finally kicking in. Best Jeanist tightens his hold on the League members, and it seems things are finally starting to fall in the hero's favor. Episode 13, Final Performance. Mr. Compress mutilates his own body in order to free his arm, just so that he can compress the League and help them escape. Not to be outdone by Dabi, Compress reveals that he is the grandson of a legendary thief nobody cares about. Cool, man. Compress sacrifices himself so that his friends can escape. Midoriya starts getting a pounding headache and realizes that this is the quirk of the fourth user, Danger Sense. A completely different and legally distinct thing from Spidey Senses. Just so we're clear. Shigaraki comes to his senses, but it sees All for One has won the battle over this body. He knocks all the heroes away with an air blast and tells the remaining Nomu to help them escape, leaving Compress and Gigantomachia behind. All for One tells Midoriya that they will meet again once his body is completed. Midoriya can't help but think that somewhere inside is Shigaraki, in desperate need of a hero to save him.
I'll see you soon.
The most insane battle in this show so far is finally brought to a close. Episode 14, Hellish Hell. In the aftermath of all of this, things are not looking good for the Public Safety Commission. Apparently, right before all this went down, a double of Redestro rampaged through the commission headquarters and killed the president. So add that onto the pile of problems. Class 1A tries their best to assist with rescue operations, but they soon discover the body of their teacher, Midnight. No.
Wake up! Miss Midnight, please!
She can't be gone! Someone say this isn't happening.
Things are bleak, and All for One isn't giving them a break. Still in control of Shigi's body, he leads his Nomu army to Tartarus, where they plan to break out his main body. Wait, so are there gonna be 2 All for Ones now? All for 2? Episode 15, Tartarus. All for One and his Nomu absolutely decimate the defenses of Tartarus, freeing dozens of dangerous villains. Stain, Muscular, and even Overhaul gets out, though he doesn't have any arms. All for One is freed, and the escaped prisoners go on to attack more prisons, freeing more villains. What is this, the prison district? All for One returns Shigaraki's body to a League of Villains hideout and tells Dabi and Spinner to protect the body while it recovers. 2 days later, Bakugo wakes up in the hospital. He learns that Gran Torino and Aizawa both survived, but the public image of pro-heroes has taken a serious hit. The hospital is surrounded by angry civilians demanding answers from Endeavor, and the only hero who hasn't regained consciousness yet is young Midoriya. Yeesh. Can we maybe get a filler episode now? Episode 16, The Hellish Todoroki Family, Part 2. Hawks wakes up in a car being driven by Best Jeanist, with all of his feathers completely burnt off. Hawks apologizes for killing Best Jeanist by putting him into a medically induced coma that temporarily stopped his heart. They drive through Central City and see how bad things have gotten. Escaped convicts are terrorizing the people, and trust in heroes is at an all-time low. Many pro-heroes are retiring, and people feel like they can't trust the professionals to keep them safe anymore.
Where are the local authorities?
Not coming.
Redestro's dream is coming true. In the hospital, Endeavor is tormented by everything Dabi said. When his family comes to visit, Natsuo, Fuyumi, a bandaged-up Shoto, and even Rei enter his room and say it's time for a good old family meeting. Episode 17, The Wrong Way to Put Out a Fire. Toya was born with even more powerful flames than his father, but instead of a high heat resistance like Endeavor, he inherited his mother's resistance to cold. His family warned him that using his quirk too much would burn his body, but Toya was just as stubborn as his old man and kept training himself. He eventually was able to create blue flames, which he tried to show his dad, but Endeavor just beat his wife for not keeping a closer eye on Toya. Once Todoroki was born with the perfect combination of fire and ice, Toya was filled with jealousy and resentment.
But when I hit puberty, things changed. And my flames suddenly transformed.
One day, Toya went to a mountaintop by himself and started a massive inferno that he couldn't control. The only remains they found of Toya was his jawbone, and they presumed him to be dead. In the present, Endeavor sincerely apologizes to his family, and they agree to all work together to stop Dabi from hurting more people. Then, Hawks and Best Jeanist enter, and the top 3 heroes make a plan. The first step is to get the whole story on One for All, just as soon as Midoriya wakes up. Any second now. Episode 18, Izuku Midoriya and Tomura Shigaraki. While unconscious, Midoriya once again finds himself inside the realm of One for All. The previous users all sit before him, but he is unable to speak. The users explain to Midoriya that when One for All is given to someone who already has a quirk, it severely shortens their lifespan. Since fewer and fewer quirkless people are being born over time, Midoriya will likely be the final wielder of One for All. Shimura then says the real reason they need to talk to him is to make sure he has the resolve to kill Shigaraki when he has the chance. They try to tell him that Shigi is beyond saving, but Midoriya rejects that. One for All is a power meant for saving, not killing. The first user is satisfied with this answer and says all the users will lend Midoriya their strength. Midoriya then wakes up. 3 days later, the top 3 heroes hold a press conference. Endeavor admits that everything Dabi said about him is true, and that he will work hard to make up for his sins. They also announce that due to all the escaped villains, citizens are invited to come live on the campus of UA and other hero schools where they will be protected. They know this won't satisfy the angry public, but it's really the best they can do. A few weeks later, each member of 1A gets a letter from Midoriya. He reveals the entire truth about One for All to all of his classmates and tells them he'll be leaving UA as it would be too dangerous for him to stay around there. It's only a matter of time before All for One comes after Midoriya again, and he doesn't want anyone else in danger.
Looks like a huge villain.
Midoriya, now in his official emo era, puts on a tattered mask and begins to patrol a ruined city. Episode 19, Full Power. Later, two heroes named Grand and Turtleneck from Ketsubutsu Academy are looking for any remaining civilians who need to evacuate. They, unfortunately, run right into Muscular, freshly escaped from jail. Grand doesn't stand a chance and is overwhelmed by Muscular. Suddenly, Muscular gets hit from behind by a dark figure. It's Midoriya in Batman mode. He's figured out how to use danger sense to find villains and also unlocked the smokescreen quirk. Smokescreen gives him all the abilities of a fog machine. He can even talk to the previous users to get advice on how to use their quirks better. Bro got the whole friend group in his head. Muscular is excited for a rematch, but Deku doesn't have time to waste. He takes Muscular out with one 45% punch. Wow! And zooms off to find more bad guys.
One for all, full cowling, 45% impact!
But first, Midoriya meets up with All Might, who's helping him in his vigilante arc. All Might gives him some food and tells him to go easy, since he's wearing support gear to protect his body. It turns out that Endeavor, Genist, and Hawks are all in on this too, and they're basically using Midoriya as bait for All for One. This is a lot to put on the shoulders of a 15-year-old. Episode 20, Hired Gun. On a stormy night, a woman who looks like a rabbit is being attacked by a group of men because, well, racism. They assume she's a member of the Paranormal Liberation Front since she looks different. Midoriya jumps in and tells the bad guys to back off, then tells All Might to escort the woman to a shelter. Deku is emo as hell, basically just fighting crime non-stop because he feels like this is all his responsibility. Later, Midoriya is soaring through the city when a bullet comes out of nowhere and destroys his GPS transmitter. He remembers Hawks warning him about a specific Tartarus escapee, Lady Nagant, a former pro-hero turned mercenary. Oh yeah, and her arm is a sniper rifle, and the bullets are her hair. Badass.
Don't move a muscle. And I'll let you keep your limbs.
Hawks said if Lady Nagant was sent by All for One to capture Midoriya, he should just run away. So, of course, he's gonna do the opposite. Using Danger Sense, he can just barely dodge the bullets and follow their trajectory back to Nagant. It turns out Lady Nagant has Overhaul with her for reasons, and an extra quirk that lets her walk on air. So I think this is gonna be an interesting fight. Episode 21, The Lovely Lady Nagant. Elsewhere, All Might is attacked by two villains, but while he may be powerless, he's still the symbol of peace. Bro just stops them with his aura of justice.
If the unthinkable ever happens to that young man, it'll be over my dead body.
Midoriya uses a blast of smokescreen, then starts using the fourth user's quirk, Fa Jin. Fa Jin allows him to store up and release energy. For example, by squatting a bunch, he can charge up a super powerful jump. He throws out decoys for Nagant to shoot, then launches himself at her. He asks how a former hero could help All for One, and she reveals that she used to kill people for the government, and that messes you up. She offed the president of the Public Safety Commission for all the blood he put on her hands and went to jail. Lady Nagant points her rifle at Overhaul, who's now a shell of a man. She knows Midoriya will leap to save him, but Midoriya is able to dodge the bullets in mid-air. By using Fa Jin to charge up energy, he can use 45% of One for All without hurting himself. He saves Overhaul and smashes Nagant's rifle arm. Midoriya tells her that she can become a hero again, but All for One left one last surprise: a self-destruction quirk. Lady Nagant explodes. But they both survive, so it can't have been that bad. Episode 22, Friend. Lady Nagant tells the heroes where she was supposed to deliver Midoriya after capturing him. Deku and Endeavor head there and find a pre-recorded message from All for One. He tells Midoriya that the age of villains has come. Then, the projector explodes. But again, everyone's fine. Explosions just aren't a big deal anymore. The pro-heroes meet and say they all feel bad about what they're making Midoriya do, but they don't have any other ideas. And besides, he kinda likes it. Midoriya refuses to even eat and just relentlessly keeps tracking down villains. He starts keeping Black Whip around him at all times and becomes an urban legend among the civilians.
All for One. Where is he hiding? There's no time.
He comes across a villain named Dictator who can mind control groups of people. Deku's exhaustion catches up with him and he collapses, refusing to attack innocent people. Bakugo arrives and takes Dictator out with an AP shot. He's brought the whole rest of Class 1A with him as well. They tell him that they were worried about their friend, but Midoriya says he's fine and has to keep fighting. They refuse to stand down, and Midoriya starts to power up One for All. Oh yeah, it's Midoriya versus 1A. Episode 23, Deku versus 1A. Midoriya makes a smokescreen, but Bakugo did his own research and is prepared for these extra quirks. He clears all the smoke with a concussive blast. The students all try to restrain Midoriya, telling him that he should come back to UA and take a shower, cause he's looking really scary. Midoriya just keeps evading, because the thought of anyone else getting hurt is too much. 1A pulls off some crazy team-up combos. I'm talking ice ramp, launching a card off of it, covered in acid, no gravity, sticky balls everywhere. It is awesome. Ida grabs Midoriya in mid-air and brings him to the ground, but Midoriya still refuses to give in. Bakugo steps up to the plate and finally gets through to his friend. He acknowledges that he has always been jealous of Midoriya's innate heroism and apologizes for his years of bullying. He asks Midoriya to come back so his whole class can fight at his side. Deku doesn't say yes, but he does pass out, which I think we're gonna take.
Saying this out loud doesn't change a thing, but it's how I feel, Izuku.
He wakes back up at UA, inside an upgraded security barrier. Unfortunately, they're surrounded by civilians who are pissed they brought Midoriya here. Uh-oh. Episode 24, A Young Woman's Declaration. All the people taking shelter at UA don't want to live with a kid who's got a giant target on his back. The heroes and faculty try to convince everyone this is the safest place, but they want Midoriya out. Uraraka floats above the crowd and shouts at them with a megaphone. She tells them how hard Midoriya is working to save everyone and asks that they just let him rest for the final battle.
He'll get us all killed because he wants to take a nap!
You're wrong! He left UA because he didn't want to cause trouble for anybody! We're the ones who made him come back!
Midoriya breaks down in tears, but he's comforted by the rabbit woman he's saved and even little Kota. The crowd starts to realize, despite how scary he looks, Midoriya truly is the successor to All Might and agrees to let him stay. Aww, thank you so much, Angry Mob. Episode 25, No Man is an Island. While walking around a ruined city, All Might visits a statue of himself that has been defaced. He's suddenly confronted by Stain, who doesn't believe that this scrawny shrimp could be his hero All Might. They hide as a woman comes to clean the statue, and Stain says this woman has never lost faith in All Might, and the look on All Might's face convinces Stain of his identity. He provides All Might with a disc containing data he stole from Tartarus. Unexpected turn for Stain. Back at UA, Deku is dragged into a much-needed bath. His classmates try to get Midoriya to relax, but there's really no time. All Might tells the students about the info he got from Stain. All for One is planning to launch an assault on UA in just 1 month, right before Shigaraki's body is completed. In order to buy some more time, they've sent a request to heroes from around the world. One hero has answered the call and will attempt to stop Shigaraki. The #1 hero from the USA, Stars and Stripes.
If my master's got himself in trouble, why would I even think twice before rushing to his side?
Oh, hell yeah. Season 7, Episode 1. In the nick of time, a big-time maverick from the West. Stars and Stripes, aka Kathleen Bates, is America's #1 hero, and a fellow student of All Might's. Her quirk, New Order, is undoubtedly the most busted in the entire verse. She has the ability to touch any object and set a new rule for it. Sounds simple, right? But these rules can be almost anything, and they can be applied to her opponents, or herself, or even the air around her. She is able to set 2 rules at once, and she's always had one of those rules set to Kathleen Bates has the speed and strength of All Might. Stars and Stripes travels to Japan with her Air Force bros, but they soon encounter Shigaraki riding a Nomu through the air, and his body is now 98% complete. Stars and Stripes asks if she's talking to Shigaraki or All for One, and he responds that he's not quite sure what he is, but he knows that he wants to steal New Order for himself. This whole battle is a massive gamble, because if Shiggy is able to steal Kathleen's quirk, it's pretty much game over. But Kathleen isn't the #1 for nothing. She sets a rule that all the air around Shigaraki no longer exists, and he starts suffocating immediately. She tries to apply a rule that makes his heart stop, but it fails. Unfortunately, New Order only works if you know the target's identity, and right now, this monster doesn't even have a single identity. Kathleen creates a giant solid version of herself out of the air and immobilizes Shiggy.
Oh yeah! I brought him down!
Her pilot bros blast lasers that the massive Stars and Stripes grabs onto and uses as an enormous spear. It's still not enough to overcome Shigaraki's regeneration, so Kathleen makes the order for her bros to launch a thermonuclear missile. USA, don't mess around. Episode 2, Spectre. The enormous Stars and Stripes releases the laser and grabs the missiles, hitting Shigaraki with a hypersonic intercontinental cruise punch. This legendary attack still isn't enough.
Intercontinental Cruise Punch!
As Shigaraki burrowed under the ocean floor right before impact, he emerges from the crater and launches himself at the jets. Her best bro Ethan tells her to destroy his jet while Shiggy is on it, but Kathleen knows there's nothing she can do to put him down for good. She smiles, seemingly accepting her fate as Shigaraki leaps forward and touches her face. In one fell swoop, Shiggy steals New Order and decays the #1 hero from the West. Shigaraki cackles with glee and is about to use his power to destroy Kathleen's bros, when suddenly his body begins rupturing. See, right before New Order was stolen, Stars and Stripes set a new rule on the quirk itself. New Order will revolt against all other quirks. The second Shiggy stole it, New Order began rampaging within his body and destroying all his stockpiled quirks. Kathleen sacrificed herself to deal this devastating blow, and as she turns to dust, Ethan remarks that she was the finest hero he ever served with. Shigaraki frantically flies back to Japan to look for someone to transfer New Order to, but by the time he can find another person, the damage has already been done. News of this battle reaches UA, and they estimate that Stars and Stripes bought them 1 full week before Shiggy's body is complete, and destroyed most of his quirks. Kathleen's death shocks the world, but everyone is now committed more than ever to destroy Shigaraki and All for One. Episode 3. Villain. Shigaraki, still convulsing in pain, returns to the League hideout where All for One is waiting. Shiggy is enraged and wants to murder All Might, but All for One tells him to calm down. Now that Stars and Stripes is gone, he thinks there's nothing standing in their way once Shigaraki's body recovers. He also hints that he has a friend on the inside at UA. Uh-oh. Meanwhile, Class 1A is training relentlessly for the approaching battle. Hagakure notices that Aoyama has been acting strangely and follows him into the woods. She sees Aoyama talking to his parents, who tell their son that he must continue to follow All for One's orders or he'll kill them all. Wait, what? Cheese Boy was the mole? Apparently, this whole time, Aoyama has been the one leaking the locations of UA's field trips to the League of Villains.
Mama, Papa, I don't want to do this.
He was born quirkless, and his parents made a deal with All for One where the villain would give Aoyama a quirk in exchange for him being a spy. Damn! All of that, and his quirk isn't even a cool one. Hagakure tells all this to Midoriya, who immediately goes to confront Aoyama. His parents try to deny it, but Aoyama is overcome with guilt and confesses that he is a despicable villain. He fires his laser, but it gets refracted by Hagakure, who tells Frenchie that she still believes in him. Aoyama's family is brought into UA, and Midoriya says he has an idea on how they can use this to their advantage. Also, we get our first glimpse at what Hagakure actually looks like. Dang! Even a character who is entirely invisible has now had more screen time than Midoriya's deadbeat dad. Great! Episode 4. The story of how we all became heroes. The UA facility reminds the students that Aoyama committed serious crimes that could have gotten them all killed. But 1A is ready to forgive him pretty much immediately. How can you stay mad at the Clash Disco Ball? Aizawa starts working on a plan to use Aoyama against All for One while Midoriya pays a visit to Hatsume.
Oh wow, it's been a minute, Midoriya. How's it going?
Poor Deku is too tired to even care the slightest bit about these shenanigans. The support students have been working hard on upgrading UA's defenses, but Hatsume still finds time to make some new gear for Midoriya and Ida. Truly, the gadget goat. Episode 5. Let You Down. Toga goes to visit the now abandoned home she grew up in. She reminisces on her childhood and how she struggled to fit in after her quirk made her crave human blood. I mean, you kinda gotta feel bad for her, but are we really trying to empathize with this serial killer? Dabi shows up and asks Toga if she has any doubts about destroying society, and she says no, it's all good, and Dabi then burns her house down. He also hands her a vial of Twice's blood, so it looks like we may get to see one last sad man's parade.
I can't believe you're sentimental. Didn't think a psycho like you had actual feelings.
Then, Class 1A moves to a makeshift fortress 30 kilometers away from campus. The plan is to separate All for One and Shigaraki, since fighting the two of them together would be nearly impossible. Midoriya and Uraraka have a nice moment where they talk about how they hope they can save Toga and Shigaraki instead of having to kill them. Later, Aoyama lures Midoriya to an isolated area where All for One is waiting. Of course, This was all part of Yue's plan. They've somehow harnessed Kurogiri's teleportation, and pro-heroes begin pouring out of portals. All for One warps in his team, and it looks like the final battle is truly about to begin. Episode 6, Division. But first, we get a little background on Yue's side. See, All for One has a quirk that can detect lies, but by having Shinszo mind control Aoyama into talking, they were able to feed him false information without technically being intentionally deceptive. Meanwhile, Monoma copied Kurogiri's quirk so he could warp in the heroes. In the present, All Might calls for the heroes to begin Operation Troy. Metal cages burst from the ground and separate the villains. Then, the cages themselves blast through portals to split up the villains even more. The only snag in their plan is Toga managing to grab Midoriya at the last second and drag him through the portal with her. All for One is teleported to an empty area where Hawks and Endeavor are waiting. Shigaraki gets sent to UA, which blasts out of the ground, flies up into the air, and becomes a floating coffin specifically designed to contain Shiggy. Yeah, they really thought this through. Unfortunately, Deku was supposed to take on Shigaraki in this arena, and Toga really screwed that up. Now, it's up to Best Jeanist, Edgeshot, Bakugo, Mirko, and the Big Three to hold off Shigaraki until Midoriya can make it back. Shigaraki tries to use Decay, but just outside of the arena's electric barrier, Aizawa and Monoma are both using Erasure on him. Mirko launches at him, but Shiggy blasts a wave of mangled fingers out of his hand.
Hey, Dynamite! What the hell is he doing now?
I don't know! This is...
So, that's not a quirk. That's just a thing he can do now. Cool. Episode 7, Inflation. Elsewhere, Midoriya has been dragged into a fight with Toga that Uraraka and Asui were supposed to handle. His danger sense won't even help him against Toga, since she's actually attacking him out of love and not hate. Kinda sweet when you think about it. She asks Deku to be her boyfriend while trying to kill him, and he begs her to just be normal.
I want to get a taste of your blood.
Don't you think this is all moving way too fast?
Froppy and Uravati tell Midoriya that they can handle this, and he uses Float and Fajin to blast himself back towards UA. Midoriya wants to use his final quirk, Gear Shift, to go faster, but the second user warns him to only use it as a last resort. He doesn't realize how much Midoriya loves using dangerous last resorts. Meanwhile, Dabi has been teleported to an area to face Todoroki, Ida, and Endeavor's sidekicks. Naturally, Todoroki wants to handle his big brother on his own, and naturally, Dabi wants to tell a long-winded story of how he became a villain. Episode 8, 2 Flash Fires. After severely burning himself on a mountaintop, Toya's body was discovered by All for One. He woke up 3 years later in an orphanage that All for One operates as a side hustle. All for One tried to manipulate Toya by taking away his quirk and telling him he could earn it back by working with the villains, but Toya rejected this. He burned down the orphanage and ran away back to his house. But when he saw Endeavor and Todoroki training in the yard, thinking that they'd all moved on from his death, he became a legit villain. In the present, Dabi's skin starts burning hotter and hotter. Todoroki realizes that his brother doesn't even care if he survives this battle, as long as he can take Endeavor with him. Dabi leaps onto Todoroki and starts pummeling him, telling him he's just a worthless puppet controlled by Endeavor. Todoroki reveals that he has figured out how to create a perfect balance of fire and ice to withstand Dabi's flames, and tells his brother he's wrong. While Todoroki used to be an empty shell for Endeavor's ambitions, his friends at UA gave him purpose. Todoroki uses his new ultimate move, Phosphor, to strengthen his body and hit his brother with everything he's got.
Phosphor! Icebound crash!
He slams Dabi in the stomach with an ice fist and begs his brother to stop. He then freezes Dabi and all the surrounding buildings, putting an end to his brother's rampage. Episode 9, Extras. All of Class 1A is giving their all to this final battle. Kirishima and Ashido are fighting a group of villains who are trying to free Gigantomachia, and Shoji and Koda are defending the hospital where Kurogiri is from Spinner. Spinner has been given a bunch of extra quirks to turn him into a lizard monster, but it's also making him lose his mind. Meanwhile, Hawks, using artificial feathers, is working with Endeavor to try and destroy All For One's life support. All For One taunts Endeavor by talking about Dabi and tricks the #1 hero into leaving himself wide open. All For One tears out a huge chunk of Endeavor's torso and knocks him to the ground. All For One then fires a deadly sonic blast at Hawks, but it gets intercepted by Jiro, who has arrived flying on Tokoyami's back. All For One is annoyed by these pesky side characters getting in the way and attacks them. Jiro's fear starts getting the best of her, which is fair because she's facing a guy who calls himself the Demon Lord.
I've been training to fight villains for a long time, but I didn't know it would feel like this.
One of Jiro's earphones gets sliced clean off, and All For One gloats that no one can stop him. Episode 10, Wounded Hero, Burning Bright and True. Despite her injury, Jiro stands strong. She tells All For One that she doesn't care what he says, she only cares that he made her friends suffer, and she just wants to be able to have fun and play rock music with them. Jiro stuns the Demon Lord with a sonic blast, and Hawks swoops in to crack his life support helmet. Then, Tokoyami covers himself with Dark Shadow and smashes the helmet. Teamwork, baby! All For One sends out a wave of spikes, but they're blocked by Endeavor, who's pulled himself back up. Endeavor's right arm has been torn off, but he still blasts toward the villain. He makes himself a new arm out of fire and starts to pummel One For All. Endeavor blasts high into the air and uses his full power to completely incinerate the Demon Lord. The charred body of All For One asks if he really thought it would be that easy. Damn, I kinda did.
I'm finished with this feeble body. More than happy to dispose of it and start over.
All For One takes one of the drugs created from Eri's rewind quirk and begins rewinding his own body back to its prime before he was ever injured by All Might. Yikes. Meanwhile, Shigaraki is trying to monologue while Bakugo is yelling at him to shut up. Great Explosion Murder God Dynamite unleashes his new ultimate move, Howitzer Impact Cluster. But the massive explosion is just shrugged off by Shigaraki. Shigi grabs Bakugo's right arm and crushes it easily, telling the boy he's only useful as bait for Midoriya. Damn you, you damn nerd. Episode 11, Light Fades to Rain. Aizawa shouts for someone to save Bakugo, and the big three step up to the plate. Hado distracts Shigaraki with some light spears, and Amajiki pierces him in the back with a scorpion tail. Shigi is unbothered and just grows some extra mouths to spit out the scorpion venom.
Okay, we're sure this isn't a quirk, yeah? Yeah, okay.
Togata phases through the growing mounds of flesh to grab Bakugo and bring him back to Best Genist. Then, Lemillion heads back into battle and tells Shigaraki that despite all his monologuing, he's really only doing this because he has no friends. This comment causes another personality to emerge from within Shigaraki, the young, immature Tenko who's scared of his own power. The little boy that Deku wants to save is really still in there.
Miku and Tomo said I was really nice, and Mono always barks to go on walks with me!
Amajiki then combines every manifestation ability he has, boosted by Hado's light energy, to create an ultimate plasma cannon. It obliterates Shigaraki's massive flesh, but his main body is still unharmed. Shigi is about to counterattack, but is surprised to see Bakugo calmly walking towards him despite his serious injuries. Instead of only channeling explosions through his hands, Bakugo starts leaking sweat through his entire body, exponentially increasing his speed and power. He bears the excruciating pain as he blasts around Shigaraki, realizing that this is what Midoriya felt every time he used One for All. Bakugo silently apologizes to All Might for being such a punk, and he finally hits his limit. Shigaraki sends the boy flying, and the other heroes are horrified to see a giant hole in Bakugo's chest, right where his heart should be. Damn! Not great explosion murder god! Episode 12. Those who defend, those who violate. Aizawa and the other heroes are stunned by Bakugo's death. Shigaraki just laughs, excited by the thought of how enraged Deku will be upon seeing his friend's body. If that wasn't bad enough, Dabi gets back to his feet as he apparently figured out how to copy Todoroki's new ultimate move right before getting hit, and his flames are purple now. Awesome! And on top of all that, the League's resident techie, Skeptic, hacks into UA to disrupt the electric field keeping Shigaraki trapped. Ooh, boy! Anything else? Oh yeah, One for All has just regenerated back to his prime form. We could really use some good news here. All for One explains that this strategy was a last resort, as he can't control the rewind quirk's effects on his body. It will continue reversing his aging until he blinks out of existence. But he's okay with that, since he will live on inside of Shigaraki. Before he goes, he just wants to take as many heroes with him as he can. Over at UA, Edgeshot walks over to Bakugo's body and starts threading his entire body into the wound. Edgeshot plans to sacrifice his own life to save Bakugo by literally becoming his new heart. And I don't even think they really know each other. Now that's a hero. Mirko holds Shigaraki back while Edgeshot attempts his risk maneuver, and the rabbit hero loses her one remaining arm. Shigaraki transforms into a more muscular, hulking form and charges towards Bakugo's body. Everyone is powerless to stop him, so Togata does the only thing he can think of, poking his ass out of the ground. Ah, the old peach trick. Works every time. Shigi is stunned just long enough for Midoriya to finally reach the battlefield.
Hey you! Brought a peach for ya!
Deku clotheslines Shigaraki and prepares to face off with his toughest foe yet. Episode 13. A chain of events across the ages. The only reason Midoriya was able to make it in time is because he caught a ride from Ethan, the Air Force bro, who refused direct orders from the US president to stand down. USA! USA! As soon as Midoriya sees Bakugo's body, he snaps and activates all of his quirks. But Togata grabs him and tells him this is exactly what Shigaraki wants, and that everyone is working hard to save Bakugo's life. Deku thanks his upperclassmen and calmly faces Shigi. Shimura's spirit tells Midoriya that her grandson is still in there somewhere, begging to be saved.
Tell me, is Shigaraki still somewhere inside of that body?
Midoriya prepares to use his final new quirk, but the second user warns him that he'll only have 5 minutes to win before the strain on his body is too much. Midoriya activates Gear Shift, which allows him to change the speed of anything he touches, even ignoring the laws of physics. He launches towards Shigaraki at blistering speeds and hits him with a 120% Detroit Smash, then a Detroit Smash quintuple. Shigi's body finally starts taking real damage, and a massive hole is torn in his torso. But he's not done yet, as a massive lump of flesh begins emerging from the hole. And sadly, this time it isn't Togata's ass. Episode 14, Together with Shoji. I know what you're all thinking, but what is Tentacle doing right now? Don't worry, you're about to get a whole episode answering that question. Shoji and Koda are fighting with a monstrous Spinner and a mob from the Paranormal Liberation Front. Spinner believes that heteromorphs, people whose quirks make them look inhuman, are discriminated against, and society should fall because of it. Shoji responds that he knows better than anyone what it feels like to be judged based on your looks, but what Spinner is doing will only set heteromorphs back. Spinner's confused, but focuses on the one passion he shared with Shigaraki, League of Legends.
Oh, League? I played that too. By myself, though.
Shoji reveals that he was born in a small village where he was mercilessly beaten and bullied for his appearance. Despite this, he looked up to the heroes as an example of how society should be and strived to become one himself. Also, Koda unlocks the ability to control birds with his mind. Hell yeah! Unfortunately though, it's not enough, and Spinner breaks past the boys into the hospital where Kurogiri is being held. Episode 15, Butterfly Effect. The angry mob of heteromorphs bursts into the hospital, but is frozen by the sight of all the hospital staff holding hands and forming a line. This finally makes them realize that maybe, just maybe, they're the real bad guys. Spinner is the only one who charges forward into Kurogiri's room, where he's confronted by Present Mike. Spinner is taken down, but with the last of his strengths, he awakens and frees Kurogiri.
Shigaraki and I had a lot in common. Games and stuff. You need to remember who you are.
Throughout the battle, villains are psyched to see portals suddenly appearing before them. Toga uses the vial of blood to transform herself into Twice, and both she and Dabi are warped to the fight with Hawks and Endeavor. Hawks is confronted with a nightmare, the one ability he was willing to do anything to prevent. Sad Man's Parade is appearing right behind him. Kurogiri himself warps right behind Eraserhead and Monoma, and it seems like everything is in the villain's favor. All this back and forth, I can't keep track of who's winning anymore. Episode 16, The Chain Thus Far. Uraraka and Asui follow Toga through a portal and watch in horror as the battlefield is covered in clones of Twice. Endeavor is confronted by Dabi and prepares to fight his own son. Even more doubles are sent to pin down Aizawa, ending his erasure on Shigaraki. Shigaraki instantly causes a massive explosion that knocks out the electric field and sends Yue pummeling back to Earth. Skeptic gets into a hacking battle with none other than La Brava, who's now working for the good guys. Gentle is there too, and he uses his quirk to catch Yue with a gigantic air trampoline. Shigaraki is ready to end everything with a single wave of decay, but his arms are blown right off by Lady Nagant. Anyone else from a previous arc want to get in on this? Huh? Maybe those elementary schoolers? Anyone? No? Episode 17, Hopes. With decay temporarily stopped, Midoriya tackles Shigaraki and wraps his arms with Black Whip to keep him from growing new hands. Shigi calls for Kurogiri to warp him over to All for One, but Kurogiri is held back by the remnants of Shirakumo inside of him. Deku and Shigaraki land in the ruins of Japan, ready to continue their fight. Meanwhile, Uraraka, Asui, and Jiro are frantically looking for the real Toga so they can end Sad Man's Parade. Toga is freaking out because while she is able to transform into Dabi or Shigaraki, she can't use their quirks. This means that Toga doesn't love them as much as she thought she did. Maybe she's less insane than I thought. All for One can sense that Shigaraki is starting to gain more control over his body and wants to re-implant his quirks directly into Shigi's body. He eviscerates the body of Hawks who's in his way, but it turns out to just be an illusion created by Cammy. She arrived just in time, riding on a meatball from Meatball Man, with backup from Shiketsu High. The heroes are finally able to start beating back the Twice clones. Everyone works together to block the sun, allowing Tokoyami to charge up Dark Shadow and hit All for One with his ultimate move, Black Abyss, Light of Balder. The attack actually manages to pin down All for One, and power scalers everywhere just crap themselves.
Black Abyss!
Episode 18. It's a small world. All for One breaks out from under Dark Shadow and is delighted to see Gigantomachia running towards him. However, Giganto immediately attacks his own master. Riding on the beast's back is Kirishima, Ashido, and Shinszo, who modulated his voice to control Gigantomachia. All for One blasts the big guy and breaks the control, but Gigantomachia realizes he is only being used as a tool and continues beating his master regardless. All for One shoots out laser beams at every one of the heroes, knocking Hawks and Tokoyami to the ground. All for One walks over to them and steals Hawks' quirk, telling Tokoyami that he's next. Suddenly, a sticky ball lands on All for One's back, courtesy of you-know-who. Mineta tells All for One that stealing Dark Shadow would only turn him into an edgelord, so he should take the sticky ball quirk instead. When All for One sees he's facing a 15-year-old wearing a diaper, he realizes that this is all beneath him and just flies away towards Shigaraki.
If you want a real quirk, then get over here and take my pop-off instead. At the bonus.
Well, can't say you didn't try, Mineta. Episode 19. I Am Here. In the Heroes Command Center, news of defeat from around the battlefield comes pouring in. According to their readings, Dabi has been compressing heat in his body and is essentially going to become a human nuke in about 10 minutes. All Might radios to his students and tells them they must stop Dabi. Ida grabs Todoroki and blasts off at maximum speed, heading towards Dabi faster than a jet. All Might watches this from a distance with his new best friend Stain. All Might begins putting on a suit of mechanical armor called the Hercules and says he plans to stall his nemesis All for One himself. You didn't think the symbol of peace would sit this one out, did you? Over with Endeavor, his injuries are finally catching up to him, and the #1 hero has resorted to begging Dabi to stop the hate. Endeavor realizes the only way he can atone for all his sins is to die along with Dabi, so he does what he does best. He grabs Dabi in a bear hug, shoots way up into the air, and prepares for Dabi's explosion. Right as they're about to be blown apart, the pair is showered by a storm of ice created by Endeavor's wife and kids. The family manages to cool Dabi down just long enough for Todoroki to arrive and stop Dabi's detonation with a great glacial Aegir.
Scoria, how are you?
When did they decide all their ultimate moves would be Norse-themed? Probably a filler episode I skipped. Anyway, Dabi survives but is unable to use his flames any longer. Endeavor apologizes to his family for everything before collapsing onto the ground. Episode 20. A Girl's Ego. As Dabi is finally defeated, Uraraka manages to find the real Toga. She tries to tell this psycho that if she can't use the quirks of members of the League, then that proves that a part of Toga disagrees with them. Toga rejects this and tries to slice up Froppy, who gets pulled back by Uraraka just in time. Uravity refuses to give up on Toga, and her quirk starts to undergo an awakening. She spreads her anti-gravity through the doubles and makes all of the Twices start floating in the air. Uraraka tells Toga that if she stands down, she'll provide her with a life's supply of yummy blood and talking about crushes.
Gunhead! Martial arts!
The two float together through the air and finally have a good heart-to-heart about their ambitions, fears, and motivations. They cry together, and Uraraka tells Toga that she thinks her smile is the most beautiful thing in the world. I'm not sure if Toga's countless victims would agree, but aww. Episode 21, Battle Without a Quirk. Across the battlefield, the clones of Twice all begin to melt as Sadman's parade comes to an end. For good this time. Toga sees that Uraraka is severely injured and has lost a lot of blood, so she performs a transfusion to give away her own blood. She realizes that giving away her blood to help someone feels just as good as drinking someone else's blood, and if someone had reached out to her sooner, she could have avoided becoming such an evil creature. Toga lays down on the ground and peacefully passes away, giving her life for someone she loves. Damn. By my calculations, that means that the League of Villains is officially down for the count. Elsewhere, an armored All Might stands in front of his nemesis. He realizes that this is the moment Sir Night-Eye foresaw when All Might would die a gruesome death.
But I am still here!
But he faces his death proudly. All for One looks down at his powerless rival grinning up at him and is overcome with rage. The Hercules armor is modeled after the different students of 1A, allowing All Might to adapt to any situation. He uses Red Riot mode to protect his body with metal panels, Black Whip mode to wrap All for One up in cables, and Charge Bolt mode to electrocute the villain. All for One is furious at All Might's continued interference and blasts him with a huge energy beam. All Might just gets back to his feet and refuses to give up. He gets up close to All for One and injects him with a syringe of Ashido's acid. He then thinks back to the day he met Shimura. All Might was a quirkless young man who tried to fight off villains despite his weakness, just like Midoriya. In the present, All Might realizes that the more damage he does to All for One, the faster his de-aging goes. The season comes to a close with All Might declaring that he and his successor will win this final battle. Season 8, Episode 1, Toshinori Yagi, Rising, Origin. The final season begins far in the future, where Midoriya, now as an old man, reminisces on the final battle beneath a cherry blossom tree. So, spoiler alert, he survives. Then, we jump right back into the fight between Mecha All Might and a rapidly de-aging All for One. All Might's armor is cracked and falling apart, but he keeps smiling. He leaps between buildings using attachments based on the Froppy and Tentacle, and even shoves a freezer canister right down All for One's throat. Meanwhile, a bunch of heroes have been taken out by a plant-controlling villain named Kunaida. The only one left standing is Aoyama. I guess they didn't have enough villains for everyone to complete their arcs, so they had to toss in some new ones. Aoyama shoots his tummy laser and it seems to miss, but he was actually aiming for Invisible Girl. She reflects the laser back at Kunaida and for a moment is fully visible. Damn, Hagakure! All Might hits his nemesis with a massive laser cannon attack, but all it does is buy him a few precious moments before overloading. All for One crawls out of a crater, now looking like a teenager, but smacks All Might down. Just as he's about to finish him off, Stain comes out of nowhere and licks a bit of All for One's blood. Aww yeah! Who cares how many pro heroes he killed? Stain is alright in my book! Episode 2, The End of an Era and the Beginning. All Might looks back on his past and realizes how massive his impact has been despite having such a normal origin. We then see a few minutes earlier in the battle when Stain encountered Ida and Todoroki, and they told him All Might needed help. With All for One frozen by Stain's blood curdle quirk, he and All Might both leap in to attack, but All for One uses a quirk that allows him to expel all the blood in his body to unfreeze himself. To be fair, whoever he stole that quirk from is probably grateful. All for One throws Stain through some buildings, steals his quirk, and slays the hero killer with one punch. Wow! No, that was All Might's bestie!
Stay alive and win my all.
All Might's armor is completely destroyed, and he hallucinates a conversation with Shimura and Sir Night-Eye. Unable to even walk, the symbol of peace still continues, smiling. All for One is now close enough to Shigaraki that he can warp his successor right over to him and transfer all his remaining power. But the second a portal appears near Shigaraki, he just eats it and tells his master not to interrupt his fight. Looks like the real Shigaraki has won the battle for control over his body. All for One flies down and grabs the broken body of All Might. Midoriya sees his hero in the distance and can only watch as All Might prepares to make the ultimate sacrifice by setting off a self-destruction sequence. But All for One just skewers the bomb and stops him. All for One uses Blood Curdle to paralyze All Might and lifts the hero's body for the whole world to see. Suddenly, there's a massive explosion from the floating UA. Bakugo is back and locks eyes with Midoriya. They're not about to let their teacher meet such a grisly end. Episode 3. The Final Boss. Everyone across the world holds their breath as they watch a live stream of the final battle. The fighting is so intense that it causes weather changes around the world. Bakugo, with his new ninja heart, leaps down from UA. While holding Shigaraki with Black Whip, Deku uses Gear Shift on Bakugo to send him flying towards All Might. Bakugo reaches his teacher at blistering speeds and blows All for One's arms clean off.
Because of me that he ended up losing his power!
The world breathes a sigh of relief as the symbol of peace is brought to safety. Edgeshot, now reduced to a single thread, weakly tells Bakugo not to risk opening his wounds. Yeah, right. If this show had a laugh track, it'd be roaring. Bakugo grabs the one remaining piece of Hercules' armor and uses it as a splint for his shattered arm, then launches himself right towards All for One. After his near-death experience, Bakugo's quirk has awakened, and his speed and attack power have increased exponentially. Explosion God Dynamite is in excruciating pain, but he just laughs as he ragdolls his body across the sky with his own explosions. All for One tries to keep flying towards Shigaraki, but Bakugo keeps getting in his way. The villain rages, not understanding how someone he wrote off as a side character is able to put up such a resistance. His mind starts to crack, and he begins to see Bakugo as the second user of One for All. Dynamite blasts the villain into a building and tells him to use his real name, Kacchan Bakugo. Episode 4. Quirk Explosion. The next episode begins with a flashback to the origins of All for One. A homeless woman was pregnant with twins, one of which was 5 times larger than the other. She gave birth under a bridge and passed away. The infant All for One consumed his own mother's body for sustenance. As he grew up, he came to understand his powerful quirk-stealing ability and used it to cause chaos. His puny, powerless brother begged him to stop, but All for One just kicked him around. All for One forced a quirk on his brother and gave him the name Yoichi. Sometime later, a pair of resistance fighters found Yoichi and tried to rescue him, but All for One shredded his brother's body with a wave of his hand. Some of Yoichi's blood landed on one of the resistance fighters named Kudo, who later realized he somehow inherited a quirk through this. All for One was endlessly frustrated by this and tried to track down the users, but it kept getting passed on and growing stronger, carrying Yoichi's will forward. In the present, All for One has decided it's time to stop messing around. He combines every quirk he has into one massive, building-sized mass of flesh called Omnifactor Unleash. All Might begs Bakugo to run away, but he faces the attack head-on. Bakugo reveals he got some sweat in All for One's mouth earlier, which he can now detonate remotely.
You shut the hell up!
He launches forward and hits All for One with the biggest explosions possible. When the dust clears, the Demon Lord has rewinded all the way back to being a baby. He launches one last desperate spike at Bakugo, but the legend just catches it in his teeth and blows it up. All for One screams in agony as he rewinds back into a fetus, a zygote, and then just a puddle of you-know-what. Bakugo collapses on the ground and raises an arm in victory. This side character just destroyed the greatest villain of all time. Episode 5, History's Greatest Villain. All that's left is the battle between Midoriya and Shigaraki. Shigi is using decay to completely destroy huge chunks of Japan and sink them into the ocean. Midoriya combines all his quirks into an all-out offensive, but he still can't overcome the villain's regeneration. Shigaraki suddenly senses that his master has died, which somehow makes him even more powerful, cause, that's fair. Shigi leaps forward and touches Midoriya's face. Deku slashes off his fingers, but even just that brief moment of contact was enough for Shigaraki to steal Danger Sense. Not good. The previous users encourage Midoriya to retreat, but Shigaraki isn't about to let One for All get any stronger. He smacks Midoriya right into Mount Fuji and plans to sink the mountain, which will cause a catastrophic tidal wave. Deku has been using Fa Jin to store up the energy from the beating he's been taking and dishes it right back to Shigaraki with a powerful Delaware smash. The vestige of Shimura tells Midoriya that, yeah, we're gonna have to kill my grandson, but Midoriya still wants to try and save him. The second user, Kudo, tells Midoriya he has an idea, but it's a risky one. He wants to intentionally transfer One for All to Shigaraki, where it can fight his broken psyche from the inside.
I'll do it!
Midoriya wraps his entire body in Black Whip and prepares to willingly give up his own power. Episode 6, Wrench It Open Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya uses Gran Torino's cape as a decoy to distract Shigaraki and hits the villain with a powerful smash. Some of Deku's blood enters Shigi's wound, and he intentionally transfers only Gear Shift along with Kudo's vestige. Midoriya and Shigaraki's memories start becoming intertwined as they both see visions of the League of Villains and the sports festival. Kudo damages Shigaraki from the inside, but he's still moving. Midoriya hits him again and transfers Smokescreen, damaging the villain further. Across the country, everyone Midoriya has helped watches the battle and cheers the young hero on. He breaks through Shigaraki's wall of fingers and transfers every remaining vestige except Shimura. There's a flash of light, and Midoriya himself is transferred into Shigi's consciousness. Deku wakes up in front of Shigaraki's childhood home, and Shimura tells him he must find and destroy the source of Shigaraki's trauma. He races to the backyard, dodging the ghosts of every villain he's fought so far. He reaches it and sees the silhouette of a young Tenko being beaten by his father. Episode 7, From Aizawa. Midoriya tries to interrupt this scene, but there's an invisible wall, so he can only watch the memory play out. Shimura breaks down, blaming herself for causing all of this by abandoning her own son. She uses all her energy to smash the invisible wall and smiles at Midoriya as she disintegrates into nothing. Every trace of One for All is now gone from Midoriya's body. Midoriya then sees the moment when Shigaraki accidentally decayed his own family. Deku, now in the form of a young boy himself, steps forward and grabs Tenko's hands. Midoriya's arms start to decay, but he holds on and assures this scared child that everything will be okay. Shigaraki's psyche starts to crumble, and someone has been waiting for this exact moment. The traces of All for One left inside are now able to retake control. A giant All for One emerges and reveals the entire truth to Shigaraki. What happened to young Tenko wasn't an accident. All for One gave him the decay quirk as a child, knowing it would lead to tragedy and Tenko coming to the dark side. Shigaraki screams in anger as his consciousness is destroyed, and All for One fully takes over his body. Midoriya wakes up in the real world, but unfortunately, when you lose your arms in Vestige World, you lose your arms in real life. All for One strolls up to the crippled, bleeding Deku and prepares to finish him off. Suddenly, the villain gets bound up in tape. Cellophane, Tailman, and Sugar Rush are all here. Portals open up all around Midoriya, and Eraserhead steps out from one, apologizing for being late. It's a real endgame moment. See, the spirit of Shirakumo left inside Kurogiri was finally able to break his control. While he won't ever go back to normal again, he's strong enough to briefly use the warp quirk for the good guys. Aizawa has brought a gift with him, Eri's horn, which she snapped off herself in order to save Midoriya. Aizawa touches the horn to Deku's body, and his arms begin to regenerate. The rest of Class 1A arrives and prepare to face off with All for One last time again. Episode 8, Izuku Midoriya Rising. All for One stares in disbelief at the massive amount of heroes pouring out from the portals. Todoroki and Endeavor launch out and hit the villain with simultaneous flashfire fists. All for One just rises into the air as tendrils shoot out from his body. Midoriya gets to his feet. He is once again quirkless, but he can still feel the embers of One for All inside him, just enough to finish this fight. Aizawa orders all the heroes to clear a path for Midoriya to take down All for One for good. Hagakure redirects lasers, Yaoyarozu has created a giant railgun, Kirishima is blocking attacks. Everyone is going plus ultra to protect their classmate as he approaches the Demon Lord. Midoriya is launched forward by Ida and Uraraka. Feeling empowered by the cheers of his friends, he charges up every remaining ounce of power and obliterates All for One with a final smash. All for One is utterly defeated, but refuses to accept it. He tries to order Kurogiri to teleport him away, but Bakugo appears and shuts that down quick. Deku's final smash awakened the vestiges inside All for One's body, including his brother Yoichi and Shigaraki. Midoriya and Shigi both deliver final blows on the physical and spiritual planes at the same time. In his last moments, All for One admits to his brother that he has been very lonely without him, and begs Yoichi not to abandon him. Midoriya finds himself in an empty void with Shigaraki, who admits he was nothing more than a child crying out for help. He asks Midoriya to pass on a message to Spinner for him before fading away entirely. In the real world, Deku's smash has parted the clouds, allowing sunshine to beam down on everyone. Izuku Midoriya has twisted fate, and opened up a new future for everyone. Episode 9, The Hellish Todoroki Family Final. Ooh, boy! If anyone ever needed a well-earned epilogue arc, it's these students. A week after the final battle, heroes from around the world have traveled to Japan to help repair the massive amounts of damage. Uraraka's dad lands a contract for new buildings, so he'll probably become rich. In the hospital, Bakugo is told that he'll likely never use his right arm again. The doctor recommends amputation, but Bakugo refuses and plans to go through as much painful rehab as he needs to use his arm again. Midoriya wakes up next to All Might, who congratulates his successor on saving everyone, even if it meant giving up his power. Bakugo enters just in time to hear Midoriya is quirkless again, and he's pissed off. He wanted to surpass Deku fair and square. Bakugo begins sobbing, but Midoriya reassures him that nothing will stop him from being a hero. All Might tells the boys that they're the greatest heroes he's ever known, and all three laugh together. A while later, UA holds a graduation ceremony for its third-year students. Togata gives a heartfelt, genuine speech before ending with a gag using a giant robot. See ya! Class 1A officially becomes second years. But after all they've been through, the school decides to let Aizawa continue as their teacher. Aoyama has decided to leave UA as he feels unworthy, but promises one day he will stand proud with his classmates. In his place, Shinszo is joining 1A. Then, Todoroki travels with his family to go visit Toya in prison. The prison doctors say he doesn't have long to live, but his family wanted his last moments to be with them. Endeavor announces he's retiring as a hero, and that Toya achieved his goal of putting an end to the #1 hero. As they leave, Todoroki asks his older brother what his favorite food is, and is surprised that it's the same as his: soba noodles. Internally, Toya apologizes for everything he put his little brother through. Natsuo says that he still isn't ready to forgive his dad, and he's gonna go get married without inviting Endeavor. Endeavor accepts this and promises to spend the rest of his life atoning. The children leave, and Endeavor gets a call from his best friend and the new head of the Public Safety Commission, Hawks. Finally, a politician we can trust. Episode 10, The Girl Who Loves Smiles. The happy endings don't start there though. Gentle, La Brava, and Lady Nagant all receive pardons for their help in the final battle, though Nagant decides to stay in jail where she belongs. Midoriya visits Spinner in jail and passes on Shigaraki's final message, that he fought until the bitter end. Spinner breaks down, telling Midoriya that he views Shigi as a friend and hero. Midoriya promises that he will never forget the members of the League. Class 1A is now Class 2A, and they try to adjust back to normal school life. It's a little difficult since they're all famous for saving the world. Midoriya meets the new first years and is amazed at how many of them were inspired by him. And guess what? Edgeshot is somehow still alive. He's only a clump of threads for now, but he tells Bakugo that he'll eventually get back to normal. One night, Midoriya meets Uraraka on a cliff overlooking the repaired city. Uraraka is overcome with guilt from Toga's death and wants to quit UA, but Midoriya tells her the world needs heroes like her. He has similar feelings about Shigaraki, but they promise to continue supporting each other. And in my headcanon, they kiss. Then, they head back to UA together and enjoy a festive farewell party for Aoyama. Episode 11, My Hero Academia. The series finale begins with Hawks and All Might discussing plans to overhaul the hero ranking system. They want to place the focus more on actually saving people and less on popularity. Then, we see a random kid stumbling out of an alleyway. Apparently, This kid has some kind of darkness quirk, and his family locked him in their basement out of fear. It wasn't until the final battle destroyed his house that he was finally free. Now, he's filled with hatred and seems poised to become a villain, until an old lady approaches him. This same old lady remembers seeing Shigaraki walking around alone when he was a kid, but she didn't do anything to help. Now, after being inspired by Midoriya's heroism, she decides to step up and tell this lost kid that everything will be okay. A completely unconvoluted way of showing us that Midoriya's actions have changed society for the better. We then jump years into the future. Midoriya is now a teacher at UA, not a McDonald's employee like many fans speculated. His students include both Kota and Eri. Then we jump back to see Midoriya's graduation. Midoriya himself acknowledges that his story is over, but there's still like 10 minutes left, so he has to fill it up somehow. I respect the honesty. Next, we jump to a random class of middle schoolers in the future who are deciding what they want to be. Apparently, being a pro hero isn't as popular as it used to be, since the last generation was so effective that there really just aren't that many villains anymore. Then, on TV, we see Tentacle receiving a Peace Prize for his work against heteromorph racism. Uraraka, Asui, Ida, and Yaoyorozu are all heroes and educators too. Uraraka runs a quirk counseling program to help make sure nobody has to go through what Himiko Toga did. Lemillion is currently the #1 ranked hero, with Todoroki and Bakugo not very far behind. Pretty much everyone from 1A is in the top 100 except Midoriya. And Mineta, who finally faced justice for his crimes and got cancelled. Midoriya has finally learned the true lesson of MHA. The real heroes are our public school teachers. A nice "the end" appears on screen, and then All Might knocks it away. He's brought an upgraded version of his Hercules armor for Midoriya, so Deku can actually be a real hero again. Not just the dumb teacher kind. Everyone from 1A chipped in to buy him this expensive armor that can recreate all the quirks he got from All for One. Midoriya suits up and joins his former classmates with a smile on his face. Wow, what a journey that was. I hope this isn't the last we've seen of the MHA universe. Anyway, feel free to click the link on screen to watch another one of my videos.